Where's that gone? Ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, Hey, what's up, Logical? Yeah, you know what, Logical? I didn't expect no one to come on today, this morning. Yeah, I've got my auntie's over from Australia, actually, Logical. She's over, she's from Brisbane. But, yeah, she just kind of made a surprise visit. She called me Thursday and said, I'm coming to meet you on Saturday. I was like, okay. and her daughters, so, yeah. So I've got to pop out. But what I might actually do is actually just leave this running. I'm just going to leave this actually running, actually, while I'm gone. I'll just leave it running while I'm gone, right? So, yeah, it'll all be good, man. Hello, Plain Truth. Welcome in. Great to see you, dude. I honestly wasn't expecting anyone to come in because I'm never normally this early live. But as I say, as I've got stuff to do, I thought I'd go a bit earlier today. And it's going to be a long one today, actually. It's going to be a real long one because I'm going to probably be gone like 4 hours at least. So I'm going to have to find a couple of videos to put on there to keep you guys occupied. Keep you occupied for a few hours, so I should be able to sort it out. I've got a couple of videos on there, like, you know, a good 2 hours long, so I'll line them up for everyone. I try and get like 6 hours of same game because you never know, do you? They're actually going to probably try and get me down the pub, but I don't drink alcohol, so that's pointless. And I'm not going to sit there with a bunch of family members getting drunk, right, while I'm dead sober. That's just not going to happen. And they start acting like idiots when they're drunk, so... I remember Logical, the last time, right, they come over, it was like a big family gathering and we all went down to the pub. I was drinking orange juice, they were all drinking beer, and all I did was say the earth was flat, and honestly the whole table within 5 minutes was arguing with each other. I literally just got up and walked off laughing and left them all arguing about flat earth, and because obviously they're all baltards, right? They all think it's the helio model, and I literally just left the table and they were all arguing. I was just cracking up, man. I was just like, dang. Holy smokes.
Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show. We don't know if it's part of the show.
But that's what happens, right? Logical and Plain, right? That's what happens. When it comes to family members, I've noticed this myself. They're pretty brutal. They can be brutal with the truth with you, right? Especially family members. So, yeah, I don't really mention it anymore. Not in front of family. I mean, today I might mention it just to wind them all up. That'll be it. But, yeah, just let them sit with it. But yeah, I've noticed it myself, man. You know, I didn't speak to my uncle for at least, like, bloody hell, 4 or 5 years, because I told him the earth was flat. He started mocking me, Logical, saying, yeah, the moon is made out of cheese, David. Yeah, like the earth. No, I didn't talk to him for like for at least 4 or 5 years, man. Asked him in which direction the earth is moving 30,000 meters per second, 67,000 miles, whilst also spinning over 1,000 miles, which Scientific American claims. I know, it's just nonsense, mate. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? You got the wobbling, you got the fucking going around in the galaxy hundreds of thousands of miles per hour. Then the galaxy's moving millions of miles an hour. And then you got the expansion of space itself, expanding into this void. It's just a bunch of just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I've never heard, when you sit down, right, Logical, and think about it and break it down, it's just pure tosh, isn't it? You know, none of it makes any sense. I'm just glad we're not all speaking German. It could have been. It could have been, Rooster, right? It could have been. Oh man, that's crazy. You know what, Rooster? It'll probably be a better society today if we all spoke German. I mean, look at today. Look at the debauchery going on. Look what the the Jewish people going around doing, you know, invading people's lands because they think they can, because they think they're the chosen ones. You know, they wrote a book about themselves, calling themselves the chosen ones. What? You're going to believe these people today? What, you know, you wouldn't have believed them back then. You wouldn't believe them today. No, I just, yeah, I mean, what's it? 109 countries, I think they've been kicked out of. And not just once, multiple times, which makes thousands of times they've been kicked out of countries. Multiple times out of the same country. That's telling you something right there. It's telling you something right there. And, you know, just look around. Just look around at what they've done. It's absolutely disgraceful. So, yeah, it probably would have been a better society if we was actually speaking German. Sieg Heil! Ich nein und Stund und dann Umba. I just made that up. We could have had a right, exactly, bro. Everybody sees it now. Yeah, I know, man. I know. It's crazy. It really is. It's crazy. That's what I say about Rooster. I believe there's a creator, right? I know there's a creator because you just got to look at the realm that we reside in, right? But a story written around that creator by human beings, especially ones that, you know, with the funny caps and the hairs, that are professing they're the chosen ones in the book that they've written around this creator. Why would you even listen to it? These people have been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. They're into nasty stuff. The Talmud, you know, it's all in there. It's disgusting, some of the stuff they do with children and all this sacrificing, and, you know, and they were like that back in the day, and they've just made it secret today, but they're still doing the same shit. Why would you listen to these people? And you've got billions of people, Jesus and God and all this, and it's all made up to control your mind. They don't even realise. It's all a control book. Even the model in that book is the same as the pizza dish and the globe. The model is telling you the same thing as the other two models. What is that? This is finite. There is no extra lands. That's what all the models are telling you. And they're all there to control that in your mind. Now, if you can't see that, or other, you know, I'm not talking about you specifically. If people can't see that, I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? There's extra land that they're hiding. This is the way you do it. You bring out many models showing a finite model of this is it. This is just the lands that we reside on. And that book, for me personally, is just it's all about controlling your mind and the way you think. I said this other day, Rooster, you should be able to, you know, that should already be in you, that kindness to treat people with respect, you know, show a bit of empathy and, you know, all the good stuff. That should already be in you, man. You shouldn't have to read a book to know. It's just ludicrous. It really is. It's just my take on it. Yo, Simon. Hello, good morning, Law. Welcome in, guys. It's Banner's aunt. Yeah, my aunt is visiting from Oz, man. Yeah, so my auntie's over from Australia. She literally she didn't tell me she was coming over. It's a bit naughty, really. She just come over, phoned me on Thursday and said, I'm coming to see you. I was like, okay. What, you in the UK? I was like, what? But yeah, it's a pleasant surprise. I ain't seen her for a while, so I'll go and see her. As I say, guys, I'm going to be loading up a few videos. It's going to be a long stream today, actually. It's going to be a long stream because I'm going to load up the videos and I'm going to just leave this running today, and then I'll come back and we'll sort it out when I get back. But I'm going to probably be gone at least 4 or 5 hours, so yeah, it's going to be... Yeah, it'll probably be a pretty cool one, man. Pretty cool one. Right, let me
Sing along with us.
So what's happened with Roger and his paperwork then? So he's basically just wishy-washied over it all, hoping people will forget. That's what you're trying to do, Roger, isn't it? You're trying to wishy-washy over it, trying to make people forget that you've scammed people, haven't you, Roger? Show us the paperwork for the PayPal and the percentages they take from you, Roger. You know, show the paperwork for the when this money was put into your bank, so-called bank, and show the paperwork, an up-to-date paperwork of it now. Does it even exist anymore, Roger? That's the question. And you're still out there scamming people. You're still out there asking for money. Damn. These people just don't learn their lesson, do they? They just do not learn their lesson. This is why I don't do the money thing, because it always ends up in situations like this, where people just can't help themselves but to, you know, take a few dollars here and there. There's people that have been telling me that PayPal do not take that amount of percentage out of the money. They do not. It's a fraction of what Roger's telling you. I mean, to me, that's pretty excessive. Just out of $4,500, they're taking $1,200. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? So something ain't adding up, is it, with Roger? You know, he still hasn't shown any evidence of me trolling his chat. He still hasn't shown anything. He just talks a bunch of talk. I showed the evidence of Roger lying. I actually showed it. Showed you the evidence of Roger actually lying. Did he show any evidence of me trolling? He said it. He said, "Oh, ban him because he trolled my chat. I got PJ to ban his ass." No, he just did that for revenge because I called out Vicky. You couldn't handle it. None of you guys could handle that, and it was beautiful to watch. And since the last call out, Rog, right, it's all been a perfect plan. Me coming into yours, just sitting back, just watching what you do, watching Harmon, watching Harmon's fat ass. Pause. Just sit back, watch what you do, and all you've done is try to wash over it and done fuck all. So here's part 2, and hope you enjoy, Rog. Hello, Bev. I wasn't expecting... honestly, I was just going to start this and start having a little tidy up and a clean, and you can make bank on YouTube and they take it all the way at any time I put in a strike on the channel. You can make bank on YouTube, but they... Yeah, but that's not what happened with Roger. Rooster, that's not what happened with Roger. Roger took it out of his pay and put it into his bank for some reason. And then, you know, there's 1,200 missing, so he's put 3,000 in there, 3,300. And still hasn't shown any paperwork for it. He's just wishy-washy and showing bits of paperwork. You know, he's not showing anything. So, to me, he's scamming. You know, another scammer, another grifter. Another grifter in the community that needs to be rid of, really. You know, that's what I believe. I mean, I've been saying this for years. As soon as you bring money into the truth becomes secondary. Your only focus is on how much you can earn and what you're earning out of it. That's just my opinion on it. I've always been the same with it. Always been the same with it. That's why I'll never accept money off people offline. I've never asked for money off people offline. People have offered me. Lots of people have offered me money, and I've said no every single time because, you know, there's complications that come with all that shit. You know, you start taking money off people. It's just not a good look, man. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. It really isn't. And when you can't explain yourself afterwards, and people said, "Hey, hang on, Roger, where's this money gone? Where is it? Show us the details." And it's kind of wishy-washy. Show bits of paperwork that doesn't show anything. It's just nonsense. So to me, Roger's on the grift. Roger's on the grift. Like another few so-called truthers in this community. They're on the grift, mate. They're only in it to make money. It doesn't matter how much it is. It's the point of it, right? Putting money into learning is... What are you learning from Roger, Bev? What are you learning from Roger, Bev? Nothing. The only thing you're going to learn from Roger is how to be a weak Christian. Is how to be a lukewarm Christian / flat earther. That's the only thing you're going to learn from Roger. That's it. Lukewarm, Roger. Lukewarm Christians. Lukewarm flat earthers. Scammers and, grifters. Anything, if you're asking for money for anything and you don't go through with it, Roger, you're a grifter. End of story. Doesn't matter, oh yeah, but I need 40,000. Well, you're never going to get to 40,000, are you, Roger, if you've only got 3,300 in this time? You're never going to get there, are you, Roger? And then suddenly, your channel will go down, the money will go missing, and that old same game, right, Rog? Yeah, we can see it. We've seen it many times, Roger. We've seen it many times. You're just the next on the list, Rog. That's all. You and your little crew, your little gang, Harmon Porker, the Stalker. Get the hell out of here, man. You're all a bunch of lukewarm Christian morons. That's what you are. And you basically, you're ruining flat Earth. You guys are. Damn. Yo, what's up? What's up, Tommy? What's up, Tommy? What's up? Hey, Ken, what's up, man? I saw a vid of a TikTok girl who had donations and one guy gave her $15,000 and wanted it back a few months later and stabbed her to death and when she said she spent it. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hello, Laura. Welcome in. Laura's an early bird anyway. Yeah, but if you're being dishonest where the money's going, and if you're being dishonest about how much you got and how much you've already spent of it, you're gonna have problems, man. Even if it's $15 or 15,000, right? Or 4,500. It's the dishonesty behind it. That's what we need to be pointing out. The money's kind of irrelevant, really. It's the dishonesty behind it. And not being clear, Roger. Not being clear. Making lies up about me, for one. Telling me I wasn't banned, and then I clearly was banned in your ban list, and then you just wishy-washied over it, waffled over it. Oh yeah, PJ, shut your weak ass up. You're obviously some sort of drunk alcoholic, man. You can tell he's got vibes of the alcoholics. I mean, this is pretty obvious. But, my thing is, when you're dishonest with money, right? Dishonest with money, it's only going to backfire. Every single time, it's going to backfire on you. Especially when it's someone like me that dislikes money in the community. I don't think anyone should be making money out of flat Earth. As I said, the truth becomes secondary. The only thing you're focusing on is the bucks. Really, and you start saying any old shit, getting anyone in. I mean, you've got to ask the question as well. Why is he so obsessed with McToon? Why is he obsessed with bloody McToon? Eric Benson. Real name Eric Benson. Why is he obsessed with Eric Benson, Mikey Smith, and all these weirdos, man? Because you're the company what you keep. You are what the company you keep. Why is it, you surround yourself by people you feel comfortable with, right? So to me, it all kind of just makes sense that that these guys are going out their way to make money, and they don't give a shit, really. They really don't give a shit. They're just worried about the bucks. Roger's made his 4,500. He's probably still getting money donated still today. For what reason, Roger? You're not going. You are not going to go, are you, Rog? You've got 4,500. You need 40,000. You've got that in what, 2 years? In that rate, you'll be going in bloody hell 2046. That's when you could be Roger's Antarctica trip 2040. It's ridiculous, Roger. You got to sort your shit out. You have to, Roger, because people are still asking questions. I haven't forgot it, Roger. I just sat back and watched your reactions for a little while. That's all. What you think me coming into yours, Roger, was? Yeah, it was all part of the plan, Roger. You morons.
My mind was like down lacy buds, all twisted around beats. Uncomfortable on 3 feet deep. Now I'm fuzzy stare from not being there. The confusing.
Yeah, it just brings problems. It really does. Ken, it brings a lot of problems, mate. It really does. I've seen it so many times. I mean, like, right, we've been in this flat earth thing since 2014 on YouTube, right? Right? It's been a long, long time, a long, long, long road. And you've seen it. I've seen it many times, man. People start doing the money thing. You know, they start being dishonest about where the money is, money's going. Look at Red's Rhetoric and Sean Hufford. Look at that. They stole over 100k altogether, but they did it in 10k increments, right? The last one Sean Hufford stole was 10k to pay his rent on his house. This is what happens. And, you know, when Roger's been dishonest, not showing the right paperwork and not being honest about, you know, the percentages and all this sort of stuff, people are only going to think one way. And people are thinking it right now about Roger and his little gang, his little crew of deceptive grifters, because that's what they are. You are the company you keep. You are the company you keep. Right? So you guys sitting on that panel, you're all going to be tarnished with the same brush.
And of course you can't become if you only say what you would have done. So I missed a million miles of fun.
Yeah, that's right, Ken. Owen, yeah, Jaren. Jaren was a prime example. Actually, that's a good one. Jaren's a prime example of it. He really is. He's a prime example of what happens when the money gets involved. So is Santos. Bro Sanchez. Probably Santos as well, actually. It wouldn't surprise me. You know, you got Vlad and his app, and he's fundraising for the app. You know, there's little pockets of these grifters, right? Stealing money off people for nonsense things like, oh, I want a bit of that 100. I want a bit of that 30k a month, that 50k a month that Dave Weiss is getting from his app. What app can I come up with? I need the next best thing to Flat Earth. Let me. I can make a Tartarian app. Oh well, Matt. When people go around on this app and find a building and plot it on there, and yeah, that would make me. If I can fundraise the 7k to get the app started. Right, without me putting any money in, maybe $500 or something, just to show the audience that I'm trying, right? And then once I do make the app, I can sell the app at $1.99, or I might let it go free for a little while, but eventually I'll put it $1.99. If I sell 20 units, if I sell 20,000 units at $1.99. That's $40,000. That's a nice little Bunsen burner, isn't it? I've only put in $500. The community have put in the rest of the money, and I'm earning maximum profit. Yes, this works for me. This works for me. This works. See, when you start doing the numbers and you start working out their mindset, the way they're thinking, right? That's not me. That's the way they're thinking about their money. You can see who are the real ones, who are the grifters, right? Who are just in it for the money. It becomes blaringly obvious, guys. It really does. I don't have to say anymore, right? I mean, those numbers, 199, 20, he's only got to sell 20,000 units. He's made 40k. And then you get these other ones that, you know, you pay for a year, then you renew it a year, every year. So he's going to get all those. Right, Vlad? Don't think I've forgotten about you either, Vlad. You're all in your little clique together, trying to scam truthers out of their money over stupid, dumb crap. That you know, Vlad probably will get the app going. He probably will, but it's pointless. It's useless. Go around putting building. What everyone should do. Someone if it's free, get the app and just go around putting on in council house buildings, just a block of flats, you know, built in the 80s. That's Tartarian. Click right here. An old cottage or something. But yeah, listen, guys, you get my point, right? The money destroys the truth, and these retards can't see it.
Making sure I'm not in too deep. If you steal my sunshine, keep me bursting on my feet. If you steal my sunshine.
Where money is, honesty isn't. That's true, you know. That's absolutely spot on. Hey, good morning, Santero. Look, yeah, listen. I make money, right? As I said, everyone's got like a real job and a side job in the UK. At the moment, I'm just doing the side job. The real job's kind of disappeared a little bit, right? But I'm doing the side. But I'm still making money, right? I'm still working and doing my thing to make money, right? Because, you know, you need to survive. But I just think you've got to keep that separate. You've got to keep that separate away from what you're doing online. It's got nothing to do with you guys. You know, what money I've got to earn. Nothing to do with you. Well, and anyone that thinks it is, again, they're part of this grifting nonsense. Again, Jaren's a prime example. Roger is following in the footsteps of these mongs that just want to make money out of people. And, you know, Roger will be exposed as much, same as Vlad and all these other clowns that are trying to get some sort of money. I mean, Vlad's so desperate that after he's done his show, he goes, come on to Rumble so I can squeeze more money out of you. Literally. It's basically what he's saying. Come over to Rumble, I want to squeeze a bit more. Buy me a cuppa or something over there, or donate. And this is how bad it's got. Listen, it never used to be like this. You used to have a couple of grifters, but they got called out quick time. You guys are trying to make it the norm. It isn't normal. Sorry, not normal. Roger's like, oh yeah, I'm going to Antarctica. You're not going fucking anywhere, Roger. Just be honest. You're not going anywhere. You've got $3,300. Repay it back, or I'm just going to carry on. And not in. I'm gonna give it to the hurricane survivors. I'm gonna donate it. And by the way, my house was in the hurricane, so that's coming straight into the Roger fund. Yeah, don't try all that crap, Roger. No one's gonna believe you. Refund it, Roger. Yeah, so today my aunt is over from Australia. So it's an early one, and I probably might be leaving a little bit early. But as I say, guys, I'm gonna leave this on. I'll leave the list on. I'll get a couple of good videos here, quite long. Should bear me enough time to, unless it doesn't pause. It might do that weird thing where it just pauses for some reason, stops the video for no apparent reason when it's playing. It might do that. If it does do that, my bad. But hopefully it won't do that. Got some good vids on there today as well, actually. In fact, if I probably could play it from there, right, all the way through. In fact, if I do that, because we ain't seen that one. And if I bring that down. Three. Yeah. Go on in. Got anything else up here? Oh, that's pretty. Watch, I could put that down there as well, actually. Yeah, I'll bring that down. That's a pretty good watch. That's a pretty good watch. Oh, yeah, that should keep you going for a while, guys.
I know it's up for me. If you steal my sunshine, making sure I'm not in too deep. If you steal my sunshine, keep me bursting on my feet. If you steal my sunshine.
Oh, they're doing a special on Roger tonight. Max and Deplorable Ilk. You know what, Bev? I see that Deplorable Ilk's channel, man. It did. I've got to admit, it made me laugh. The way he does his videos and puts those little comments in. I was cracking up, mate. I was like, this dude's pretty funny. So I see the funny side of that, right, Bev? Roger takes that to heart. Roger say, oh, I'm going to copyright all my stuff now. I'm going to... Shut your weak ass up, Rog. It's because they're calling you out, Roger. That's why. Because you've been captured with your pants down. And to be quite honest with you, I hope this, is it Deplorable Week and this Max dude, I hope they tear shreds off you. Because you deserve it. You've been dishonest. You've lied about me. Actually, many times now. You never wanted to sort that out, Roger, when I come in, did you? That's the truth, Rog. You never wanted to sort it out, did you? So, this is the repercussions of that, Rog. I've been waiting, just watching, listening. Waiting for the right time. And, yeah, that's today. Good stuff. And it's going to be a hell of a long stream. We're going to probably be going all day with your face on the thumb now and that title, Rog. Great stuff.
For me, if you steal my sunshine, not something hard to see. If you steal my sunshine, keep me dumb and built to beat. If you steal my sunshine,
You know they're going to find some like anomalies. They're going to find something in there. I mean, I've been told that they never take that sort of percentages. PayPal don't take those percentages out. So Roger's either spent it, or he's obviously just probably dipping into it when he needs it. That's what I think, and that's why he can't show any real paperwork. It's wishy-washy nonsense, spewing crap. Yeah, I've got this bit, and he covers it all up, and just a bit of right. I mean, come on, Rog, you got to do better, man. People calling you out for your finances, Rog. You know, people start looking at you as the same as Duffy. Duffy's a financial crime. That's what he does. Financial crimes, right? You're kind of doing the same thing. You're ripping people off, Roger. Showing no evidence. Again, you showed no evidence of me trolling your chat. None, zero, just words. Just words and bullshit, because it never happened, Roger. Oh, for fuck's... Can you hear that? Someone's kicking the bloody door in. I thought it was the police. Yeah, Roger's losing his shit. Oh, that's not Elder Bear. East to west. It isn't Elder Bear. I don't know what. I thought you was Elder Bear for a sec as well. I really did, but you know, if you're not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is Roger's dishonesty. That's what matters in a truth community. That's what matters. That's what matters, especially when you wishy-washy over the paperwork and tell lies on people. That's what really matters. Not what's coming out of Roger's mouth, because that's irrelevant, because we now know that he's a liar. And probably a grifter if he doesn't show the paperwork, which he hasn't. He's just, as I said, he's whitewashed, wishy-washed over it. Try to show something, hasn't showed anything. Just waffles on about, PayPal percentages on 3,300. Just shut up, Roger. Just show the proof. Show the proof, Roger.
if you steal my sunshine.
Roger says he only has 2009, so this keeps going down. Roger, you're in deep shit, bro. Honestly, Roger, you've only got 2,900 now, so that's another $400 has gone missing, Roger. What's good, Roger? I told you, guys, he's just dipping into it willy nilly. Oh yeah, I think I need what do I need today? I think I might need a nice big crate of beer. Yeah, I think I'll just use the PayPal money. Roger, you're down to 2,900. This is getting ludicrous, Roger. Roger's now under $3,000. He's meant to have 3,300, right, Rog? The original was 4,500. It just keeps going down, Rog. This is just fuel for the fire, Roger. You've got $2,900 now. You need to explain yourself, Roger, because it literally keeps going down and down. And the only reason why it's going down and down is because you're spending it. It's pretty obvious. Now your clown friend Harmon's going to look like an idiot. Right? When you get exposed, Roger, all your panels being exposed at the same time, right? You do realise that. You're all going to get tarnished.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
Hey, what's up, Liv?
Yeah,
I need a roll up, man. I need a roll up.
who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I haver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and
I would walk 500 more to know if Roger stole that money, and he will end up at my door. Da-la-la-la.
I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, oh, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home to you. And if I drove, well, I know I'm gonna be the man.
I'm making a GoFundMe for the moon. Yeah. Everyone donate when every time the moon shines. Every time the moon shines, donate some money to me. Yeah, well, she wasn't a nice person, Santero. She really was not a nice person. I don't know if you've listened to her before or heard her talk, or she's just got a horrid personality. She's completely toxic, and she thinks that she was something that she wasn't. And all I did was bring her back down to earth. That's all I did. And I exposed her ass in front of everybody. Her lies, just making up bullshit and nonsense. And I completely exposed her. And Roger didn't like it, because Roger is best mates with PJ, right? PJ was going out with Vicky. PJ didn't like it, but at the end of the day, I was telling the truth. And what happened? They ended up splitting up. Now they're back together. But, and again, you saw Vicky's true self when she split up with PJ. She was disgusting to PJ. PJ ain't too bad, actually. He's just got a fucking drugs habit. That's all. He needs to get off that methadone, right, PJ? You need to get off that methadone, dude. It's destroying you. You can see it. You can see when his eyes are pinned and when he's fresh. You can tell. I can tell a million miles away. As I said, I've seen it up close up in my family for many years. That look, the pin look, the gougey look, I've seen it thousands of times, and I know exactly when someone's on it. It doesn't matter if it's methadone or heroin. PJ needs to get off of that shit. If he gets off that, he'd probably be a decent chap. But, when you've got a toxic woman like that that's prepared to say them things about you when you've split up, well, you know what sort of character you're dealing with. And that means, again, correct. I'm correct. I was right all along. And I was just showing people that personality. when she was coming in accusing people of being racist in my chat when I'm actually a coloured person. She's telling me, she's a white fat woman telling me, someone from South Africa, about racism. Right? She's a fucking idiot. And then she timed out Graham and Chills in Roger's chat. Why, she wasn't even in the chat. She was just lying in the background, ghosted, waiting for people to come in to ban. That's what she did. And then I called that out to Roger. And then Roger said, well, Chills and Graham need to come in and apologise to Vicky. I went, fuck you, Roger. Fuck you. And that's where it all started, was from that moment. Because Roger started simping for some toxic bitch, right? And he asked other people to come apologise to her. You can get fucked, mate. Not the way the English do shit, Roger. So I exposed all that thing there, right? I exposed the whole lot. I did a whole show on it. Well, I did about an hour, a start of a show on it. You'll have to go back and look through the videos. So, is it on there? I don't know if I might have privatised. I don't know. I'll have to go back and have a look. I'm sure it's on there somewhere. And yeah, you'll see exactly what she did. You know, I exposed it all, and this is what it's really to do with. That's why he got PJ to come in and ban me. He couldn't do it himself because Roger's a pussy, right? We all know this. He's a drunk pussy, just like his fat little mate Harmon Porker. Damn.
When I'm lonely, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. And when I'm dreaming, well, I know I'm gonna dream about the time when I'm with you. When I go out, well, I know I'm gonna be the
I mean, it was Graham and Honor who they had a problem with. Look, everyone's got saucy language and stuff and that. A lot of it's banter in the chat, and she couldn't get this. She couldn't get it. Scots speak a certain way to people from Essex, where I'm from, in the south of England. Scotland's up north. Right, we all talk. We've all got our little sayings and talking, little quirks and that, and she just doesn't get that. She's so retarded because I've got an Indian kid. Oh, my son's Indian. So? You're not. You're still a fat white woman. Trying to tell someone who's come from an apartheid in South Africa about racism. You're dumb, bitch. You're dumb. And I exposed your whole shebang, and then what happened? You crawled away into the corner because you couldn't handle it being exposed. Hey, good morning, Stace. Good morning. Vicky says Roger had 7 GFNs. What are GFNs? One of them gave 1,000k each to PJ and Flatzoid. Oh, is that the other GFN? Roger got paid for 3,600. What's a GFN from? GFN in the bank. So GFN GoFundMe. All right. GoFundMe. Yeah, so they got paid a lot of. So Flat's got a K, PJ got 1,000. I've seen people donate quite a lot to PJ. So PJ's not out of this, right? All this little group of people here, they're in it for fucking getting money out of you. That's it. Yeah, but the thing is, east or west, the communities, the white communities out in South Africa, they're all gated off. They've all got security. No one's getting in, right? And you can barely get out. Seriously, that's how bad it is out there. It's all gated, mate. No one black or anyone is going into those white parts unless you're invited. And that's just the way it is out there, bro. That's just the way it is. So yeah, Flats will get. He'd be safe. I made 3K in 5 days. That's a nice little Bunsen burner there. That's a nice little Bunsen burner there, though. Centero. 3K in 5 days. That's a nice little amount. That's all right. You can't knock that, mate. 3K in 5 days. That's the sort of money makes people happy. Centero. Many hours of work, but it's probably worth it in the end. Is Flatsoil in a gated community? I probably would think so. It wouldn't surprise me. You know, basically an all-white community, but these all-white communities in South Africa, they've all got security, mate. They're all fenced off. No, as I said, no one's getting in. I need that, man. we all could do with a 3K in 5 days, Santero. Damn. What do you do, Santero, to make 3K in 5 days? A nice little earner, that. Yeah, so classic song. Let's check this out. Hopefully. Hello, good morning to Chile. Good morning, Stace. Yeah, so what East is West is saying here. Yeah, they all got a little group of people that just want money. And Roger's part of that. And they're going to be exposed, man. We're going to keep on exposing them. We're going to keep on. I need that, man. Think a private driver. DoorDash. Bev. Uber. a private driver. Yeah. You can basically charge what you want, can't you? Really, if you're doing it for VIPs, yeah. So you can bump that price up. Santero, you know they got the money. You know they got that money. That little moolah there, the wonga. Santero's like, well, it normally costs $200, but I'm going to add a naught on there, just because you're loaded. Flatsoid had a GoFundMe set up by Vicky. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster straight away. Well, he's broken down car. This is what I mean. Flats, you got to do better, man. You own a fucking business. You do car spraying, right? So you're not short of any money, Flats. You're not short of any money. So you're doing GoFundMe because your car broke down. What, you can't afford to fix that yourself? You got to ask for people to do it for you. I mean, this is what I mean. Someone gave Flatsoid the whole amount he needed to fix his car. Crazy. But he still kept the GoFundMe going and never said that it's okay, I have the money now. Yeah, I mean, this is the same kind of MO as Roger, right? Yeah, let's just start up a GoFundMe, right? And hopefully people forget about it, but still donate to me. Still give me the money. Hopefully people will forget, though, that I've started, you know. But it still comes in. It still comes in. Absolutely insane. Yeah, well, Bev, I just said exactly the same thing, Bev, about Reds and Sean Hufford. I said exactly the same thing. Literally, it might have been just before you come in, actually. It might have been just before you come in. I said exactly the same thing. It reminds me of Reds Rhetoric and Sean Hufford stealing. I mean, they stole like 100k altogether, but it was done in 10k increments, right? It was done, and as I say, the last one was Sean Hufford exposing himself, saying he took the 10k to what is it, to pay his rent. That's what he stole the last 10k for, to pay his rent on his home. Damn. These people, man, I'll tell you, they're all going to get exposed. Everyone, one by one. And see, the crazy thing is, I went into Rogers to try and sort it out, and he obviously doesn't want to sort it out. So this is the repercussions of that, Roger. And it's just going to carry on. It's going to get worse. I'm going to keep turning the screw on your arse, Roger. Pause. You should never have screw and arse in the same sentence. That's a... I've been waiting at the beach over here for a year for Roger to pick me up on the way to Antarctica. Well, you're going to be waiting till 2040. You're going to be waiting to 2040, Ken, with the funds that he's getting. I mean, yeah. You're probably going to have your gravestone on the beach waiting for him. Yeah. The e-begging crew, yeah. I think we need a little thumbnail for the e-begging crew. A little thumbnail on Banner's next thumbnail. We get the Witsit needs a new car lawyer, like what? I know Witsit does it as well. Witsit kind of does it as well, right? He like, you know, what was his last one? 10k was it? He's 10k. He tried to raise 10k for something stupid when the guy's sitting in a room with a massive big leather settee, which is very expensive, right? He's got all this neon shit going on, top computer, everything, top stuff, all behind him, but he's asking you for 10k. Can't you see the game that's being played on you guys? As I said, I've been calling this behaviour out since before 2019. And all I've seen is it get worse and worse. And people making up dumb excuses and not showing paperwork and lying through their teeth. That's all they're doing. To get your money. I'll present something on screen that, you know, big smiley face, like Vlad. And then at the same time ask you for money to pay for his app that's eventually going to earn him thousands a month. Thousands a month. Vlad knows it. Vlad's done the numbers. I've done the numbers.
La différence c'est que le monde n'existe pas. Et puis la terre.
Oh no, Simon! I've just seen that. I've never met. I know. All I can see on my screen is spitting image. I never met. Right? I know it's going to say I never met a nice South African. I know because kids used to say this to me. They used to sing this to me. They were so cruel, the bastards. That's why I'm like who I am today. The kids. Let's watch it. It's quite funny.
I've travelled this whole world of awesome.
Oh no, you need the one with the puppets on it, man. I need the. Where's the one where they actually sing it? I can see what you done there though. Yeah, put on there one. That's a really. It's had 1.1 million views though. It's only 3.3. Herman the Tosser. All right, I'll play it anyway.
I've had sunstroke in the Arctic and a swim in Timbuktu. I've seen unicorns in Burma and a yeti in Nepal. And I've danced with 10-foot pygmies in a Montezuma hall. I've met the king of China and the working Yorkshire miner, but I've never met a
Nice South African.
Nice, never met a nice South African. It's not bloody surprising.
African.
Bosses who hate black people.
Witsit could sell his. Witsit's got a 500,000. Is that for real? Is that for real? Witsit's got a $500,000 camper van. Is that true? Shit, man. And he's asking people for 10,000. This is what I mean, man. It's got well out of control.
I know a guy who got a job straight after leaving school. I met a normal Merman and a fairly modest German, but I've never met a nice South African. No, he's never met a nice South African.
Hey, Dorian, welcome in, man. Great to see you, Dorian.
There's been a bunch of talentless murderers who smell like baboons. I've had a close encounter of the 20th
Did he just say they smell like baboons? Oh, God.
kind. That's when an alien spaceship disappears up your behind. I've got directory inquiries after less than 40 rings. I've even heard a decent song by Paul McCartney's Wings. I've seen a flying pig in a quite convincing wig, but I've never met a nice South African. No, he's never met a nice South African. And that's not bloody surprising, me, 'cause we're a bunch of ignorant love-nuts with
A bunch of ignorant numbnuts, did he say? That stole some land? Is that what you just said?
I've met the Loch Ness Monster and he looks like Fred Astaire. At the BBC in London, he's the chief commissioner.
It sounds like, do you remember that song, Call for Cats? Call for Cats. He's using the same kind of rhyme pattern, right?
I know a place in Glasgow which is bright with daffodillies. I met the man in Kathmandu who claimed to have 2 willies. I've had a nice pot noodle, but I've never had a poodle, and I've never met a nice South African. Yeah, he's never met a nice South African, and that's not bloody surprising, man, because we've never met one either.
Except for Brighton back, and he's emigrated to Paris.
Yes, he's quite a nice South African, and he's hardly ever killed anyone. And he's not smelly at all, that's why they put him in prison.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Jamais vu de nos propres yeux si elle est vraiment ronde. Voilà, on peut se poser la question.
Well, I need a drink, guys. Back in a sec.
Living in illusion, the earth is flat. We take some illusion, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do.
Oh, is that true, Stace? Is that true? Oh dear. But Nathan Thompson showed up a few years back in an RV at Whitsit's house. Then he got in trouble and arrested for drugs in the RV, right? So he was travelling in an RV, probably with bags of weed on him, you know. I tried to warn Witsy. Stays. He may have showed off, but he also could have bought one after. Oh, okay. Call for Cats. Yeah, you remember that, Dorian, right? Call for Cats. We called the band UK Squeeze because we had a band Squeeze. Oh, you used to call it UK Squeeze because over in Australia they already had a band called Squeeze, right? Isn't it the same like the way he was like doing the lyrics? It's 100% true, Stay says. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Right, I need a drink, guys. Back in a sec. I've got to jump in the bathroom.
Hey, Kevin, come on over here and tell them what time it is.
Okay.
I like having fun and cracking jokes and shit. Not in it for the stupid drama. Yeah, but look, that's what we do on here, Santiro. We're always having a bit of banter and a crack and a laugh, right? And it's always been like that here. But sometimes there's things happens in this so-called community that you've got to call out. I'm just the person to do that. That's all. That's all. For me, it's not drama. For me, it's calling out people that need to be called out. It's for doing dishonest things in the so-called truth community. Meant to be truthers, right? Not getting hung up on jokes and getting wound up on words and all this sort of stupid shit. We're all adults. We all know what a joke and a crack and a laugh is, right? But some people take what you say like really seriously. It's ridiculous. I'm talking about when you're joking and messing around, right? Today, when I'm talking about Roger and the scam and all that, that's not messing around. That's me being quite serious, because it's serious, right? People doing this in the community isn't a good look. It looks terrible, Roger. You're just sitting there, just wish-washing over in it every day, like hoping it'll go away, hoping people will forget, but absolutely not, Roger.
All right, now get out of here. I got this feeling inside, can't find no balance in my mind.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying. I'm
I'm
just saying that, Santiro. I'm just saying. I know that's not me. I'm just saying, look, what this is. That's what this channel's about. Is having a laugh, and it's actually about. Listen, we've been in this for such a long time, right? I don't need to keep going over flat Earth every single time I come on live, because you guys know exactly what I know. There's no secrets. I'm not got any profound knowledge about the flat Earth that I'm going to tell you. You already know it. We've been in this for such a long time. I don't need to keep going over that crap. That's why I just play videos and talk my shit. I don't need to keep going over the flat Earth constantly over and over again. You guys know exactly what I know. So, to me, that becomes repetitive and quite pointless, right? So, yeah.
balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know, Bev.
In Walgreens.
But Bev, I haven't changed, have I? I've always been the same. I've always did this, right? Always done it like this. I haven't changed. I'm still the same person, you know. And one thing I'm not is a liar and a deceiver, you know. And I'm not here to take people's money. They're the things I'm not. But when you start looking around at other people, you start thinking, hang on, he's grifting. He's not being honest about his grift. He's been dishonest. They're raking it in. They're just in it for the money, these guys. It's obvious. That's what you come to, right? That's where I'm at.
Well, I missed the clean when I step on the scene. But yo, how did I get here? And what does this all mean? The last thing I remember was way back in September. Johnny had it doobie. It was groovy full of pleasure. But I probably didn't measure the amount I should have taken. Now I'm standing on the feeling. And this feeling got me shaking, yo.
Oh, yeah, Santiro's in Ibiza.
dishing out the
God, man, I bet it's rammed out there at the moment, isn't it, Santero? Are you in Ibiza, did you say? I'm sure you said it the other day, actually. Yeah, I bet it's packed out there. I bet there's a bunch of English out there, isn't there? Being annoying, drunk and on ecstasy and cocaine, being annoying, shouting at people. You always get these British types in Ibiza, always. They were always there. They end up getting arrested and...
Yeah, they tasty, so yeah, it's amazing. Now come and get this slice, and if they try to take my herb,
I'm here for a week, man. Enjoy. Santero, I'd say enjoy yourself, bro. While you're out there in Ibiza, if you're out there for a week, yeah, enjoy it, man. Go to a few clubs, maybe. Listen to some go and listen to some house music or whatever you want, whatever you're into. But the scene's pretty banging out there, isn't it? It's pretty. There's a lot of, as I say, there's a lot of drunk, coked up English people out there that annoy the hell out of you. That's your typical Ibiza.
I'm mixing up my history, my memories are buried.
Oh, you're working, bro.
So take heed, my children, cause this story's cautionary. Yeah.
Oh, David, that's in San Antonio. Okay. Oh, you somewhere else, are you? Okay.
I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint.
I don't care about the clubs. Well, you should do. You should, or get your ass down the beach and go pull yourself a hot Ibizan woman.
I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. What? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Come on now. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint. So I was standing in the corner of the kitchen by myself, eyeing up the pop brownies on the top shelf. I'm thinking maybe just a nibble or do, but I didn't eat dinner, so I gobbled down too. Oh shit, I fucking blew it. Yo, I got to keep this conversation flowing. Yeah, too high to function. I'm feeling like a clown at a funeral luncheon. I'm a goner, man, I've reached my marijuana maximum consumption.
We'll have to jump in the bath in a minute, guys.
Through my knife for a curve, but I could be the hero that this party deserves. So I boot and rally, sink the last cup. Turns out it was my team's cup. Fuck, I got this feeling inside, can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. I got this feeling inside, can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. What? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. All right. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Kevin, what? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. All right. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint. Yo, that's right. Let's take them out. Man, I'm terrible at smoking weed. That's okay. I'll handle it. Thanks, y'all.
What's that? How long does that mean? Hold on, let's get. Right, I'm gonna run a bath.
This is good.
Hey, welcome in, Sherry. Welcome in. Please play this banner, but don't talk over it. It's the best AI cover of any. All right, let's check this out. Oh, hello Ryan, welcome in. Hello, is that Sergei? Did I just see Sergei in there? Hello Sergei, welcome in. Long time, man. I hope you're well. Another old school flat earther there. Roger bans me everywhere he sees me. He has all the mod friends doing. Well, he banned me. The dude put. He literally put me in his hidden box, and he told me he didn't. So there's a blatant lie, and I showed you all. I showed the evidence of it. Roger showed zero evidence of me trolling his chat, which never happened. I didn't troll his chat. He asked, as I said, and I'm going to repeat this. He asked Chills and Graham to go in there and apologise to Vicky because Vicky was being toxic. So he was simping. I called him a simp. Stop simping for Vicky, Roger. Right? And then I exposed Vicky for what she was. Everyone see the live that I did. And then she crawled away, split up with PJ. That went well, didn't it? Then she showed her true colours when she was talking shit on PJ, her ex. I mean, so I was correct all the time. I was correct all the time, and Roger didn't like it. Roger didn't like it, did you, Rog? So you got PJ to ban me, Roger. That's what you did. For a bit of revenge. And then when I come in and try to apologise, you wriggled off into PJ's live and said, "Oh, Banner rage quit." But Banner rage quit. Did I really? Or was I in there to talk to you, Roger, and I didn't want to talk to Harmon? That's what it really was. So another lie. He just this guy's he just constantly lies. But this is the great thing, East, because we've been here a long time, and I've been doing this since the start, calling out the morons, right? And they can't silence this channel, can they? They can't silence this channel. All the real flat earthers come here, not you biblical fucking tards that have infiltrated and tried to take over with your money making little schemes. Your money make lukewarm scammers. That's what we should call them. The lukewarm scammers. You're literally destroying it. You really are, and you can't see it. We need a disco ball. Sherry, that'd be actually. Hello, V Thomas. We've been here since the demise of the rave scene. What else was there to do? Hey, welcome in, V Thomas. Welcome in, man. I hope you're well, dude. Hey, Salad, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm not fighting, no. No. You've got it wrong. You've got it wrong, Salad. There's no fighting here. I'm just calling out dishonesty. That's it. There's no fighting. I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just calling out the dishonesty of people. That's all. I hope you're well, Salad. I really hope you're well. Yeah, I should get a disco ball, Sherry. I should. Don't forget the deplorable ilk Max live tonight. Forensic investigation of Roger's GoFundMe. Damn. Everybody get over to deplorable ilk. Who's Max? East is West. Who's Max? I've seen deplorable ilk's channel. I thought it was quite funny, to be quite honest. I didn't have no problem with it using my stuff. I really didn't. He did say a couple of things that yes. Banner didn't get this or saying, but believe me, I'm fully aware. Deplorable ilk. I'll just play the game the correct way, right? Deplorable ilk doxed Andrew. Oh, did he? Oh, that's not on. Deplorable ilk. Yeah, you can call out people being dishonest, but you don't do all that nonsense about, you know, showing people's addresses and doxing them and all this sort of stuff. That's not what it's about, bro. It's not about the doxing and stuff. Yes, we know Andrew B is probably a CIA agent. He probably is. He's probably some sort of secret authority infiltrated flat earth. That's what it looks like to me with his dumb questionnaires. the dumb questions, the questionnaires, and do you know this and that? Look, we're here to listen about flat earth, Andrew, not listen to you waffle on about it's just look. Pretty funny, man. I find it funny. And as I say, yeah, there's no fighting. I'm not fighting with anyone. I'm just calling out dishonesty. That's all I'm doing. And scammers and grifters, what I've always done. And it just seems that there's a bunch of group of so-called truthers out there that are grifting to hell and back. Lukewarm Christians / flat earthers. And they're all in it on the grift. That's the crazy thing, isn't it? I'm not religious. I profess not to be religious. I know there's a creator. That's it. That's as far as it goes for me. Right? And I'm the one against the grifting. And these so-called professed Christians that are holier than thou are on the grift. Damn. Holy smokes. That's something to think about, isn't it? Right, let's check out. I'm not allowed to talk though. I can't.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping.
I like this or not. I'm going to put this on the list. Sorry, dude. I've got to do this.
And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night
Oh, is it AI?
and touched the sound.
Yeah, you can talk, Bev.
And in the naked light I saw
I think Honor said it was AI, didn't it?
10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening.
Where is it?
People writing songs that voices never share. And
Yeah, he's AI.
one day disturb the sound of silence.
Jew Funkle. Is it art? Funk and art or something? What is it called? Art and Funkle or something? What's it called?
Said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you.
I've got to pause it quickly on that. This is AI, right? It's pretty hard to detect that it's AI, isn't it? From this track, can anyone else, if you wasn't told this track was AI, would you believe it was just a normal track?
But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made it. And the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming. And the sign said, the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Well, at least I know I'm not going to get striked or flagged for playing it, right? That's pretty crazy for an AI song, actually. Yeah, AI sucks. It does really suck. But would you be able to tell the difference if someone just played that to you? Here to help. Welcome in. Here to help. Welcome in. Is that Big Pine? Not too sure. Similar kind of Oh, is that Heart Earth? Is that a heart there? Is Heart Earth further up? I expect you to like my stuff, Banner. Are you a musician, are you, Ben? Oh, it's Heart. Yeah. Good stuff. Welcome in, London girl. Welcome in. Art and Garfunkel. That was it. Art and Garfunkel, wasn't it? AKA Jewfunkel. According to Santero. Hey, what's up, Dan? What's up? Oh, Jin. Is Jin. Jin was debating Flat Earth for 2 hours on Discord with a bot and never... No way. No way East is West. God. You telling me Jin was talking to AI for 2 hours on Discord and didn't realise? Oh, Jin, man, you got... Jin used to be a bouncer back in the day, right? At all the raves in the UK. Jin was a bouncer. Jin was one of the bouncers outside the raves. He used to be one of the guys there. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Jin was talking to an AI for 2 hours and didn't realise. Paul Simon, Art Garfunkel. Thank you, Laura. I knew it. I was just getting mixed up somewhere. Art and Garfunkel. That's what I was saying, wasn't it? I forgot about Paul Simon. Isn't that Red Flags? 2 first names? They're training a bot to argue the flat Earth position. It's just... Yeah, they're training the bots because the humans are shit at it. The globers are crap at it, so they've got to train up these new bots to do it for them. It's called the Sage Bot. Oh, right. So he's trying to trademark his channel. This is the depths that people go to hide their lies, right? This is what deceiving liars do. I'm going to trademark my channel, so if anyone uses it, I can strike them down with the wrath of God. Shut your weak ass up, Roger. Trademarking your channel. What a moron this guy is. It's because he's been caught out in lies and he doesn't want it being exposed, do you, Rog? So you're going to trademark your channel. I'm still going to talk about, because I'm not, this isn't slander. This is calling out your lies, Roger. It's not slander. It's all truth. I showed the truth. I showed the evidence. You haven't. You're the one talking slander. You haven't showed any evidence of me trolling your chat, Roger, because it didn't happen. He doesn't trade. Yes, exactly. Bev, he doesn't. He's not trading. He's not on the stock markets. Roger's not trading anything. The only thing Roger traded was his soul. That's it. Roger traded his soul when he started lying on other flat earthers. That's the only thing Roger's trading. He's not trading, babe. That's hilarious. I mean, it proves me right again that, you know, these are the lengths people go to hide their lies. They're trying to trademark their channel. And has he got a GoFundMe going for this trademark? He says it's $1,000, right? PayPal welcome. PayPal welcome, guys. Give me more of your money over something that isn't going to do anything. Something that isn't going to do anything. Do you think this trademark's going to shut me up? No, Roger. I'm going to carry on turning the screw on your ass. Pause again. Screw and arse should never be in the same sentence. Hello, Eldon. Welcome in. Hello, Dawn. Welcome in. Great to see you. Rest in peace, Indio 007. Indio, I think I've heard that. Logical, who's that? Indio, have I heard that before? It takes money to trademark. Okay. So, yeah, we're just probably going to open up another GoFundMe. Give me your money so I can trademark the channel. I mean, come on, Rog. This is getting ludicrous, isn't it? You can't put... why don't you, Roger, why don't you use the 2,900 you got to trademark your channel, right? Because a bunch of it's already gone missing. It started off at 4,500. Now we're down to 2,900. I mean, what's going on? You're telling me PayPal took all that? Something's very odd is going on there, right, guys? We can all see it. Everyone else can see it, except for Roger. Weird. Very, very strange indeed.
Once you pass that ice wall and you see the extra continents, hidden lands, unlimited resources.
Yeah, I've heard that name before, Bev. Indio. Was he about back in the day? Like, Indio top 24/7 FB disc. Oh, he's on Discord, is he? Okay. 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 Roger, I don't know what you're doing in the chat, bro. I really don't. You know, I'm not allowed in your chat. You still haven't unbanned me from your chat, have you? So, you know, me coming in and trying to apologise and all that, it just went through one ear and out the other, Rog, didn't it? There was no intention of you actually accepting my apology, was there? You know, you couldn't wait for Harmon to come in and start spewing his nonsense. Then you went into PJ's and said I rage quit, which was bullshit. I just didn't want to talk to Harmon. And you shut those chops pretty quick when Harmon come in and started to talk his shit, right, Watch? And then you try to flip it and saying I was being dishonest when I come into your live, Roger, in front of your live audience to do it. And you said I was being dishonest. That is just lame as fuck, man. Because the way we do, I said it before, the way we do things in the UK, if you've got a problem with each other, we go over the field, we have a straightener, then we go down to the pub and have a beer and forget about it. That takes two to tango, Rog. It's not a one-sided thing. Do you understand that? We both apologise and move on. But no, the intention was there all the time, Rog, wasn't it? You weren't going to accept it, was you? But I kind of knew that anyway. Just been sitting back watching your nonsense, and you're going to be completely exposed, Rog. You and your little gang of grifters, Roger. Your little gang of grifters. Vicky setting up PayPals and all this. You're all in it together, right? You are the company you keep, Roger. As I keep telling you, you won't listen. You carry on, bro. You carry on. Now, I've lost interest, Rog. I've completely lost interest because you're lying. You just lie, constantly lie. Why would I want to come and listen to a liar? I've already proven you to be a liar. That's the facts of the matter. And then when you said that I was trolling your chat, you didn't show any evidence. There's not 1 bit of evidence of me doing this. You just come up with excuses and shit for not showing it. When I showed everyone that I'm banned in I'm hidden in your hidden list. And you lied about it. And you started off with $4,600 and now you've got $2,900. Where's all the money going, Rog? Slowly siphoning it away. Is that what's happening? You're not going to Antarctica, are you, Rog? It's going to take you 20 years to save up that 40,000, isn't it? The rate that you're going. So all these so-called biblical flat earthers, lukewarm Christians / flat earthers, they're all on the grift, and these are meant to be the holy of the nows. And the people like me that don't, I'm just saying there's a creator, that's it, this place is created, beautiful. Right, not interested in the money, not interested in the grift, just about getting the truth out there, Roger, right? It's not about getting money out of people, Roger. But your little group love to do that, right? Love to set up these little PayPals and seen it. Well, I've seen PJ get given hundreds of dollars. I've seen it. For what? What's PJ ever done? Nothing. You're using the Flat Earth platform and truthers, Roger, to scam money out of them. And some of us don't like it. We've been in this a lot longer than you, Roger, and you will learn your fucking place. Roger, Smeg. Roger, you are literally going to hell. You do realise that. And the way that you're going to be punished, I was told by God the other day, I had a good conversation with God. I was high as anything on cannabis. And then God suddenly beamed a light into my forehead and we had a conversation. And I asked him about what's happening with Roger Ledwell, the lukewarm Christian. He goes, well, David, this is how I'm going to punish him. I'm going to put him in a small room with burning walls, with a little square table in the middle, a chair where Roger's going to be strapped to. His head in a device where he can only look dead straight forward with his eyes prized open in front of a massive screen. And on that screen will be you in heaven next to my son Jesus, laughing and happy, and while he's burning, and that's gonna be Roger's bone for eternity. He's got to sit there for eternity and watch me be happy in heaven. That's beautiful, because God doesn't like lukewarm Christians. He spits them out to hell, right? He doesn't mind hot or cold. I'm a cold, I admit it. But God likes the truth, Roger. He doesn't like deceiving liars. Calm as a bitch, Rog. Calm as a bitch. Yo, what's up, Jim? Tommy? Yo, Jax. Great to see Jax in. How are you, Jax? I hope you're well. I really do. Yeah, Jax. My auntie phoned me Thursday, right, and said, I'm in the UK. I'm coming to see you Saturday. She's from Australia, so they've secretly come over without letting me know, and then just said, we're coming to see you. And I was like, damn. So I started this early, and this is going to be a long stream today, guys, actually, because I'm going to leave it on. I'm going to leave it running. I've got a couple of quite long videos set up, so hopefully it won't pause. If it does pause, though, through it, it's not my fault. I don't know why that does that, but sometimes it does do it. It pauses. It might be like a blank screen for a while, but I will be back. See, at 9:30 now. I've got to jump in the bath in a minute, then get ready, and then I'll probably be out by 12ish. But as I say, I'm going to be leaving this running, so just for you guys. But make sure you donate to my PayPal for doing it, because my tyre's flat. I've got a couple of flat tires that I need you guys to pay for, because I'm a tight bastard. And I don't want to use my own money, so I just ponce off you guys in the chat. That's all I do. I just joined the gang. I just joined Roger's gang, so.
They've been lying to you. You can't have an economy based on scarcity.
Hey, Happy. Nah, man. Happy. I've got the family over from Australia, actually. Yeah, they secretly come over without like letting me know, and then they called me Thursday night and said, we're coming to see you. And I was like, oh, what? So I'm gonna go to my uncle's. It's just down the road, basically. I'm gonna go there and meet them there, and they're gonna want to go down the pub. I don't drink alcohol, so that's a no-no. So it'll probably only be 2 or 3 hours I'll be there for, and then I'll be on the off ski back home. So yeah. But it's gonna be a good few hours. Hey yo, what's up, Sarah? What's up, Jeff? Welcome in, guys. Big Jim. Big pond. There's one big pond in it. Flat tires, but no car. Yeah, I just got some flat tires in the garden. You know, don't mention that they're not even on the car. Just, I need your money. Any excuse. My tires are flat. I need your money, guys. I ain't got a car. I've just got flat tires in the garden. That's it. You can have a Shirley Temple. My dad used to bring me to the bard when I was a kid. That's what he'd get me. I loved the cherries. You can have a Shirley Temple. The bard. What's the bard? I think we're getting a bit lost in translation here. Bard, when I was a kid. That's when he'd get me. I loved the cherries. I'm not a glurf. I'm an independent journalist. Oh, you're not a glurf, East is West. That's good to hear, actually. If you go down the pub, okay, I gotcha. You can have a Shirley tea. Okay, I gotcha. My dad used to bring me to the bar at the pub when I was a kid. That's when he'd get me. I love the cherry. Yeah, okay, I got you now, Dawn. I got you. Good. A bar is a part. Oh, I got you. Yeah, it says bard. And I thought it was something completely different. Yeah, my mum used to... let's pause that. Dawn, my mum used to take me down the pub all the time when I was a kid. I've got pictures of me sitting on her lap in the pub while she's got a beer in her hand. I'm very happy though. I'm very, very happy. Yeah. Right, let's crack on. Oh, he is a glurf. According to Terra, he is a glurf. Roger says I am a glurf. He spreads all sorts of paranoid rumours. Are you a glurf or not, East or West? Yo, Chills, what's up, bro? Hope you're well. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we was raised on cigarettes and bad language and neglect. That's what the 70s babies were raised on: neglect, smoking, and bad language. That's because that's the reason why we are like we are, right? It's because of the way we was raised. My mum used to take me down the pub all the time. We used to have like a was it a garden bit in the pub at the back where everyone sort of sat, yeah, and the kids used to play. There used to be a little sand pit. I remember there used to be a sand pit out there, a little climbing frame as well. And this was down the pub, right? So they were like, yeah, bring your kids as well. This is why I love the olden days, man. They're not older. I don't see it as that far away in time. I really don't. It might sound a lot, but it really isn't. When you start getting older and the time starts getting quicker, the back in the day isn't that far away, really. Jump in the bath. Oh, I'll do it in 25 minutes. We'll see how East is to West is getting on. I'd keep an eye, but he hasn't trolled in here yet, guys. He hasn't. Him or Bev hasn't. All the times they've been in here, Bev doesn't troll in here, nor does East is west. I haven't seen it personally. If it happens, you know, I'll sort it out. But I haven't seen it yet. See, to me, trolling is like constant spamming and saying the same shit, and you know, just being a fucking obnoxious troll. Right? That's what trolling to me is. Right? I haven't seen that in the chat, so. Eastern, Western terror. Relax. Relax. Terror must have a reason, though. East is West. Terror must have a reason, man. You know, he is a terror's about a lot of places. I know that. So he must have seen something. East is West. He must have seen something. That's because Roger thrives on drama. Yeah, but you know what they're going to do, Chills? They're going to do the same old shit they always do. Yeah, banners causing drama. No, I'm just calling out your lies. The drama will come after this from you lot. As I said, I've got no reason to lie. I'm not in this to be deceitful, deceiving. I'm not in this for your money. I refuse any money that's offered to me. I've had quite a lot of money offered to me. I'll just refuse it outright. I have every single time, and the people in the chat will back me up on that. They've heard me say it many times. I've been offered money from the guys in the chat many times, and my answer has always been absolutely not. I don't need your money, right? I've got my own money. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not loaded. I'm just comfortable, right? I don't need your money. Go and give that money to somebody that actually needs it. Go down to your local town or Kensington Ave. You know, everyone's got a Kensington Ave, right, in there. And go and find someone homeless and give the money to them. Do something good and righteous. Not grifting online.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You could stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. No, I'll stand my ground, won't be turned around, and I'll keep this world from dragging me down. Gonna stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down.
Sir Guy's asking anyone, any location, any date in August. What are you talking about, Sir Guy?
And I won't back down.
Sir Guy, he said something like that. Can't see you, mate.
What's right?
Can't see you.
I got just one life.
Can't see you.
In
Nah.
a world that keeps on pushing me around. No, I stand my ground,
and I won't back
Your computer upgrade cache is still here, awaiting location deposit. One Big Pond, keep it, bro, keep it. It's your money. I don't deserve your money just because I run a channel.
my ground.
I'd rather you keep it and give it to someone that needs it. One Big Pond. That'd make me happy. That really would.
There ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back.
Suggesting you'll get a line to Polaris on your backyard. Okay. I think Sergei's in conversation with somebody. Oh, I think, yeah, all right, Sergei's talking to Bev. All right, gotcha, got it.
Exit the dome, new lands to roam. Into your brain, infinite.
Oh, chills. I'm seriously thinking about doing Tuesdays again. But it'll probably be only like pretty early like this one, and it'll be like it'd be finishing at 10 or something in the morning. Again, on Fridays as well, I might do Friday mornings, but it's going to be an early one, and it'll be before Iron Realm, right? Josh and the guys. So yeah, it'd be like a pre-show before then, a couple of hours. Sundays it's going to be a day off. Monday will be a day off. So early Tuesdays and maybe early Fridays, right? Depends how busy I am. So they are pretty busy days for me now.
The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge
They're not on Tuesday. Yeah. I'm talking about Friday. Friday will be. No, it's because I'm quite busy on the Tuesday, so it will still be an early one. Maybe just a couple of hours, up till 10, and that gives me enough time to sort my stuff out, get ready, and get out. Yeah, Fridays will be like a pre-show before Josh's show, so it'll be like, say 7 or something, 7 till 9 or whatever, like 8 till 10. It'll be around that sort of time. So yeah, we're going to go back to the old times, guys. The old times that we used to do, like constantly on. Basically, every time Roger goes live, I'm going to... Roger, you should have just accepted the apology and it would all be over. But no, you had to listen to your little retarded group of morons on your panel, especially Harmon. Saying, yeah, it's all right. It's all good, Rog. It's all good. Yeah, and you know what? I might change it up. For those couple of hours, just the 2-hour show or whatever it is on the Tuesdays and the Fridays, what I might do, it might be something completely different, guys. It could be something completely different. I mean, I might even go to the point of I'm not even going to show any videos, and it'd be up to you guys to put the videos in the chat to watch, right? We do, because we used to do that, right? I used to remember. I used to line up all the videos, and so it might be something like that, or just like a couple of hours of music or something, or just we just go live, right? Just for the sake of it. Oh, Dawn's off for a week. Next, is it next Monday? She's leaving for a week. You gonna still be able to pop in or anything? Gemini and Scorpio head to head. Scorpio has got the sting in the tail, Jax. You know, once a Scorpio gets tarnished or any way like that, they don't forget. Scorpios hold a grudge. They really... Scorpios hold the biggest grudge in the whole of the zodiac. Ban all the Glurf trolls on McToons want me to dox myself on VC. This East-West clown wants me to do that, I think. Hey, listen, Terry. You just do what you do, bro. You know you don't have to show your face and dox yourself and all this. I mean, it's just nonsense, Terry. Just do what you do, man. Don't listen to nobody. Just do your thing. And definitely 100% do not give out any information about where you are, Terra. Don't even show your face. Don't, because it all gets used against you, right? I knew this, right? Why do you think my name in that avatar is like that? Because I knew this when I started this channel. I started this channel in 2007, I think. 2008, I don't know, you'll have to go and check it, but I even had a channel before then. You know, when I moved, I started a new channel basically, but I had a channel before then as well. Yeah, so yeah, it's just I know all about Scorpios. No, Bev. Terret's been around for ages, man. He's quite a funny chap. He's quite a funny little dude, man. You know, he's stuff on the Arwin maybe crack up laughing, man. But you know, no, I don't get influenced by anyone, Bev. I really don't. I'd listen to people. I'll read the chats and stuff in there, and you know, just see what's kind of going on. But I'm not being influenced by anyone. I'll do my own thing, man. Yeah, so Terry, never show your face and all that. Don't do it, because that's what they want to. That's what they want you to do. So you do the opposite, right? Always.
Who are really controlled by
Oh, Tara, you must be doing something right. You must be doing something right. If they want you to show your face and all that, like, you must be getting really under their skin, Tara. Pretty funny, man. From here, it's pretty funny. Big shout out to Calm Down. Big shout out to the Outer Ponders out there, the originators. Big shout out to Kenny 5G and all the old gang back in the day, man, and they were well ahead of the game. Hold on, guys. I've just got to do something quickly. Just got to see what time. Oh, come on.
No, no, no. You just gotta wait.
There's Dodge.
You gotta trust God and give him time. No matter how long it will take. But he's a God you just can't hurry. But he'll be there.
Oh, I hate this bloody Facebook.
When you want him, buddy, right on time.
So long.
You can't hurry, my God. No, no, no. You just gotta wait. You've gotta trust God and give him time. No matter how long it will take. But he's God, you just can't hurry. But he'll be there, don't you worry. I say may not come.
Oh, come on. Only want to send me auntie a message.
When you want buddy, right on time.
Why is it taking this bloody long to load up the bloody chat?
Joe was sick so long until the flesh fell from his bone. While with his wife
cattle and children. Well, everything he had was gone. Joseph,
It's for real.
these afflictions upon me, Lord. Now come on and see about me. As they may not come when you want them, buddy, right on time.
Oh, this isn't loading up. I can't believe it. Why is that playing? I don't know why.
Well, some say he's coming in the morning, and he's gonna make the journey by train. And some say he'd be riding in a chariot, shaking like an angel winging.
The moot. Where's the moot?
I don't know how soon God's coming, but don't let him catch you with your wicked game now. He may not come when you want him, buddy, right on time. Well, you can't hurry, my God. No. You just gotta wait. You've gotta trust God and give him time. No matter how long it will take. But he's a God, you just can't hurry. But he'll be there, don't you worry.
Oh, what's happening?
When you want him.
Oh, just stop it. I just look.
Yes.
Just want to write a message. Hold on, guys. This is a nightmare. Hold up. Right, that's it. Let's just come out of this because it's just clogging up everything. Unbelievable. Now it's going to take ages for Facebook to... What is it doing? Has it just taken me offline? God. I should have never opened it up. Oh, what a palaver that was. Took 10 minutes to write a bloody little message. Oh, we're back. Right, okay. It might take a while just to load up, quickly sort itself out. We're on to the load arts.
Thank you so much, everyone. One more time, we're the Loads Arts. You guys have been such a lovely audience. We have one more song for you guys, one final song. And it's, I might need a little help on the vocals, so if you guys could sing along, that'd be great. And we have one quick announcement, parents.
I'm coming up as Coleman's mom. By the way, I just want to say thank you to the support of Fairfield Parks and Recs, all the sponsors, and just honestly everybody who supported them from when they started out in June 2020. So just wanted to give a shout out for that.
That's my mom. Let's all give a round of applause to my mom.
I should have never opened that up.
Managing the band for the past 5 years. We wouldn't be where we are without her, so we owe her a huge debt of gratitude. One other thing I'd like to say is wherever Steve and Kate Mizuraki are, it's their 27th anniversary today. So very happy anniversary, and we're glad you chose to spend it with us.
Oh no, not this zesty song.
I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. As the music dies, there's something in your eyes calls to mind to steal the screen and all your sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again.
Chills, it'd probably be about
Though it's easy to pretend, I know you.
it'd probably be about 12, 1-ish, around that sort of time.
And where's the chance that I'll be?
But what I'm gonna do,
So I'm never gonna dance again.
Chills, what I'm gonna leave this running. So I'm probably be gone like 3 or 4 hours. I'm gonna load up, I don't know if you heard before, I'm gonna load up a couple of videos, a couple of long videos at the bottom there. We've got a couple of 2-hour ones there. John Thor, a couple of John Thors, got Stellium 7, which is 2 hours. So, you know, there's enough time there for me to go and do what I do and get back. And hopefully it'll still be running without it pausing itself for no apparent reason. It probably will, guys, so be prepared. Because a few times I've come back for those, when I've done this before, come back and it's just paused for some reason. But, yeah, that's what, it's probably be around 12-ish, 12, around that sort of time.
The way I dance with you. Time can never mend the careless whisper of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind.
Watching Lost Explained. What's that? Lost and Unexplained.
I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend.
Chills. Chills. I had a pretty good idea. It was the zesty hair. Do you remember his hair used to come up and like that big like lion's mane, wasn't it? It was a big like lion's mane of hair. Ever since I see that, I thought, man, I think this guy could be gay. Oh, the series Lost Decoded. Okay, Essex is on fire. Yo, Slow, what's up, bro? Hope you're well. Hope you are well, dude. Yeah, I watched the Lost thing. I think I watched the first. It was like the first 10 episodes or something like that. I can't remember, but it just become the same thing every episode. It was like, and then at the end there was this big thing running around, shaking trees, and yeah, I kind of lost interest in it pretty quickly. But there's like decoded videos on it. Does it need to be decoded?
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other when the things we're gonna say. We could have been so good together. We could have with this day.
Hello, Ches. Careless Whisper was okay, but I preferred the follow-up single, Clumsy Twix.
I'm never gonna guess again. You didn't see that.
Ches comes out with the best ones, man. Ches comes out definitely with the best ones. Now that would have been a funny title, Clumsy Twix, instead of Careless Whisper. I prefer that. I prefer the title Clumsy Twix than Careless Whisper. I really do. It's a much better name for this song. Oh, where's Zesty Tarmo? Is Zesty Tarmo in the? Oh yeah, he's in there. He's in there. I thought you would have been at your gay parade. I thought you would have been at your gay parade, Tarmo. Obviously, not interested today.
I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. Where's the chance that I've been given? So I'm never gonna dance again. The way I
Time travel and all sorts. The young ones, yeah, the young ones are funny. Yeah, I like the young ones as well. I liked all those old comedies, man. The young ones, what was it? Del Boy. There's loads of them, wasn't there? Them old comedies, man, were hilarious. They could get away with a lot more back in the day than they can today. Chills, I was the same. I used to watch Star Trek nearly every night. It was on in like the UK, like, was it about 7 o'clock at night, was it? For a while, it was just like showed every episode. And then the times changed. Or was it a bit later than that? But yeah, it was being showed all the time, Star Trek. Honor's like, Banner, please take this tune off your list. It's awful. And it's sung by Gayness. Oh no, that's hilarious. Right, let me let's move on. Oh well, we got that tune as well, it's pretty good. We've got the Sugar Shack sessions there. No, let's just go to Many Rivers to put. They are talented though. They're a talented bunch of youths, kids, man. You know, they can all play the instrument pretty well. Their instruments. They sound good. Yeah, it's just some of the song choices, that's all. Between 5 and 6, yeah, that's it. That's it. Hello, Tony D. Welcome in. Great to see you, man.
Many rivers to cross, but I can't seem to find my way over.
Chills McToon and Fight the Flat Tits say the same thing, just the whole other meaning though. Yeah, Young Ones was awesome. Mate, that was awesome. When it first kicked off, man, it was pure chaos, wasn't it?
and it's only my way.
It was chaos, wasn't it? It was just pure chaos for like half an hour, or whatever it was, an hour. But yeah, the young ones was like we watched it religiously. My dad loved it. My dad loved the young ones.
Keeps me alive. I've been licked, watched that for years, and I merely survive 'cause of my pride. And this loneliness won't leave me alone. It's such a drag to be on your own. My woman left me and she didn't say why. Well, I guess I've got to try. I've got many rivers to cross, but just where to begin? I'm playing for time. There are times when I find myself thinking of committing some dreadful crime. Yes, I've got many.
Good news. The Guru Gathering tickets have been reduced from £150 to £111. Chez is actually going because of the reduction. Chez can afford it. £39 difference, guys.
As I travel alone.
Was that David Icke's son talking? Yeah. Isn't there documentaries coming out by someone called something Icke about flat Earth? It looks like it's going to be a hit piece. Did I put it in here? Did I put it in here? I'm not sure I put it in, guys. But I see that myself. Yeah, I see that myself. It looks like I'm not too sure about it because if it is something to do with David Icke just blatantly ignored the flat Earth, didn't he? So alarm bell straight away. No, I didn't put it in. I should have put that in there. I knew I should have put that in there. No, it's not in there. But yeah, I see the same thing. I see exactly the same thing.
And this loneliness won't leave me alone.
All I see was the Ike at the end.
My woman left me and she didn't say why.
There it is. Was that David Icke's son the other day talking about FE? What I see was they're going to make a documentary, Dan. It was some documentary, but his dad loves simulation theory. Exactly. You know, same thing that Archaic spews and Potato Nose spews out. Potato Nose said that if you off yourself in this reality, you end up in the real reality. What? What the hell? I forgot his name. I just know him as Potato Nose. I think everyone... Max Eigen, that's it, Max Eigen. Max Eigen says that if you off yourself in this reality, you end up in the real reality, not the simulation. Ah, what a moronic thing to think and tell everybody.
But I can't seem to find my way over.
Right, I'm going in the next QE's chat. I'm gonna attend QE's next chat just to see Terror and East is West go at it. If Archaics ever drives a library van, don't. Did you see that meme I did of Archaics? I took the shot of Buffalo Bill. Do you know the bit when he's loading up the van with the chair with his arm in a cast? Yeah. I took that shot with the van and back doors open, and I just plonked Archaix's face on Buffalo Bill's. So yeah, you're right. If Archaix, if you're walking around in Texas and you're a lady and a shady van pulls up and Archaix is in it, run and call the authorities immediately. He's still a moderate. I mean, you've done 25 years in prison for some heinous acts on women, and if you after that amount of time, you'd think it would be like, you know, really like. Well, I'm not like light, not moderate, not. It would be like, so he's still got some chance of doing that again. I find that really weird. That his risk was at moderate when he got released. Slow. How do you know so much about David Icke? Slow, come on. He used to be a goalkeeper. That's right, he did. He used to be a goalkeeper. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Slow's saying Coventry. I'm not sure what to, but yeah, probably is right. But yeah, that's facts. He was a goalkeeper from like a Division 1 or team. You know, a pretty good big team actually. Coventry. I think one of the funniest things I heard was an American called David Icke, David Icky. And now we got David Icky. Icke. Okay, Dave Icky. Yeah, I've heard that before. David Icke claims the Earth Moon is hollow, artificial, spaceship, megastructure created by a civilization to monitor, control humanity. Yeah, I was really into logical. When we first sort of come on the internet, 2005, was it 6 sort of time? David Icke was massive. He was like doing all these tours and shows and 9-hour bloody shows he was doing. Yeah, I was right into it. Because Flat Earth hadn't hit then. And it was like, you know, when you're looking at all the sort of conspiracies, I went through them all before Flat Earth even arrived. Every single one, I think. And then when Flat Earth arrived, it made all those other conspiracies that I looked at, it made them make sense. The cover up and everything, right? The distraction and yeah, it kind of made it all kind of fit into place. But a lot of people do it the other way round. They come into Flat Earth and then it's just a little fad for them. And then they move on to some other thing. And they're not realising that this is where it's at. This is it. Tony D, that's awesome, man. From goalkeeper to gatekeeper, it's absolutely spot on, Tone. That's spot on. Le Monde, welcome in. Hope you're well. I'm probably going to drive on a crazy saying it like that, but that's just the way I say it. Sorry, I'm from Essex. From goalkeeper to gatekeeper, Tone, that's awesome. I like that. forming on top of an ancient tree. Look at that. Bev, to be honest, I've always had that sort of mind. I remember saying to my dad when I was young, really young, there's something not right with this place. And I was only about 8 or 9 years old. And I sort of carried that on. My dad bought me like unexplained mysteries and all that sort of stuff, books, and I was into all that. And I've always had that feeling. It's kind of weird. And yeah, that just carried on. I mean, it stopped when I went out raving, and obviously it kind of stopped. And then when I sort of I was still buying in 95, 96, I was still buying the UFO magazine. Do you remember the UFO magazine that was coming out in the 90s? I was still buying that up to about 97, 98. And then, you know, I was in a relationship that broke down. Then I come back to my original home, and then the internet hit. And then it was just, yeah, it just took that into the internet. So I started looking at everything. Free energy, Anunnaki, everything you can think of. And then, as I say, I've done all that. And then around 2010, 2011 or 12, around that sort of time, Flat Earth hit. And it was like, now I get it. It made it all make sense to me. Oh shit, I'm still on top chat as well, actually. Chills. There we go, got the live chat on there. I can see Tone perfect though. No. I didn't. It made sense, like because it's all just a distraction, right? They're all distractions. They're all to take your focus off asking the real questions. And that's what I just see it all as. I see all that as just a distraction from Flat Earth. That's just my opinion on it. It's, you know, everyone's got their own 2 cents to put in. Yeah, it's the lie that exposes all the other lies. Yeah, that's nicely put, Chills. J.J. Abrams wanted the Star Trek contract so badly, he rushed the ending of Lost. Oh, hello, Deplorable Ilk. Deplorable Ilk, your channel's pretty funny, man. I see the funny side of it. I don't take anything you said as any kind of offence or anything like that, Deplorable Ilk. I thought it was quite funny, to be honest with you. And hello, Deplorable Ilk, who's in the chat. Are you going to do a thing on Roger tonight? You and this guy called Max? Is that on your channel? Is that on your channel? Yeah, well, you know, a lot of people are going to take that as a diss and all that. And yeah, what's this guy? To me, it's just part of all the YouTubes, right? All right, I'll make you blue, dude. Make you the same as everybody else. There you go. Just no trolling, Deplorable. You can talk your shit in here. You know, you can have banter and all that sort of stuff. Try not to troll people and be respectful to the ladies, man. And that's it. You can talk about what you want, really. You really can. GoFundMe debacle on Maxi's channel. What's Maxi's channel? Can you put Maxi's channel in the chat so people can take a look? Had to watch what you say last time we shouted exploration. The Kunst looked to stand for 2 years. Yes, that's exactly what. Yo, Bren, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Yeah, well, there's massive holes in it, Deplorable Wilk. You know, and I know. He's wishy-washied over the paperwork. He's not. He's down to $2,900. He was at $4,600. Where's all that cash gone? PayPal doesn't take that amount of cash away from. It just doesn't. So something weird is going on for sure, right? Yeah, I'll be quite intrigued, man, to actually to see how you guys break it down. There it is, guys. There's the YouTube channel where gonna have a quick look. Got to jump in the bath in a sec, guys. Yerba Mate talks. Oh God. YNT and Deplorable Will. The Wogger versus GoFundMe saga. The Wodger. Wodger. Wodge. All right, Wodge. I got you, Wodge. You're safe in my arms, Wodge. Harmon says seductively. So that's the channel that's gonna I think Deplorable Ilk's gonna be on there as well, breaking down Roger's GoFundMe saga. When's that? That's tonight at 11 o'clock tonight. Yeah, 11. That's 23. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock tonight. The UK time, I think that is. By the way. I'll see what it's about. I'll just do a quick. You just see what it's about. I'll have a little listen. What happened? Oh, it's the midnight in UK. Where's Tommy Rogers? Tommy was in here. Chills. Yeah, he was definitely in earlier. He might still be listening, Chills. Tommy, if you're listening, Chills is asking for you. So he's actually. Are you telling me? Are you telling me Roger's admitted he spent the money? Is that for real? Damn, Rog. You're just digging that hole. Keep digging that hole, bro. And that's why he's trying to trademark. He's trying to trademark his channel so people don't expose his ass. I noticed the tumbleweeds when I say things like, who are the friends of the flat earth rape? You are the company you keep, Ches. You are the company you keep. Oi, deplorable be Chills is god mod. You want to be, so is Brendan. We got a couple of god mods in there. If you do get out of line, deplorable, they will ban your ass. Catch you later, deplorable. Will have a good day, man. See, you know, I've had deplorable ilk in here. I've had Bev in here, and East is West, and none of them have trolled. None of them have trolled. None of them. As I say, trolling to me is a specific thing, and it's noticeable in the chat. You can clearly see it's happening. None of them have done it. So, look, if they're good in here, they can come in. They really can. You know, if they're just asking questions and stuff, that's all good. That's not trolling, is it? That's not trolling. Asking questions and say maybe it could be this or that. It's good to have the opposite view sometimes. But if they're coming in to cause havoc, then that's when I get involved. Or you, Brendan or Chills in the chat will just stop it. Or Jax. I think Jax is a god mod as well, ain't you, Jax? use your power, Jax. Use your power. Yeah, is Honor a god mod? Yeah, I think Honor is as well, and Amanda. Yeah, so we've got like 5 god mods in here. Amanda, very pops in every now and then. Now, not too much. Would be nice to see Amanda every now and then. Actually, congratulate her on her wedding. She got married. Congratulations. Yes, I'm very jealous. Any red-blooded man would be. That's what I mean, Ches. These guys, some of these so-called truth of flat earth, they want to be around the likes of McToon and fight the flat earth and converse with them. The only time I talk about these clowns is literally clowning them. Never. Use them as thumbnails and gayify them up as much as you can and make them look stupid in thumbnails. That's the only time I use those guys. I very rarely talk about any of them because they've got nothing without flat earth. You've got to remember that. They have nothing without flat earth. I'll keep an eye on it. Terror, I'll keep an eye on it. I promise you. Yeah. Completely traumatized. One of the hottest flat earthers ever. The fittest, hottest, beautiful looking flat earther we've ever seen is Amanda. She's stunning. She's actually stunning. I knew I should have took a trip to the Isle of Wight, Bren. I knew I should have went there. Maybe I could have wooed did some wooing, woo Amanda back to the mainland. Tarmo, if I give you a god mod, everyone would be banned. You'd just go around banning everyone. I know you would, Tarmo. I know you would. So no god mod for Tarmo. I need people that are pretty level-headed to be god mods. There's enough wooing Flat Earth already. Yeah, Terror, don't worry, I've got an eye on it. They always, listen, they might come in all good and happy, but they always eventually show their true colours, right? And that's when one of the guys are stepping or I step in, if they do show their true colours. I mean, I've had people in here that people don't really like, and they've been fine. I've been absolutely fine. I've had no trolling from any of these guys, ever. Bev's never trolled in here. Bev's always just asked questions and said it could be this or that, or maybe this, maybe Flat Earth's wrong, or maybe it could be this, line, flat, straight. It's just opinions, isn't it? I haven't actually seen them troll, though, in my chat. And that's when, if it did happen, that's when it'd change immediately. I've done it before. I've taken wrenches away. No, I'm not a massive fan of doing that. When people, I give people a wrench, they normally keep it 99% of the time, unless they do something retarded. But as I say, I'm not really in all these other chats anymore, Terror. I used to be years ago. So did a few of the guys in the chat. We used to be everywhere, But then it kind of wears off, doesn't it? That thing that wears off, As I say, I will be going into QE's chat, though, and seeing Terror and East is West face off. Hey, Infinity Brian's in the house. Great to see you, Brian. Great to see you. I don't trust these guys at all. Yeah, as I say, look, Bev's been in this for a long time, man. Bev did the Bedford level thing and all that, and it's pretty cool actually. But as I say, Bev's quite an intelligent guy, man, and his intention isn't to go and troll people. I know it. I know that. I know he just wants to get his kind of point across and make people understand it his way, but it just doesn't vibe with me. It just doesn't. But they're cool to come in. As I say, if they don't cause any havoc, it's all good. Right, I'm jumping in the bath. I'm gonna put some vids on. Got to get ready. Oh, is that it? Yeah. Let's listen to what fermented urine drinker's got to say. Let's see what old Dave's got to say. Good old Dave Murphy.
Okay, I don't know if he's quite ready, he may be, but I'm just going to say this. Dave was probably the first person, well, he was the first person I really saw, because I went down to Worthing and I went from not seeing any flat earthers to all of a sudden seeing...
Right, back in a sec, guys.
I ran a table.
Got to get ready.
We were going to do an experiment down in Worthing between there and Brighton. And then I walked into the bar and the very first person I saw that he recognised was this guy. And the other day, we coming through the airport and they wanted him to go through the scanner. And even though this is Dave's story, so maybe you should say it, I'm going to say it anyway. He actually objected to going through the scanner because of the radiation. And maybe Dave has spent a couple of seconds explaining a little bit more in the depth. But what it is, they were saying that they actually stop people randomly. So I've actually renamed him for this weekend, Randomly Dave.
Hi. I'm Dave, and I'm a flat earther. I've been globe free now for 5 years. Have we got the picture yet? Is this your presentation on here? Okay, so I've been doing a little series of videos called Flat Earth 101, where I kind of delve into a particular topic and just like try and cover it comprehensively. So I think the first one was called The Hunt for the Curvature, yeah, and the second one was called The Gravity of Dropity. So this one is actually called The Spinning, Orbiting, Hurtling Earth. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about Earth's motion. And to go on about what Gary was talking about, whenever I go into an airport, I will not go through their, scan bastard thingy, right? Because not only because of the backscatter radiation that they're sort of dousing you with, which they will tell you, it doesn't harm you in the slightest. Yeah, it's less powerful than your mobile phone. We know how bad the mobile phones are anyway. The main reason that I do not consent to these scanners is because if everybody who in the airport did the same as me, they'd have to get rid of those scanners. Right? So I stand there and I kick up a fuss very loudly. I get the supervisor, the manager out there, and I kick up a fuss. I inevitably end up being groped by the local homosexual. But and I make sure my body language, you touch something you don't. Right? But I make sure they know that I'm not putting up with it. And if one person sees me do that and decides to do the same, hopefully more people would do it, because we're sleepwalking into the end of the world. Seriously, people. I just watched all these sheep behind me just go, and I was told, during this process that. From next year or 2021, it's going to be mandatory. You're going to have no choice. Yeah? You are going to have no choice but to be irradiated every time you fly. That's what I'm standing up for. So, I'm going The spinning, orbiting, hurtling Earth. Now, the thing about this whole flat Earth thing is that you've got two opposing views, two absolutely opposite views, but they're identical. Yeah? When you look at them, they're identical. So it's just like this. Yeah? If you look at that, you just glance at that, you can either see the train going into the tunnel or out of it. Yeah? But if you just change your mindset a second, now it's going the other way. Can you see that? That's because you've got very limited information, yeah? Just a few frames being repeated over and over, and there's no difference between the two. It's just your mindset that's deciding one way or the other, okay? And it's just the same as if you're on a train, and in one of the there's a train next to you, one of the trains starts moving. Now there's a case to be said for, you know, either your train moving or the other train moving, okay? Without some independent outside reference point, there's no way to tell between the two, okay? Now, that's the same with the flat earth and the round earth idea, because it's only a philosophy that gives you one view over the other. Yeah, they've given you this idea of, you know, this huge cosmology, and you add that to this idea that, you know, it could go either way, and now you've got a bias towards one and not the other. So I'm going to be, maybe I'll highlight the times when you've got a train situation, okay? So this is my favourite physicist, and I didn't know I had to start this manually.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is, it doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
So that's it. I mean, that says it all there. If it disagrees with experiment or observation or experience, it's wrong. So kind of keep that in mind as we go through this. This was from George Ellis, who's a famous cosmologist, and it was echoed by Sir Fred Hoyle, who's the Astronomer Royal. He said that I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth as its centre, and you cannot disprove it based on observations, which means that the heliocentric model and the geocentric model are identical. It's another train, okay? They're identical, and it's just philosophy, as I think he says here, using a philosophical approach that you know, distinguishes between the two, okay? So you can see here are the two models. Now, the heliocentric, okay, is identical to the geocentric, right? If you focus on the sun there, it moves that. But again, if you focus on the sun in that model, it's exactly the same model, right? It's just, again, a philosophy that says one is different from the other, but they're the same. So we're told that the motion of the stars is what proves that the Earth is rotating. And this is interesting. This video is from, I think it's like Argentina or somewhere right down on the, at the tip of South America. And you can see it's rotating anti-clockwise, but the centre is way below the horizon, which is what you'd kind of expect. But and in a minute it's going to sort of flip around, the camera's going to move around. And you only catch it for a moment, but any second now it's going to flip around, it's going to change and it's going to turn around and you'll see it rotating, you know, so viewed down to the southern hemisphere. And he said, now, he says, come on. Right. So now the camera's moving and you only catch it for a short amount of time, but again, the axis of rotation is down near the horizon. This is down, you know, way down south. So you only catch it for a second, but it's like down there near the horizon. So how can that be? Because where we are, okay, when you look up at the North Star, it's like up there from where we are, okay? So you should see the same from the southern side. Does that make sense? Yeah, funny that, isn't it? Anyway, so the motion of the stars is what we're told proves that the Earth is rotating. And I've said this before, that, you know, Earth's axis is always seems to be pointing at Polaris, and the 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the Earth is what's causing the stars to look like they're moving around us. But any small change in Earth's position would mean that the pole would not point to Polaris, which is 2 quadrillion miles away. Okay, so isn't the Earth supposed to be moving around the sun? Yeah, that would constitute a bit of a change. But fair enough. If I'm standing looking at some stars that are 2 quadrillion miles away, if I move in this plane of motion, then the stars wouldn't look like they're moving. You know, just like when you're on a train and there are mountains off in the distance, you know, you can look at the mountains and they'll hardly move. Fair enough. But that's only in one plane of motion. You know, if I was to look at the stars and move in a different plane of motion, well, the stars disappear. Or a different plane of motion, the stars disappear. Right? But here we are. Yes, we're moving in one plane of motion, but the pole is off-center. So you combine those two, you're getting another movement in a different plane of motion. So, I don't know, again, if that makes any sense either. But the sun is also moving. And we're going to have a look at the sun's motion. Now, a lot of you have seen this. Yeah, that the planets are corkscrewing around the sun. So again, imagine that the Earth, one of those planets, is tilted on this plane of motion, right, away, and it's all corkscrewing as well. How can it possibly continue to point to Polaris? But this isn't the whole story. Any sense? The sun is also corkscrewing through the universe, yeah? Now, I don't know if you remember, back in 2012, that was supposedly the time the sun moved across the plane of the ecliptic. Does everybody remember that? Oh, come on, wake up. I know it's after lunch. But, so the sun is going up and down. So it can't literally just go up and down. And it can't do a sine wave motion. There's no physics for that. The only thing it can be doing is this corkscrewing motion. Okay? So, how are we getting star trails like this? It's only accounting for one motion. And it's the slowest out of all the other motions. This is impossible from their model. This is what they're also telling us is happening. Yeah? That, you know, it's that the stars are static and it's the Earth moving. Again, this is one of those trains. Yeah? Which one's moving? Okay? But who thinks this is ridiculous? Yeah? You know? So apparently this is what they're saying is actually happening. But we have some experimental proof that this isn't what's happening.
So I've attached the whole setup to
this is Rob Durham.
Tractor, which I've blue tacked to the table, and I've blue tacked the actual frame to the table as well. So this here is the.
I'll stop you there for a second. He's using a gyroscope. Now, a gyroscope has a property called rigidity in space. So once it's set spinning in a particular orientation, it will stay there, regardless of anything, regardless of where it is on Earth, how it's oriented to the centre of the Earth, or whatever. It's rigid in space, okay? So the idea is if you set a gyroscope spinning, and you know, you set it down on your tabletop, well, if the Earth is moving around, well, the gyroscope will stay rigid in space and appear to move You know, because the Earth is apparently moving. Okay, got it? Got it? Yes. Oh, for crying out loud. So I'll just restart, or not restart, carry on.
Angle that we're looking for. So what we're looking for is this effect. See how the gyro wants to rotate and stay in the original orientation? Well, that angle that is rotating, that this bar appears to be rotating over the device, that is the angle that we're looking for. That is the angle that we should be able to calculate this gyroscope moving due to the rotation of the Earth underneath us. So without further ado, let's get on to the test. So I've just attached the motor there. It actually takes 4 AA batteries to power it. And I've run this test quite a number of times now and put quite a few batteries through it. So I kind of know how long they're going to last.
I've sped up the actual experiment because I think it's important for you to see the whole 6 minutes, so I've sped it up a bit, so you can see it. It's important to see the whole 6 minutes because, you know, just in case any journalists are in here thinking that I'm, you know, just making up stuff, you've got to see, you know, the whole 6 minutes. But, yeah, sped it up.
Let's get up to speed now. We're going to remove the motor and replace it with the piece of Play-Doh to get it perfectly balanced. And now I'm going to demonstrate some precession by gently pressing on the horizontal bar there. And now I'm going to line it up as best I can, so that you cannot see the brass flywheel from above, and it's as sort of straight up and down as possible. So if we just take note of where we are now, you can see a 0 on the top right, just to the right of the bar. You can see a 0 is there. And you'll notice that you cannot see the brass flywheel from above now. So we are sort of dead centre above it. So now it's just a waiting game. So while we wait, let's just have a look at a brief history of the gyroscope. In early times, people discovered the spinning top, a toy with a unique ability to balance upright while rotating rapidly. At the time, sailors relied on sextants for navigation, measuring the angle between specific stars on the horizon. In the 19th century, Fleury created a top that was continuously powered by sextants.
Sorry, I feel I have to show the whole 6 minutes,
the wheel,
you know, sped up,
process
but
that had been used for thousands of gyros since.
just so you see, it's not
the first modern gyroscope was designed in the early 1800s by Johann Gottlieb Friedrich von Berhenberger, a professor at the University of Tübingen in Germany. It was made with a heavy ball instead of a wheel, but since it had no scientific application, it faded into history. In the mid-19th century, the spinning top acquired the name gyroscope, though not through its use as a navigational tool. French scientist Léon Foucault had experimented with a long, heavy pendulum in an attempt to observe the rotation of the Earth. The pendulum was set swinging back and forth along the north-south plane, while the Earth turned beneath it. Foucault corroborated the observation by using a spinning top in a similar manner. He placed a wheel, rotating at high speed, in a supporting ring in such a way. So going back to the test, we've exceeded 6 minutes now and there's no observable movement. You can still see the 0 to the right of the bar in its entirety, and you still cannot see the brass flywheel from above. So how much should the gyro have precessed? What angle should the gyro's axis have moved? The calculation is the sine of the latitude times 15 degrees per hour. My current latitude is exactly 53.06 degrees north. So the angle in which the gyro should have moved in 6 minutes is 1.2 degrees. Now this doesn't sound a lot, but let's assume that Léon Foucault's experiments were performed in Paris. He should have seen even less based on his latitude. And let's not forget that he didn't have an electric motor spinning his gyro up to 9,000 RPM.
So one of the proofs out there about the spinning Earth is Foucault's experiments with his gyroscope, a wooden gyroscope that he used a pull string to get going. Okay. Now Rob Durham was using a precision, gyroscope made with top quality brass and perfectly balanced and everything with an electric motor, and yet he couldn't replicate what apparently Foucault discovered, and all this idea is basically based on. Now, how many of you have heard of Airy's failure? Okay, all right. Keep your hands up. How many of you actually understand what Airy's failure is about? Put your hands down and come on, be honest. Well, I'm going to play it anyway for those who don't know. So this is one of the first videos I ever watched that kind of pushed me towards flat Earth, because even though this guy Malcolm Bowden doesn't believe in the flat Earth and he's actually come out against it and everything, he's actually saying that the Earth is stationary, and here's the proof of it.
If a telescope is pointing at a star and both are stationary, then obviously the light comes straight into the telescope. In 1729, Bradley found that he had to tip his telescope forward very slightly to get a star in the centre of his telescope. It was assumed that this was due to the motion of the Earth around the Sun. Let us assume that the telescope was moving at 5 miles an hour and had to be tipped 5 degrees. This 5-degree tipping, however, could equally be caused by the ether moving at 5 miles an hour, carrying the stars around the Earth. As we see here, the light would be coming in at the same angle and the telescope would still have to be tipped 5 degrees. So tipping the telescope does not tell us whether it is the starlight moving or the telescope moving. However, there is a simple experiment that can determine whether it was the Earth that was moving or the ether and starlight. All that you had to do was record the tipping required for any particular star, then fill the telescope with water, which greatly slows down the speed of light in the telescope. So here is the moving telescope filled with water, tipped at 5 degrees, and you can see that the starlight does not now reach the eyepiece at the bottom. This is because the starlight moves much more slowly when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say 10 degrees, then the starlight will then be visible again in the eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope. But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star. If the telescope is stationary and the starlight drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further. In 1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment. This is a copy from his original report. You can see that the two readings are virtually identical. If it had been the telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference.
So, right there is absolute proof that it's the stars that are moving and not the Earth. And this is why it's called Aries failure, because he failed to discover the Earth's motion. Yeah? But it's a bit of psychological programming, really. So it's called a failure so that people will discount it. And consequently, no scientists ever get told about Aries failure. Yeah? This is one of those independent viewpoints that, you know, if we go back to the train analogy, it's like seeing a sign on the platform. Where you see the sign, now you know which one's moving. Yeah? So this is one of those independent points of reference. And it's not the only one. There have been several experiments that show that, you know, conclusively that the Earth isn't moving. And the last one, the cosmic background, microwave background radiation, was the subject of a film called The Principle. And I'm just going to play you a section from an interview with Dr. Robertson Jenis, somebody I had a bit of a debate with. But we'll play that one.
If everything is moving, in other words, all the stars in the universe are moving, how could we possibly determine if we are the center of this moving universe?
Over the past decade or so, we have seen out to the very limits of the observable cosmos. We've mapped its largest structure, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe according to the standard Big Bang model of cosmology. What we have discovered is shocking.
On the very largest scale, we see a pattern of really big hot and cold spots which line up around a special axis, which has been dubbed the axis of evil. And that's quite puzzling. Why is there a special direction in space?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you asked that, because in 2009 they set up a probe called the Planck probe. He just came back with the results in 2013 in March. I don't know if you heard about it or not.
No.
The European Space Agency set it up in cooperation with NASA. This was the third attempt that they had to nullify the data that they were finding in the cosmic microwave background radiation that permeates the whole universe, that the Earth was in the center of the universe. The first one they set up was in 1990 called the COBE probe. It came back, showed the Earth was in the center. The WMAP was the second one in 2001, came back with the same data. And what they tried to do was say that this was all an error. There was some kind of misreading, or it was there was contamination in the apparatus or the sky or whatever. So they set up a third probe in 2009, just came back in 2013. Guess what? Same exact results. Same exact results. And what were the interpretations? Well, the Earth has to be in the center of the universe. And we have somebody quoted in our book, Lawrence Krauss of the Arizona State University, who says, yeah, this means we're in the center of the universe.
Let's pick up on that point a bit. And you mentioned that the background radiation, microwave radiation in the universe, supplied data from which it became apparent that the Earth was in fact at the center of a moving universe. Explain why that is so. Why do these data confirm that?
Okay. Well, the Big Bang Theory predicts that there was an explosion 13.7 billion years ago. Okay? So if there was an explosion, then that means the explosion had to come out equal on all sides of the sphere. It had to be what they call homogeneous. Okay? And that's naturally accepted. It's like homogenized milk. Sure. You know, you shake that thing up and you can't see one place from another place. It's all homogenized. And that's what they needed for this Big Bang universe. What they found when they sent these three probes up, yeah, some of it was homogeneous, but it's like having a bowl full of Jell-O with two swords going through the middle of the Jell-O.
What are the swords?
The swords are the orientation of the cosmic microwave background radiation throughout the universe.
What do you mean by the orientation?
Okay, there's hot and cold spots they found. It's not homogeneous. There's hot and cold spots in this microwave background radiation, and if you align all these cold spots, it forms an X through the whole universe.
Unbelievable.
And guess what's in the middle?
Oh, you're kidding.
No.
This is what the data shows.
This is what the data shows.
What mainstream publication recognizes
The University of Michigan, Dragon Hutterberg. Craig Copey, Glenn Starkman. These are all the guys who have done all the work on this microwave radiation. They write in their papers. They read one in 2004, 2008, 2010, and 2012, and they're writing another one on the Planck probe.
So you're saying these space probes were designed to explain away the X represented by the hot and cold
They wanted
spots?
to make sure it wasn't an accident.
Okay, so there were how many probes in total?
3 in 20 years.
And you're saying that all 3 confirmed what then?
That the Earth is in the center of the universe.
On the basis of the hot and cold spots?
Yes.
Whose alignment represents an X.
An X.
And at the center of the X is the Earth.
Right, and they call that X the axis of evil. That was coined.
Scientists call that the axis of evil.
Call it the axis of evil.
So, right there, okay, I've just, well, first of all, they tell us, you know, the motion of stars, motion of the universe, you know, proves that we are spinning, okay? Now, I've just shown you several experiments that disprove that. And you can bet the scientists don't get to hear about this stuff. You know, if they know about it, they're willfully ignoring it, okay? So let's see what my friend Richard has to say about it.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
It's wrong. You know, I've just shown you experiments and you know, science is about saying, okay, if we see something that doesn't match up to our model has to go. But they're not following the scientific principle. So, we're told that this is our solar system, okay? And bear in mind, all the measurements and observations seem to confirm this kind of model, yeah? So, you know, when we look through telescopes, all the planets are arrayed along what they call the plane of the ecliptic. So there's like one plane which all the planets go around in. In fact, I think there's 2 planets that don't quite do that, Mercury and I think it's Neptune. One of them, they sort of slightly off. But this generally is what they're saying is going on. So how can this align with that? Okay? Now think about it, yeah? The sun's moving and all the planets are supposedly in that plane of motion, yet they're all moving as like a whole system, a plate. Yeah? So just to think about this a bit further, imagine this scenario. So imagine I've got like a sun on a piece of string and all these planets are connected by some elastic band, okay? So if I was to pull up on that string, okay, we're told that the speed of gravity is the speed of light, right? Right? Oh, come on. So, according to that, if I started pulling on that piece of string, it would take 3.2 minutes before Mercury would realise something had changed, right? So, and 8 minutes before Earth noticed it, and so on and so on. So you'd get a cone effect. You wouldn't get the plane, you'd get a cone because they'd take different times to start responding. Yeah? So also...
Hey Kerry, welcome in, Dirt.
Inwards,
welcome in, guys.
If there's motion that way, there'll be motion of the start of the planet inwards. Just like, if you imagine you pulled something up, everything that's connected would start moving towards the centre, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Yeah. So eventually, you should get this. You wouldn't get the planets moving in a plane. They'd just be in a string, sort of following the sun. Am I sort of just making this up? I mean,
London girl.
But
turn off the zesty jumper, dude.
Makes sense to my mind.
It is a bit tight. I've got to admit, London. Yeah. It is. The arms rolled up there. Yeah, ever so zesty. You are right.
It doesn't make sense.
I just want to. I haven't even listened to this, to be honest with you.
got gravity there.
Well, that is gravity. You know,
No, I don't know what you say, what you're talking about.
what they're saying using the information that they've told us. They've told us the speed of gravity. You know, they make these
Zesty Dave Murphy.
If the sun disappeared, it would take minutes before the planets.
But London girl, this guy collects his urine and adds sugar to it, ferments it, so it's fermented piss, and then drinks it. He thinks it's got health benefits. Maybe it does, I don't know, but I'm never doing that. I wouldn't drink piss anyway, but adding sugar to it so it ferments, sugar and yeast, so it's fermented piss. I mean, is he getting drunk off it or something? And then doing these talks and conventions? No one knows.
I'm just expanding it for what they're telling us is real. So one of the things that I hear often about, the rotation of the Earth is that, of course you wouldn't feel it because the Earth's only going round, once a day. It's far too slow for you to feel it. Yeah? Anyone else heard that one? Yeah.
I thought I'd let you know.
Think about it. Yeah?
There's a bit of privileged information for you there, London girl. Don't worry, Santos Bonacci does exactly the same thing. He ferments his piss for a year on the side, adding yeast and sugar, waiting for it to get really potent, and then drinks it.
Roundabout, and that roundabout is 8 feet across. Yeah, the motion will be
Absolutely
3/16 of an inch every minute. You wouldn't even detect it. You'd have to sit there and look at it and, yeah, I see it, yeah? Okay, so imagine if you sort of widen that to a mile wide, okay? Now you've got a roundabout a mile wide. That roundabout, if it was going round once a day, once every 24 hours, would be moving at 2.2 inches a second. So it'd be like this, easily detectable, yeah? Now let's expand it to the width of the Earth, okay? So now it will be moving at 1,037 miles an hour, yeah? 1,521 feet per second. I mean, yes, you would notice it. Contrast that with the gravitron. Anybody been on a gravitron? Yeah? Come on, anyone been on a gravitron? Right, so you know that when that thing goes round, you're like,
Sounds like these students don't seem to be that involved, Dave. You keep trying to hype them up.
Okay? It only spins at 24 miles an hour. 24 miles an hour, yeah? And
But gravity, Dave.
Sorry, 24. Yeah, 24 revolutions a minute, 37 miles an hour. 37 miles an hour, that's nothing compared to 1,000 miles an hour, yeah? So, but, it's just that they're using this train idea again. It's, you can't test it for yourself. You have to believe what they tell you. This is also what would happen. And I think you're...
Hey, Squirrel, welcome in. Hope you're well, dude.
With water in it, or on it.
Squirrel snipers in the house.
Would collect at the poles.
Yeah, that's reality, right? This is reality. That's reality. Right there, there's reality. Right in front of your face. That's reality. Now, if they're saying water can stick to this ball while it's spinning, well, show me in reality. Not in theory or mathematics, some fucking nonsense, stupid idea. No, just show us in reality. Show me this, because this is what happens in reality. As you can see, the water just, gravity. Nah, that just doesn't do it, mate. Reality versus theory, which would be a globe with water stuck to it.
And I think Iru mentioned this as well. If you spin a ball with water in it, or on it, yeah, the water would collect at the poles. It collects at the equator and then shoot off at the equator. So, why is there land at the equator? Because if that's the case, if the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and only gravity is holding the water to the Earth, the water would still bulge at the equator. So why is there land at the equator? Anybody got an answer? I asked this to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he still hasn't answered me. The other thing that many people would say is, well, if you're on a train and the train's moving at a constant speed, well, of course you won't feel anything because you're moving at a constant speed and it will feel natural to you. You won't even know you're moving. Well, the problem with that is that science tells us that motion in a circle is acceleration in different directions. Yeah. So this is I just took that off of Google. Yeah. The motion of an object in a circle at a constant speed. An object moving in a circle is accelerating. Yeah. So you absolutely do feel acceleration. So let's do a little experiment. Yes?
I've seen this. I showed this, didn't I? This is when they go for a Burton. They go for a Burton Trent. This dude here is all cocky, like think he's the man. He's got some girls in bikinis on his boat, and then this happens. Karma. That's karma. The dude was showing off. He was showing off, thinking he was all cool and trying to turn the boat at maximum speed. And this is the result of it. Everyone hit their heads on the side and nearly knocked themselves out.
Yeah, you know what? I suspect their senses did notice that, you know? So again, Richard, what do you think?
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
It's wrong. We'll have a quick look at the Coriolis effect. Yeah. Again, Iru talks about this. So I'm not going to sort of go on too long about this. So they tell us that you know, artillery shells, missiles, and all sorts of sniper bullets all get affected by this Coriolis effect. Well, I did a little video a few years ago to show what would happen if snipers had to compensate for the Coriolis effect.
Okay, hold still now. This is for Obamacare, Guantanamo Bay, the Patriot Act, and that damn ugly dude you married. Perfect. You're all lined up. Now all I have to do is correct the Coriolis effect. So that's 51.518744 and minus 0.129039. Bearing to target is northwest. Average muzzle velocity? What the?
Hello, Sniper Rifles are us. How can I help you?
Yeah, hi. Could you tell me the average muzzle velocity for a SB-40 sure kill?
That will be in your ballistic table, sir.
No, I don't have my ballistic tables.
Okay, I'll look that up for
for you? I'm kind of in a hurry here, so don't put me on. Oh, shit. At the
Yeah, his name's Archaix, Ches. His name's Archaix. Yeah, we all know about Archaix and his criminal past.
Sir? Yeah, hi.
The average muzzle velocity is 1,024 feet per second.
1,024 feet per second. Thank you.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
No, I...
Sure. Have you seen our new line of novelty assassination tools? We're doing a special on exploding toilet seats.
No, exploding toilet seats? Really? How much? No, it's okay, thank you.
Okay. You have a nice day now.
1,024 feet per second. That's perfect. I have you now, Obama. What? Where'd he go? Shit.
Dave, what is this? We get it.
This is again some experimental proof that the Coriolis effect has no effect whatsoever. You know, it's just an idea. This is the Navy.
Oh, this is in Amsterdam in 2019. Damn, is that long ago? I thought this was recent. I literally thought this was 7 days ago. This is in 2019, for fuck. Ah, Dave the Rave. You should have put it up on there. You should have put up there from September 2019. I wouldn't have bothered.
Is railgun, and it can sight and hit targets 100 miles away. Yeah, it uses a laser to target its target, and then it works out its elevation and fires and hits the target. Now, if you actually sat down and worked out how that does that, then there's no way it could ever hit a target without taking the correct.
Oh, well, I hope not. I hope not, Ches.
The fact that it sights it with a laser tells you.
Morph and Chad,
that there is
Cain and Abel, Jesus and one's good, one's bad. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah,
from west
that's pretty
to
cool,
east.
man.
But because Earth is a sphere and wider in the middle, points on the equator are actually spinning faster around the axis than points near the poles. So imagine you were standing in Texas
and
had a magic paper airplane that could travel hundreds of miles. If you threw your airplane directly northward, you might think it would land straight north, maybe somewhere in Nebraska. But Texas is actually spinning around Earth's axis faster than Nebraska is, because it's closer to the equator. That means that the paper airplane is spinning faster as well. And when you throw it, that spinning momentum is conserved. So if you threw your paper airplane in a straight line toward the north, it would land somewhere to the right of Nebraska, maybe in Delaware. So from your point of view in Texas, the plane would have taken a curved path to the right.
So you notice they use the idea of a paper aeroplane and not a real one, because it would obviously apply to a real aeroplane as well. But you don't get planes aiming north to go east. Doesn't happen, does it? So it's rubbish. I was going to say bullshit. I don't think I'm allowed to say that. Right. So I'm going to have to hurry. But right, one of the things we asked is about helicopters, or we ask, helicopter is hovering, why doesn't it just sit there and wait for the Earth to spin round it? So they say that the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour this way, and we're going to use the idea of a Harrier jump jet, yeah? So when a Harrier jump jet is hovering, well, the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour that way, the atmosphere is moving at 1,000 miles an hour that way, and that must mean the Harrier jump jet is also moving at 1,000 miles an hour backwards. Yeah, that's their model. Right, fair enough. Okay, let's go with that. So I'm going to look from above. So this is the same sort of graphic, but from above. Okay? So let's imagine now that the jet starts moving at 1,000 miles an hour that way. Okay? According to their model, that jet is stationary now. Okay? So it's overcome its inertia going backwards, and now it's stationary with the Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour and the atmosphere moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Okay? Everyone with me? Yes. Okay? So, with that...
That was a bit zesty as well, wasn't it?
Now if that plane turned with... Okay? Everyone with me? Yes. Okay? So...
Oh, for crying out loud.
Okay? Everyone with me? Yes.
Dave Murphy.
With the Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour and the atmosphere moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Okay? Everyone with me?
Oh god, that's got to be a thumbnail. That's got to be a thumbnail. What the hell, Dave?
Okay? So, with that, from that point of view, now if that plane turned north, all of a sudden it's going to counter 1,000 mile an hour winds going this way.
Oh, he's chilling out, is he? Take care, Chilly. Have a good day, dude. Wherever you are. Can't see you in the chat there. You must have left already. Hello, Jono. Welcome in.
That's a distinguishing feature. I'm going to end with this because apparently I'm under pressure. Yeah, so I don't know if everyone's seen this. They've now admitted that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Yay! You know, so we didn't really go anywhere special. We could have gone to Basildon, or you know, it's like we didn't. It was still in the Earth's atmosphere. So where did we go? But if you think about it, there was a few problems with this idea, right? The SR-71 Blackbird.
To be Squirrel, to be honest, mate, I'm not going to listen to anyone. I don't care what information he's got. If he's done that to a woman and spent 25, 30 years in prison for it, sorry, mate. It's just just doesn't vibe with me, mate.
Top speed 2,200 miles an hour, right? But when it goes to that speed, it heats up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit, 300 degrees centigrade. So, if the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere, well, shouldn't it heat up? Even though they say...
I'm not, you know, me personally, I'm not shooting no messenger or anything. I just don't want to listen to a guy that's done that. It's more of a moral thing, right?
It will still encounter friction from that air, which means the moon cannot be in this perfectly balanced situation where it turns at the exact same speed as its rotation. So the face always faces Earth.
Yeah, no, leave. Look, yeah, Squirrel's cool, man. Squirrel's cool. Don't block Squirrel.
That same attitude. It's impossible. Yeah, even the fact that the moon is moving away from us, yeah, means that its orbit is getting bigger, which means it's going to slow down. So it means that the moon should start turning around, so we see the backside of it. Does everybody follow that? Yeah. Right. So again, impossible. I think this is the last thing. This is the last one anyway, so.
CGI fest. There you go. Look at that. Obvious CGI.
Everything is moving at the same speed, even when it appears at the horizon. Everything is moving at the same speed. That's not what we see in real life. It just means that we're not seeing something.
So the camera's facing out. This looks like a piece of something they've just plonked in front of the camera, right in front of the camera. This is a projection at the back here, rolling over, and that's how they do it. That's how this is done. You can obviously see this is some sort of model or something right close to the camera. with a projection, front screen projection. There you go.
You know, thousands and thousands of miles across.
Bit of CGI, a bit of effects added.
It's hundreds of yards. Yeah? And ever since we started pointing out this mistake, now they've got the technology a bit better, and now they're putting out newer versions that are right. But they can't get rid of the stuff that they made before, which is wrong. So, you know, we can tell it's all, I'm going to use it, bullshit.
It's wrong.
Our government textbooks tell us that nobody in the ancient world had ever crossed the Atlantic before Columbus, but the voyage of the Mayflower only took 60 days. Are we honestly to believe that no one had ever previously taken the 60-day trip in all of human history? The great civilizations of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Sumer, Greece, Rome, and the seafaring Phoenicians never wondered what was out west past 59 days sailing? If we accept this improbability, we have to accept many more along with it, because the Native American cultures of the New World and the Eurasian cultures of the Old World were already far too similar to have naturally evolved separately. For instance, compare the Peruvians and Egyptians. The number of complex comparisons between the two peoples far surpasses serendipity. Both cultures believed in an immaterial soul which reincarnates through multiple physical existences. They both worshipped the sun, moon, and stars, and held amazing astronomical knowledge, much of which has just recently been rediscovered. Both peoples built amazing stone pyramids, often containing boulders too heavy for modern cranes to lift, quarried from miles away. Both cultures embalmed and mummified their dead. Peruvian and Egyptian royalty both wrapped children's heads in the practice of skull elongation, like trepanning, to attain higher consciousness. They both divided the year into 12 months. Both peoples had a women's order of Vestal virgins vowed to celibacy, and violating their vows was punished on both continents by being buried alive.
What?
Both cultures offered animal sacrifices and divined the future by examining the animal's entrails. They both built huge arches and strewed the road with flowers for returning home triumphant warriors. At the beginning of each agricultural season, during a big celebration, the kings placed their hands to the plow and plowed the first furrow. Are we to believe such incredibly specific practices developed completely independent of one another? Ignatius Donnelly wrote, "When the Spanish missionaries first set foot upon the soil of America in the 15th century, they were amazed to find the cross was as devoutly worshipped by the Red Indians as by themselves. Ancient symbols like the cross and the swastika already existed in the Americas long before the Europeans came. Egyptian symbols like the Ekeru, back-to-back lion gods hieroglyph, are found in Olmec temples from ancient Mexico. We have also found Mayan art and glyphs in Egypt. Modern Mayans and tribal Egyptians both recognize the languages found in their countries as that of their ancestors, and both can read much of it. We've discovered artwork 2,000 to 3,000 years old, clearly depicting Negroes and Caucasians in Central America. The establishment remains silent on all these issues. The similarities between Old World European and American peoples are vast and difficult to accept as mere coincidence. The use of cement, bricks, arches, and advanced masonry and architecture is found on both sides of the Atlantic, as well as roads, stone and suspension bridges, metallurgy, ore mining of copper, tin, bronze, gold, silver, and iron, sculpture, painting, engraving, agriculture, navigation, large sailing vessels, pottery, glasswork, and music. Both Old and New Worlders fashioned
Mezcal is like the brother of tequila.
spears, swords,
I need some
battle axes,
mezcal.
darts and slings.
Can you send me some mezcal, Carrie?
Pennants all long existed on both continents. Ignatius Donnelly wrote, "If we find on both sides of the Atlantic precisely the same arts, sciences, religious beliefs, habits, customs, and traditions, it is absurd to say that the peoples of the two continents arrived separately by precisely the same steps at precisely the same ends. When we consider the resemblance of the civilizations of the Mediterranean nations to one another, no man is silly enough to pretend that Rome, Greece, Egypt, Assyria, Phoenicia, each spontaneously and separately invented the arts, sciences, habits, and opinions in which they agreed. But we proceed to trace out the thread of descent or connection from one to another. Why should a rule of interpretation prevail as between the two sides of the Atlantic, different from that which holds good as to the two sides of the Mediterranean Sea? If in the one case similarity of origin has unquestionably produced similarity of arts, customs, and condition, why, in the other, should not similarity of arts, customs, and condition prove similarity of origin? Is there any instance in the world of two peoples without knowledge of or intercourse with each other happening upon the same invention, whether that invention be an arrowhead or a steam engine? If it required of mankind a lapse of at least 6,000 years before it began anew the work of invention, and took up the thread of original thought where Atlantis dropped it, what probability is there of 3 or 4 separate nations all advancing at the same speed to precisely the same arts and opinions? The proposition is untenable. If, then, we prove that on both sides of the Atlantic civilizations were found substantially identical, we have demonstrated that they must have descended one from the other, or have radiated from some common source. Stubborn Egyptologists, anthropologists, and our government textbooks also claim that the ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, and Babylonian cultures all somehow started at the height of their civilization and rapidly devolved as their empires fell. This is standard accepted fact, but how is it possible that such advanced cultures just magically appeared at the beginning of recorded history? James Arthur wrote, "The region of Mesopotamia, which seems to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere, according to academia, had a high knowledge of astronomy, architecture, a pantheon of gods, agriculture, gourmet foods, and courts. It is considered to be the cradle of civilization. Mesopotamia, in the north, encompassed the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, which flowed from the Garden of Eden in the Genesis stories. The places known as Atlantis, Dilmun, and Lemuria are mentioned in the records of Sumeria. This is an obvious indication that these societies or cities predated the Sumerian era. Therefore, the Mesopotamian civilization did not suddenly appear out of nowhere. It was more likely a relocated, ancient, lost civilization." Stephen Miller said, "One of the great mysteries that Egyptologists can never explain is this devolution, this retrograde. You look at the Old Kingdom, the pyramids, the type of hieroglyphs, the type of jewelry, the type of art produced, and then as it goes forward to the Middle Kingdom, it devolves. It's less advanced. To the New Kingdom, when they didn't even build in granite or limestone anymore, but in sandstone, a much softer stone, easier to work with. Are we honestly to believe that advanced mathematics, medicine, astronomy, architecture, art, writing, and a complex spirituality were already fully developed from the very beginning of human civilization?" John Anthony West wrote, "How does a complex civilization spring full-blown into being? Look at a 1905 automobile and compare it to a modern one. There is no mistaking the process of development. But in Egypt, there are no parallels. Everything is right there at the start." Commons Beaumont wrote, "The ancient civilization of the land we call Egypt has been pronounced by archaeologists as flawless of its type from the very first. It reveals none of the painful steps from primeval beginnings passing through the Paleolithic, Neolithic, and Bronze Age to that of iron, it apparently burst upon the scene into exotic radiance, its perfected civilization accordingly having been described as a miracle. Science cannot admit any such miracle, and another explanation must be forthcoming. And Michael Tessarian wrote, "What we call Egypt lasted longer than the later Hellenic, Roman, Byzantine, medieval, Renaissance, Enlightenment, industrial, and modern ages put together and multiplied by 3. The manipulators of history, therefore, purposely concentrate our attention on the latter days in order to prevent us delving back into Egypt's past. They do so understandably, for they have everything to lose once humankind becomes reintroduced to the archive of knowledge and wisdom that was common to our ancestors." Today, there are hundreds of pyramids still standing all over the world from India to Peru, cultures separated by the Atlantic who supposedly never discovered each other's existence, built these giant triangular structures, aligned them to cardinal directions, encoded within them sacred geometry and mathematics, and used them as a sepulchre. Acharya S. wrote, "As Keel says in Disneyland of the Gods, we know that pyramid building was once a universal practice throughout the world. Over 6,000 years ago, unknown peoples were assembling great pyramids in Mexico. Gigantic man-made mounds were constructed in China, Great Britain, North America, and on remote Pacific islands, while the Egyptians were still living in mud huts along the Nile. During World War II, pilots flying the Hump reported seeing one or more massive pyramids standing silently in isolated Himalaya valleys. Of the ubiquitousness and similarity of pyramids, David Hatcher Childress states, Mayan pyramids are found from Central America to as far away as the Indonesian island of Java. The pyramid of Suka, on the slopes of Mount Lawu, near Surakarta, in central Java, is an amazing temple with stone stelae and a step pyramid that would match any in the jungles of Central America. The pyramid is in fact virtually identical to the pyramids found at the ancient Mayan site at Oaxaca near Tikal. In speaking of the global civilization, Keel elucidates the weaknesses of the current archaeological paradigm. All these things seem to be interrelated, as if they were once part of some great civilization, a common culture that spread throughout the world and then died. We have a reasonably complete history of the past 2,000 years, and a half-baked archaeological reconstruction of the past 5,000 years. But there are so many gaps in our knowledge that most of the popular archaeological theories really have very little merit. Indeed, we can't even be sure that the Egyptians built the Great Pyramid. In fact, the Great Pyramid is admittedly much more ancient than the Egyptians of history. As Hotema relates, when the most ancient Egyptians first saw the mysterious Sphinx and the Great Pyramid of Giza, only their tops projected above the wind-blown sand of the desert. They knew no more about the purpose of these structures or when they were built than we do. The Great Pyramids at Giza, even by today's standards, are absolute miracles in architecture, masonry and construction, mathematics and astronomy. The dimensions of the pyramids are extremely accurate, and the site was leveled to within a fraction of an inch over the entire base. This is comparable to the accuracy possible with modern construction and surveying methods and laser leveling. Alan Alford wrote, "Beneath the now removed outer layer, the pyramid's construction consists of approximately 2,500,000 dressed stones, mostly yellow limestone, but with harder granite for certain interior features. The total mass of the Great Pyramid is estimated at around 90 million cubic feet, which would weigh between 6 and 7 million tons. To put this into proper perspective, the highest cathedral nave in Europe would fit 3 times into its height, and its mass exceeds that of all the cathedrals, churches, and chapels built in England since the beginning of Christianity. The Great Pyramid is often cited as the largest building on Earth, with twice the volume and 30 times the mass of New York's famous Empire State Building. The pyramid rests on an artificially leveled platform which is less than 22 inches thick, yet is still almost perfectly level, with errors of less than an inch across its entire area, despite supporting such an enormous weight for thousands of years. The base of the pyramid is set out perfectly square, no mean feat of engineering in itself. Up until the last millennium, the pyramids were covered completely with smooth, polished limestone casing blocks. In other words, the pyramids were not an irregular-looking series of steps with a missing capstone like
flat,
they are now.
Smooth.
They were covered with 115,000 10-ton casing sheets of polished limestone, fitted so perfectly that a razor's edge couldn't get between the casings.
Can you imagine what that looked like when it was completed? And
the Egyptians wrote how it reflected the sun.
Like the face stones on it, yeah, it would look amazing,
Today,
just like that.
There are still a few polished casings left over at the base of one side. Alan Alford wrote, "Our first example of 20th century engineering in the Giza pyramids is the 6-sided limestone casing blocks, which were polished and precision carved to fit perfectly with each other and the core stones, with joints measuring less than 1/50th of an inch. As if this was not incredible enough, all of these stones were found to be joined together with an extremely fine but strong cement, which had been applied evenly on semi-vertical faces across a surface expanse covering 21 acres on the Great Pyramid alone." The second example is the internal passages of the Great Pyramid. These passages have been measured countless times and found to be perfectly straight, with a deviation, in the case of the descending passage, of less than 1/50th of an inch along its masonry part. Over a length of 150 feet, that is incredible. If one includes the further 200 feet of passage bored through the solid rock, the error is less than 1/4 of an inch. Now this is engineering of the highest precision, comparable with 20th century technology, but supposedly achieved 4,500 years ago. Our third example is the machining of granite within the pyramids. One of the first archaeologists to carry out a thorough survey of the pyramid was Petrie, who was particularly struck by the granite coffer in the king's chamber. The precision with which the coffer had been carved out of a single block of extremely hard granite struck him as quite remarkable. Petrie estimated that diamond-tipped drills would need to have been applied with a pressure of 2 tons in order to hollow out the granite box. It was not a serious suggestion as to the method actually used, but simply his way of expressing the impossibility of creating that artifact using 19th century technology. It is still a difficult challenge even with 20th century technology, and yet we are supposed to believe that Khufu achieved this at a time when the Egyptians possessed only the most basic copper hand tools. Under the pyramids are large tunnels, hundreds of meters deep, drilled into limestone bedrock with almost perfect 90-degree angles. This kind of drilling technology has only existed, in our current paradigm, for under a century. So how were they drilling, chiseling, and lifting all these megalithic structures? In a famous meeting with a panel of Egyptologists, author of Giza Power Plant, Christopher Dunn, brought a slab of granite, a hammer, and a copper chisel, and asked for a demonstration of how Egyptians were supposed to have chiseled out 1,000-ton granite obelisks using simple hand tools. After a few whacks at it, the copper chisel had a deep indent, and not a chip of granite was displaced. Alan Alford wrote, "Chris Dunn found that many artifacts bore the same marks as conventional 20th century machining methods, sawing, lathe."
I've always been fascinated by these little like notches on these. They're everywhere. See them everywhere. There you can see them. On all these ancient buildings, there's these little weird notches.
And milling practices.
I remember looking at this back in the day.
Interested, however, in the
pretty
evidence of
interesting.
a modern processing technique known as trepanning. This process is used to excavate a hollow in a block of hard stone by first drilling and
Hey,
then
Matthew
breaking out
Roberts,
the
welcome
remaining
in.
core. Petrie had studied both the hollows and the cores and been astonished to find spiral grooves.
Hello, Martin.
in the
Welcome
core,
in.
which indicated a drill
See you
feed
guys.
rate of 0.1 inches per revolution of the drill. This initially seemed to be impossible. In 1983, Dunn had ascertained that industrial diamond drills could cut granite with a drill rotation speed of 900 revolutions per
Low
minute
audio.
and a feed rate of
Okay, let me sort that out. It shouldn't be low audio. Let me just.
What these technicalities actually mean is that the ancient Egyptians were cutting their granite with a feed rate 500 times greater than 1983 technology. W.M. Petrie wrote, "On the granite core, the spiral of the cut sinks 1 inch in the circumference of 6 inches, a rate of plowing
Is that better?
out which is astonishing. These rapid spiral grooves cannot be ascribed to anything but the descent of the drill into the granite under
I think that's going to be a
enormous
bit
pressure." Graham Hancock wrote, "Wasn't it peculiar that at the supposed dawn of human civilization, more than
Yo,
4,500
Scotty
years
Dog's
ago,
in the house.
the ancient Egyptians had acquired what sounded like industrial age drills, packing a ton or more of punch and capable of slicking through hard stones like
That's a possibility. I've thought that as well, Simon. Actually,
wrote,
maybe the pyramids were built to survive
Giza,
some sort
there
of
are granite
catastrophic event,
portcullises in the
a
lower
cataclysmic. You
passages
know, something
which
really
still baffle experts today. Firstly, their complex design
tighter than a duck's arse.
than deterring robbers.
Scotty Dog. Scotty Dog.
It would take about 50 men to lift the portcullis slabs.
Yeah, I
into
thought
place.
that as well. I mean, so many things do go through your mind when you're looking at these old structures.
By a few men at a time. The pyramids also encode high mathematics, supposedly unknown to the simple ancient Egyptians. To begin with,
I would.
pyramids are located
I would.
precisely on
Should we do a GoFundMe then to send Gads to Egypt? Because I think that's more viable. I think we'll be able to get the funds within 6 months to send Gads to Egypt. Let's send Gaz the Wild Man to Egypt, and he will go to Egypt, go and sort it, and come back whilst Roger's still waiting to go to Antarctica. It's collecting money, like
30th degree latitude and aligned to within 3 arc minutes of true north. These are beyond coincidence, so it can be assumed that they could very accurately measure both latitude and longitude. The ratio of the Great Pyramid's height to its base perimeter is exactly pi.
Hold on, maybe I'm missing something. Hold on, guys, let me just check it.
And other rooms
Sometimes this does happen.
Expressing the mystical number of phi.
Oh yeah, something's up.
The ratio
Yeah, something's up for real.
numbers
Let me
in
just
the
go and.
Fibonacci
I
sequence
think one of the volumes have gone. No.
phi as you go on from 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21,
System sounds.
34. The resulting graph is known as the fractal golden spiral and looks like a conch shell. Establishment Egyptologists say these mathematical considerations are all coincidence, maintaining that ancient Egyptians didn't possess these concepts. But the reality is, the ancient Egyptians did possess.
I've got good sound. I've got good sound in OBS.
Graham Hancock wrote, "Some routine mathematical games were built into the dimensions of the sarcophagus."
How does that sound now? Does it sound better?
It had an internal volume of 1,166.4 liters and an external volume
It's all
of
up high.
exactly twice that.
It's all on max.
332.8 liters. Such a precise coincidence could not have been arrived at accidentally. The walls of the coffer had been cut to machine-age tolerances by craftsmen of enormous skill and experience. In the king's chamber, the floor diagonal is precisely twice the room's height. W.M. Petrie says, "They managed to place the king's chamber perfectly where the vertical section of the pyramid was halved, where the area of the horizontal section was half that of the base, where the diagonal from corner to corner was equal to the length of the base, and where the width of the face was equal to half the diagonal of the base. Do you suppose these mathematics were accidental? Egyptologists say that the Giza pyramids were built for 3
Speakers at
pharaohs
100%.
over the course of 100 years. There are over 2.5 million stones, so if you build...
How is the volume, guys? For some reason it's low. I can't work it out. Eric's a whisper. What the hell, man? It's 5.5 where Martin is. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Some people, it's low for them. Hey, King, Kevin, what's up, man? Hope you're well. King Shin's in the house. Kevin's in the house. 3 bottles of Buckfast is my record with loads of other drinks. 3 bottles. Damn. I bet you was on the moon. 5.5 on YouTube. It's okay. So it seems to be, sounds okay apart from it being Eric. Unfortunately, guys, I can't. I can't solve that. So it's on maximum. All the volumes are on maximum. So I don't know if it's. Yeah, look, you can see they're all on maximum. All up. Sometimes this one might, the OBS might come down, or the Chrome one, but they're all good. They're all good.
4 hours a day for 100
It might
years.
just be this video,
That means
guys.
fitting one average
What about now?
3.5-ton stone into place every 8.5 minutes. Using current technology, multiple cranes and work crews, we still couldn't make that kind of time, nor could we match the craftsmanship. 6 million tons of stone, underground tunnels, chambers, corridors, 45 and 90-degree shafts, pi and phi ratios, golden rectangles, and other mathematical inclusions.
Yeah, it's at Eric's
Cardinal
end.
alignments, right angles, astrological considerations, and flawless masonry. How did ancient man the whole world over build these huge, magnificent pyramids? They stacked stones so heavy, many of which cannot be lifted into place with the technology and machinery available today. They quarried these stones from miles away.
So it looks like what's happened there. They've used like some sort of kind of drill, and they've drilled loads of holes down, separated it, and then smoothed off the ridges. That's what it kind of looks like to me, the way they've done that. But what machinery were they using to do that, though, right? That's the question.
And fitted them together so seamlessly that you can't fit a blade between them. Also in Egypt, tens of thousands of diorite bowls have been found with hieroglyphs engraved. Diorite is one of the hardest stones on earth, harder than iron, yet intricate inscriptions have been made not through the use of chisels or scraping, but some unknown ancient technology. Whatever it was capable of etching lines 1/150th of an inch wide, often in sets of parallel lines separated by a mere 1/30th of an inch. The same kind of workmanship has been found in vases, urns, and other pottery unearthed at the Pyramid of Zoser. Graham Hancock says, there was no technology known to have been available to the ancient Egyptians capable of achieving such results, nor, for that matter, would any stone carver today be able to match them, even if he were working with the best tungsten carbide tools. The implication, therefore, is that an unknown or secret technology had been put to use in ancient Egypt.
How are
The
they done then?
Sphinx, which Egyptologists say is less than 5,000 years old, is actually at least 10,000 years old based on its weathering alone. Geologists confirm that it has been eroded by massive amounts of water which hasn't been present in the Sahara for about 10,000 years. Egyptologists claim this weathering is just wind and sand erosion, but geologists like Robert Schoch find that hard to swallow. Albert Alford wrote,
If it's granite, if this is granite, yeah, granite, whatever you want to call it, yeah. But if it's sandstone, well, that can be weathered easy by wind. That's just a fact, right? Sandstone is easily carved by winds. constant winds. Sandstone is quite soft, but if this stuff is like granite, yeah, well that's something different.
Robert Schock find that hard to swallow. Albert Alford wrote, in October 1991, Dr. Robert Schock, a geologist at Boston University, presented detailed evidence that the Sphinx was thousands of years older than the commonly accepted date of 2500 BC. His conclusion was based on the weathering profile of the limestone rock out of which the Sphinx had been carved. Visitors to the Sphinx today can clearly see the vertical weathering profile in the limestone trench surrounding the Sphinx. This erosion, according to the science of geology, could only be the result of prolonged...
Interesting. Was the Sphinx just the remnants of a stump? Seems to have like the old rings going through it. Will match up with the background, right? Was it all just one piece? They carved it out like they did with that temple in India. They carved out around it. What was left, they carved into the Sphinx. Maybe. Added blocks and stuff and... That's interesting.
Prolonged rainfall, in contrast to the dry weather experienced in Egypt since 2500 BC. Based on the climatic evidence, Schock estimated that the Sphinx had to be between 9,000 and 12,000 years old when the climate in Egypt was much wetter. Acharya S. wrote, in fact, although Egypt is often given the honor of
poured
being
concrete.
the originator
A lot of people
much
say
human
that,
culture,
didn't they, Bryn?
the Egyptians
A lot of people
themselves...
say poured concrete. I'm not too sure.
recorded that they were the inheritors of a great civilization that came from elsewhere. Indeed, the Egyptian culture seemingly appeared out of nowhere at a high level of development, as did the...
Oh, are you saying, Brent, are you saying that they were made later using poured concrete? The blocks, right? Just because that would kind of make sense. It'd be quite easy, a couple of molds, right? Pour the concrete, one onto the next. You could make thousands probably a day, right? But that takes... You need a binding agent in there, like the cement. You know yourself, Brent, like some sort of cement dust or something.
And South American. This fact is explainable if the civilizers...
And I can believe the poured theory with the pyramids, right? Because all the blocks are almost identical. You could see one mold being used. But when it comes to places like Pumapunku in Peru and all these places where they've got 8 or 9 sides, and they all interlock like a bloody jigsaw puzzle, that I think it'd just be too hard to do. Making each separate mold different to fit, it'd just be a nightmare, right? I don't think it works there, but I think it would work in Egypt with like the same kind of stone being produced over and over again.
Have been destroyed by climatic change, war, or other cataclysm. Tlachihualtepetl, the man-made mountain in Mexico, is a ziggurat 3 times the size of the Great Pyramid. The base length of the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan is almost identical in length to the base of the Great Pyramid at Giza. What are those odds? Teotihuacan means the place where men
local
become
aggregates.
gods.
Yeah,
they claim their pyramids and temples.
I mean, they had lime, didn't they? They had lime back in the day.
Forming the soul after death, exactly as the Egyptians did. This theme is all over the ancient world. Ancient Tibetans, the Egyptians, and Native Americans all had complex systems, multi-stage challenges for recently deceased souls to overcome in the afterlife. Specific stages of the different cultures' afterlife journeys even match up. The Mayans and the Egyptians both believed in stellar rebirth, where kings, pharaohs, and heroes die and are reborn as stars. And Colin Renfrew wrote, archaeologists all over the world have realized that much of prehistory, as written in the existing textbooks, is inadequate, some of it, quite simply, wrong. It has been suggested that the changes now at work in prehistory herald the shift to a new paradigm, made necessary by the collapse of the first paradigm. The Noah's Ark flood myth from the Bible was also attributed to Zasudra and Atrahasis in Sumerian and Mesopotamian culture. In Aztec mythology, only Coxcoxtli and his wife Coxaquetzal were forewarned of the flood by God and survived by building a huge boat. They wandered for 104 years before landing in Antlan. The Meco-Acanesics of Central America say Tespi built a large boat, loaded it with animals, grains, seeds.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
With his wife and children. The Maya say the Great Mother and Great Father survived and repopulated the world after the flood. The Chickasaw Native Americans say only one family and 2 animals of every kind were saved from the flood. The same basic story is found in almost 600 cultures around the world. Alan Alford wrote, "From almost every culture around the world, there emerge more than 500 strikingly similar legends of a great flood. These legends all share a common theme, of mankind being swept away, with the exception of one man and his family who survived. We in the West generally know the survivor's name as Noah, but to the Aztecs he was Nene, whilst in the Near East he was Atrahasis, Utnapishtim, or Zasudra. As for his means of escape, the Bible describes an ark, or boat. Mesopotamian records describe a submersible vessel, and the Aztec version refers to a hollowed-out log. According to the Aztec legend, men were saved by turning into fish. Ancient texts from the Near East speak of the flood as a major catastrophe, not a local or trivial event, but a great time divider. There are flood myths from the Inuits of Alaska to the Canarians of Ecuador, from the Tupinamba of Brazil and the Araucanians of Chile, to the Pehuenche and Yamana of Tierra del Fuego, from the Sumerians and early Mesopotamians to the Hopi, Iroquois, and Sioux Indians of North America. Thailand, Laos, Australia, Japan, China, Greece, Egypt, India, North, South, and Central America, the story is found all the world over, but the claims are quite difficult to swallow. Is the flood just a story, a myth with metaphorical meaning, or a literal account of worldwide flooding? Michael Tessarian suggests perhaps the greatest myth being purveyed is that myths are just myths. In Japan, the Yonaguni megalith is undoubtedly man-made, yet it has been underwater since at least 8000 BC. It is 8 stories high, 500 feet long, with internal and external right angles, steps, rooms, and the stage altar-like area with huge human faces and headdresses carved into the stone. In the Gulf of Cambay, in northwest India, there are 2 multiple mile-long and wide underwater cities which, taken together, are the size of Manhattan. About 2,000 human fossilized remains have been found in these cities, and have all carbon dated to around 7500 BC. Many underwater ruins have been found off the coast of Cuba, 2,200 feet below sea level. There have been over 200 sunken cities found in the Mediterranean alone. The possibility of a literal flood is not to be scoffed at. Perhaps only the more specific elements of the story are metaphorical. Frank Joseph writes, Plato tells us of an advanced civilization that existed 9,000 years before himself, when the Atlantic was navigable and traversed by people the world over. One of the most revealing details of Timaeus is its mention of the opposite continent, an unmistakable reference to America. Its inclusion proves not only that the ancient Greeks knew what lay on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean 2,000 years before Columbus rediscovered it, but underscores the veracity of Plato's Atlantis account. Plato wrote about an advanced civilization that flourished in Atlantis around 10,000 BC. He even made the point that some take Atlantis to be a myth, but it is absolutely true. He even said when the flood occurred, figuring approximately 9,600 BC. Atlantean-like legends are on every inhabited continent and always include advanced beings, often revered as gods, with high technology and developed culture. Nearly 600 cultures around the world speak about a worldwide flood caused by angry gods that all but wiped out this advanced civilization. Plato wrote, "You do not know that there formerly dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, and that you and your whole city Athens are descended from a seed or remnant of them which survived. The power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island situated in from the straits, which are by you called the Pillars of Hercules. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together, and was the way to other islands. Now in this island of Atlantis there was a great and wonderful empire, which had rule over the whole island, and several others, and over parts of the continent, and furthermore the men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules, as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Tyrrhenia." It's interesting that King Atlas is said to have ruled Atlantis, an ancient sunken city in the Atlantic Ocean. There is also Mount Atlas in Morocco, and the etymology of Atlas or the Atlantic is indeed from Atlantis. Strangely enough, however, as the Atlantean scholar Commons Beaumont wrote, the word Atlantis possesses no derivation from any known language of the Old World, either ancient or modern, yet among the so-called native races of America, it is a living word. The Toltecs, Nahuatlacas, and Aztecs of South America, and all the races that settled Mexico, traced their ancestors back to a starting point called Aztlan, or Atlan, in the Atlantic. It was a land they described as too fair and beautiful to be left willingly, which was lost under the sea after a great flood. Aztec temples are called Teocalli, which interestingly compares with the Greek theos, God, and kallias, house or dwelling of. Europeans first settling in Delaware and Maryland found a river named by the natives Potomac, which is just like the Greek word Potomos, meaning river. The native Basques of Western Europe also claim to be descendants from a continent called Atlantica, which sank beneath the waves. The Basque language itself shares no lingual affinities with any other European language, but is very similar to Native American languages. The natives of Mindanao in the Philippines are the Atas, who have the same flood myth and claim descent from light-skinned invaders who intermarried with the Aboriginals. Ignatius Donnelly wrote, "Look at it, an Atlas mountain on the shore of Africa, an Atlan town on the shore of America, the Atlantes living along the north and west coast of Africa, an Aztec people from Aztlan in Central America, an ocean rolling between the two worlds called the Atlantic, a mythical deity called Atlas holding the world on his shoulders, and an immemorial tradition of an island of Atlantis. Can all these things be the result of accident?" With the Atlantic Ocean and the Atlas Mountains in Morocco, we see the theme of water and hills or mountains being equated with Atlas. This is repeated worldwide. In Japan, Atago is a hill in the center of Tokyo where gods brought civilization to Japan. Atagi are the Japanese priests protecting wisdom from prehistory. In Tongo, Ata Mountain and Memorial are devoted to red-haired, fair-skinned gods who came long ago and blessed the natives. Italy comes from Italia, which comes from Atalia, a word meaning land of Atlas. Atalia is also the name of an ancient ceremonial mound in Biarritz. Across the Atlantic, the Aztecs also venerated a holy mountain by that name. Atalaya is the name of a small Quechua Indian town, and Atalia was a pre-Incan city found by archaeologists and confirmed by local history. In Guatemala, where the Mayan civilization thrived, near Lake Atitlan, is a stone tower called Atalia. The mountains of Indonesian Sumatra are called Atja. The Guanche natives on the Canary Islands call mountains Ataras, and their atlas figure was named Ater. Tenerite Guanche natives call themselves Atenach, which means people of the sky god. Herodotus, Diodorus, Siculus, and other classical writers described the Antarantes people who lived on the Atlantic shores of Morocco. Atcha is ancient Egyptian for an advanced but sunken city. Egyptian gods or heroes were Atum, Atfi, Athoths, and many other At names. Atchafalaya means long river to the Chacto Indians, whose flood myth sinks. Atea is the Marquesians' ancestral progenitor, like Egypt's Adam. Atea Murray is the site of huge megalithic ruins in New Zealand, which contains At and Mu. Ateu is an extinct volcano in the Cook Islands. The Pawnee Indians, adept at astrology with the usual flood myth, had the sky god Atias. Nahuatl is the Aztecs' language, and almost all their gods' names end in atl. Their atlas character is Atlantiatl, and Atlantica means we live by the sea. The Tuareg natives of Morocco's name for water is also Atl. The Tuaregs claim descent from the Atlantes, ancient Moroccans written about by Herodotus, Diodorus, Siculus, and others. Atla was a giantess Norse god. Atlakvith, meaning punishment of Atla, is the name of their written record of their Atlantean oral history. Atlamal is another of these myths, which means the story of Atla. Atla is also an Otomi Indian town in Mexico. The Otomi have a ritual dance called the Acatlaxki, with 10 dancers to represent the 10 kings of Atlantis from the ancient ancestry. The Aztec sea god was Atlahua, and their great flood was Atamotzli. Today's Alca on the Gulf of Uraba was called Atlan before the Spanish conquest. Atlan is the name of a Venezuelan village of Paria Indians who say their home country was a preposterous island in the Atlantic inhabited by wealthy seafarers from which they escaped the flood. Outlan was home of the advanced Tarascans of Michoacan, who say they were inheritors of a drowned island civilization. Atland is the northern European name given to Atlantis, as shown in the medieval Frisian manuscript Oera Lindabach. Atlanersa was the 5th century BC king of Nubia, whose name meant royal descendant of Atlan. Ateo was a Minoan god thought to be Atlas, and later in Crete, Atana was the name of their language and dialect. Aten was the oldest sun deity in Egypt, and Atanatia was the ancient Aztec sun god. Another name for Egypt's sun god was Ra, like Rama of the Hindus, Rana of the Toltecs, Rayam of the Yemen, and the Raymi Peruvian Sun Festival. Is anyone prepared to accept all this etymology as coincidence? Could there really have been an advanced ancient Atlantean civilization? Could the myth of a sunken island continent be more than a myth? Francis Lenormant wrote, "Upon that part of the African continent nearest to the site of Atlantis, we find a chain of mountains known from the most ancient times as the Atlas Mountains. Whence this name Atlas, if it be not from the name of the great king of Atlantis? And if this be not its origin, how comes it that we find it in the most northwestern corner of Africa? And how does it happen that in the time of Herodotus there dwelt near this mountain chain a people called Atlantes, probably a remnant of a colony from Solon's island? How comes it that the people of the Barbary states were known to the Greeks, Romans, and Carthaginians as the Atlantes, this name being especially applied to the inhabitants of Fezzan and Bilma? Where did they get the name from? There is no etymology for it east of the Atlantic Ocean. Scholar and renowned linguist Charles Berlitz of Berlitz Language Schools spoke 32 languages and wrote many books on Atlantis. He came to believe in Atlantis after his research traced all world languages back to what he thought must be a single ancient dialect. Many famous people have believed in the authenticity of Atlantis. Francis Bacon wrote The New Atlantis. H.G. Wells wrote Men Like Gods about Atlantis, and William Blake, the poet, was a believer. Two of the best-known prophets in history, Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce, both spoke of Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly was a Minnesota governor, congressman, and senator who wrote extensively about Atlantis. The most revered and well-known philosopher in history, Plato, wrote about Atlantis, specifically saying it was both a literal story and a myth. Frank Joseph wrote, Iamblichos was an important 4th century Neoplatonist philosopher who insisted upon the historical validity of Plato's Atlantis account, but stressed, as did Plato, its allegorical significance. Silenus told Midas that there was another continent besides the commonly known ones. He said there was a country where gold and silver are so plentiful that they are esteemed no more than we esteem iron. Saint Clement, in his epistle to the Corinthians, said there were other worlds beyond the ocean. Diodorus Siculus said that the Phoenicians discovered a large island in the Atlantic Ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules, several days' sail from the coast of Africa. This island abounded in all manner of riches. The soil was exceedingly fertile, the scenery was diversified by rivers, mountains, and forests. It was the custom of inhabitants to retire during the summer to magnificent country houses, which stood in the midst of beautiful gardens. Fish and game were found in great abundance, the climate was delicious, and the trees bore fruit at all seasons of the year. The ancient Greek poet Hesiod described the world before the fall, saying, Man lived like gods, without vices or passions, vexation or toil. In happy companionship with divine beings, they passed their days in tranquility and joy, living together in perfect equality, united by mutual confidence and love. The earth was more beautiful than now, and spontaneously yielded an abundant variety of fruits. Human beings and animals spoke the same language and conversed with each other, telepathy. Men were considered mere boys at 100 years old. They had none of the infirmities of age to trouble them, and when they passed to regions of superior life, it was in gentle slumber. Ignatius Donnelly wrote, The religion of the Atlanteans, as Plato tells us, was pure and simple. They made no regular sacrifices but fruit and flowers. They worshipped the sun. In Peru a single deity was worshipped, and the sun, his most glorious work, was honored as his representative. Quetzalcoatl, the founder of the Aztecs, condemned all sacrifice but that of fruit and flowers. The first religion of Egypt was pure and simple. Its sacrifices were fruit and flowers. Temples were erected to the sun, Ra, throughout Egypt. In Peru, the great festival of the sun was called Rami. The Phoenicians worshipped Baal and Moloch. The one represented the beneficent and the other the injurious powers of the sun. Homer, Plutarch, and many other ancient writers mention islands situated in the Atlantic, several thousand stadia from the Pillars of Hercules. Pillars, obelisks, and towers have all been shown to have Masonic significance. Hercules performing his 12 labors has been shown to reference the sun, the mushroom, and consciousness in general. So are the Pillars of Hercules real or metaphorical? Is Atlantis real or metaphorical?
Are they fly goings? Are they mushrooms in his hand?
Meeting with a Native American wisdom keeper on a New Mexico hiking trail.
in his hand. Simon, are they mushrooms?
was told the
I think they
following
look like
story.
fly garricks. They
A
are.
long
That
time
is a
ago,
fly garrick.
our world was very different from the way we see it today. There were fewer people, and we lived closer to the land. People knew the language of the rain, the crops, and the great Creator. They even knew how to speak to the stars and the sky people. They were aware that life is sacred and comes from the marriage between Mother Earth and Father Sky. In this time, there was balance, and people were happy. Then something happened. No one really knows why, but people started to forget who they were. In their forgetting, they began to feel separate. Separate from the earth, from each other, and even from the one who created them. They were lost and wandered through life with no direction or connection. In their separation, they believed that they had to fight to survive in this world and defend themselves against the same forces that gave them the life they had learned to live in harmony with and trust. Soon, all of their energy was used to protect themselves from the world around them, instead of making peace with the world within them. Even though they had forgotten who they were, somewhere inside of them, the gift of their ancestors remained. There was still a memory that lived within them. In their dreams at night, they knew that they held the power to heal their bodies, bring rain when they needed to, and speak with their ancestors. They knew that somehow they could find their place in the natural world once again. As they tried to remember who they were, they began to build the things outside of their bodies that reminded them of who they were on the inside. As time went on, they even built machines to do their healing, made chemicals to grow their crops, and stretched wires to communicate over long distances. The farther away they wandered from their inner power, the more cluttered their outer lives became with the things that they believed would make them happy. No one knows how the story ends, because it isn't finished. The people who got lost are our ancestors, and we are the ones who are writing the ending.
This one's for Ches. Ches likes a bit of Jamie's. Should take us up.
So the alien situation just got way weirder. You know it, I know it, your dog knows it, my mom knows it, everybody knows it, but no one knows what exactly is going on. For the past few weeks, sightings both in North and South America have been amping up really quick.
Hey Mo, I know I'm not much Trevor. That's Mo.
Oh, come on, man.
More in the sky.
Que porra é essa, bicho? Puta que pariu.
We've got multiple people seeing different kinds of objects.
Oh, come on, they're obviously just drones.
The orbs that we saw in 2024.
No, they're drones, man.
Right now, we're seeing a bunch of them in Curitiba,
I mean,
Brazil.
these orbs never looked like this back in the day, innit? Like, suddenly they look... There's thousands of them. I mean, yeah, the orbs that, you know, the orbs from back in the day, there was quite a few in some of the pictures, in some of the video. But not like this. Come on.
Others resemble drone-like objects.
Yeah, never seen like a light purple fucking orb before.
Similar to what we saw in New Jersey, but they're different.
Oh my god.
So that little bit of footage there, the wind was blowing. It's blowing heavily, right?
They're different.
Look at the tree.
Oh my god.
Look at the trees. That's been blown the same way. So it's obviously a balloon.
But here's where things get really wild. A few days ago, this account...
That bit of footage is pretty interesting, though. This bit of footage is interesting. You going to show it?
Posted this.
Oh, no, he's not.
A leaked picture of the...
He's just going to show some prop from Aliens. He's just showing a prop from Fire in the Sky, the movie.
Supposed alien that crashed in Varginha, Brazil. The problem is, the image detector says it's not AI. And if this is actually a real picture, it would actually change everything we thought we knew about the universe. But it actually gets weirder.
Yeah, it's a real picture of a prop or a puppet or something, right? It is a real bit, but of a prop or some sort of dude's made it in his basement.
It gets weirder.
Look at that. There's day. Daytime.
Do you hear that?
Those are black clouds.
The same week CERN was shut down, several videos started popping up all over social media of a strange phenomenon in the sky.
What the hell does it sound?
Skyquakes, a phenomenon that remains a mystery to this day, but since April this year, several people have been reporting them all across the world. Now this is around the same time we had meteors crashing down this year, increased solar activity, and earthquakes. Lots of them. And this is when I saw a pattern.
People are now starting to hear these really scary and loud noises all across the sky. Scientists have considered that the booms may be
you just found out about it, you TikTok moron. These sounds have been happening for decades. This is what I can't stand about TikTok. It's brand new to him, and he's all these sounds have been going on for decades. I've been showing loads of videos. I show loads of videos on these weird sounds. Yeah. God, TikTokers are just
It's exploding in the atmosphere.
And my zesty haircut.
Military testing, or even related to storms or earthquakes.
Shut up. Let's just fast forward.
The alien situation, this is when it all started. And now we're seeing the same thing. So what if this is not a coincidence? What if these objects are responding to these events? What if these mysterious skyquakes, they're not some sort of earthly phenomena? What if there's something else? Let's try to find out. Let's begin with the basic, and that would be the most recent sightings. Now, before we get into the video, booking a doctor's appointment should be easy, but somehow always becomes one of those things we keep putting off. You think, I'll deal with it tomorrow through ZocDoc. Many appointments are available within 24 to 7 days. Thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video, and for making it easier for us to stay on top of our health.
Yeah, how much are you getting paid for ZocDoc ad, Jay?
Now let's get back to the video. So
has anyone ever used ZocDoc? Has anyone ever used it? Or do you just go off and make an appointment at your doctor's? like you normally do. Like you just normally, jump in your car, go and make an appointment at the doctor's. Has anyone else got ZocDoc? Probably not.
June 5th, this account posted this video coming in from Curitiba, Brazil.
It's just a bunch of drones, you can tell.
Let's take a look at this.
Come on.
Que porra é essa, bicho? Puta que pariu. Meu Deus do céu.
This is in Curitiba, Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. At the time, I thought this could be a fake video because it's a 10-second video. It's too short, easily faked. Then I start searching more and I find this. Posted on June 16th by this account, a pretty similar video of the same objects.
The same drones. Yeah, the same drones.
Now looking at it from this angle, I'm thinking that this is possibly some parachuting stunt or something like this. But I could be wrong, and maybe these are the same type of orbs that we were seeing last year. In other videos also in Curitiba, we can see similar things.
No one's ever seen red and orange and blue orbs together. Only lately,
So
when all these bloody, drones with lights on and.
I did search for parachuting stunts in Curitiba that time and I didn't find anything. But I did find this video also in Brazil, recorded one day prior. Check this out.
That's pretty weird. Going through the cloud. That's kind of strange.
So there's a few moments here in this video that we can see what appears to be the clouds passing in front of this object. So it seems as if it's behind the clouds. Look at that. can see the clouds passing in front of it. That's pretty strange, and this is in Brazil 1 day prior to the Curitiba sightings, so this is weird. If we fast forward to July 3rd...
Is it behind the cloud, or is something being projected onto the cloud from one of these things? It looks like it's kind of on the surface there.
If we fast forward to July 3rd, we have this video posted by this account, Salvatore Zavale. Let's take a look at it. That's a bunch of them. This is actually crazy. This is actually crazy.
No, it's getting ridiculous.
I've seen this video before.
Anyone that believes it,
let's take a look at the account. Yeah, so it seems like a bunch of reposts. Could be an old video. Posted 2 days ago by this Reddit account. Fast moving light above London. Is it a drone? Let's take a look at this.
Yes, it's a drone.
What is that?
Well, it's moving exactly the way a drone would move.
Might be a drone. No, that's no way.
It's not about asking the question of what it is. It's a drone.
That is so fast.
Well, what happened there? I think it disappeared.
It just switched the light off, James.
This specific point, it just picks up speed, and it seems to go really fast. I think faster than a drone, and it kind of vanishes into the clouds. Whatever this thing is, it's really similar to the things that we were seeing last year. And then just a day ago in San Diego, California, we have this. Oh wow. What is that? Is this a stunt? What exactly is this? I mean, it could be one of those stunts, or it could be one of those fireballs once again. So this was basically in San Diego. Let's take a look at this. So we have parachute demonstration on July 4th. Could be the case. Recorded a few days ago by this account. I think in Mexico. Let's take a look at this.
¿Cómo la acerco más? Mira, se ve borroso. Esa vaina se está acercando para acá. Sape gato, chamo. Fin del mundo, pues. Mira. Mira cómo dio la vuelta, ¿viste? Dando la vuelta, la luz esa se volteó.
What in the world is that?
¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso?
Es un extraterrestre. ¿Te parece? Un extraterrestre que come los niños.
Eso no es normal. Eso no es un globo.
Looks like one of those blimps.
Mira.
Looks like a kind
I'm not
of
sure
like
if it's moving.
looks like a blimp, doesn't it? It looks like to me. Neutrally buoyant.
¿Viste? ¿Viste? Y está dando como vuelta.
Sí. Tiene luz.
Se desaparece.
Yeah, if it disappears, I'm gonna freak out. Yeah, so I'm thinking this is possibly a blimp. It's just too big. It's not moving at all.
It's possibly. It looks identical to one.
This was on July 4th, so I'm just thinking that this is possibly a blimp or something like that. But I could be wrong.
Que alguien me diga qué es esto porque sape gato.
Then I got this one on July 1st, so there's a lot of sightings happening around this month. This was again in Brazil.
Muito estranho.
Oh wow.
Pra ele tá aqui nessa luzinha bem fraquinha aqui agora, de novo. E começa a rajar.
I don't think those are balloons. No.
Não, por enquanto é só as bolinhas que tá aqui. Isso não é balão. Faz tempo que ele tá fazendo isso. Agora sim, agora ele... Ah, ele acendendo de novo.
Yeah, that's really weird. Oh wow.
Cara, não é balão não.
That's really weird.
É a 7ª vez já. Fora a altura. Mas aquilo não é balão, não. Não é balão. Balão não raja desse jeito, fica jogando fogos no céu. Olha lá. Mano, que negócio sinistro. Mano, tá mais Pepe.
Wait a minute, this is in Mauá, so it looks like the same thing seen in Curitiba. What the heck is that? So I'm guessing that this was recorded around this place, Mauá, the Serra. And this is actually pretty close to Curitiba, so I'm guessing that this is possibly the same object. Fast forward to just a couple of days ago, you have this pretty amazing sighting by Manuel A. Molina in Bellflower, California.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Looks like another
What
blimp.
exactly is that?
This looks like a blimp.
So to me, it's pretty clear that there's a lot of sightings happening alongside with earthquakes and other types of phenomena.
Gullible.
But one that caught my attention was this.
Look at that. There's day. Daytime.
Do you hear that?
Those are black clouds.
About 5 days ago, this account posted a video of supposed skyquake in Oklahoma. Now, even though I didn't find the original source of the video, I started searching and I found more. Posted 4 days ago by this account in Louisville, we have the same thing going on.
What the hell does it sound? Y'all tell me if I'm crazy, but y'all hear this, right? This is insane. The walls are shaking. That's crazy.
We don't know what a skyquake is. It's a mysterious phenomenon that to this day remains unexplained. Theories range from seismic activity, solar flares, exploding meteors, and the list goes on. So this is kind of curious because we've been seeing lots of these events happening lately. And alongside with that, we have the alien situation. So is it possible that these events are somehow connected? Researching a bit into skyquakes and how it all started, it's curious how in 1896, the same year we had a distinct and widely noted skyquake in New York, we also had a massive wave of sightings across the United States, before the invention of motorized airplanes. So you see, this is not the first time a massive wave of sightings like this one happens. But the question here is, why? What exactly happens here? Are they drawn to these events or are they causing it? I mean, one of the theories for skyquakes is underground constrictions, but what if these underground constrictions are not human?
Decision was made. They're going through the no-fly zone because it's a medical emergency.
Damn, she's had a lot of work.
What do they see?
She's had tons of work.
Like a huge entrance to a cave. And he said, our instruments are not operating. We were losing electricity. We had magnetic anomalies. They do their medical recovery. Thing they know, they're all being chewed out by men in suits.
I mean, this would actually explain certain ocean anomalies.
Do you remember the rumors of an underwater alien base being located just off the California coast near Malibu?
I remember this.
And what was crazy is that you could even find it for yourself by checking out Google Maps. But you can't anymore, because that area has apparently been scrubbed. Whether it's a massive underwater alien base or just a really strange underwater geographical structure is unknown. But what is known is that it's 2,000 feet underwater and approximately 3 miles wide.
And maybe why certain alien-type figures like Varginha and many others look like insectoid creatures that maybe could live underground.
Alienígena. Alienígena? O que é isso? Essa palavra você nunca ouviu falar? Alienígena. Alienígena, não. Isso chama-se Maio Shibu. Isso aqui? Sim.
Mancunawabu.
Mancunawabu. Sério? Mancunawabu. Mancunawabu é um que mora debaixo da terra. É, eu falei, esse aí. A gente pode ter o contato que mora debaixo da terra.
I mean, this could be all just a coincidence, but what if it isn't? What if there are alien-type beings possibly living underground? Question here is, why are we being prepared for a soft disclosure? What do you think? Leave a comment, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel with notifications on. If I find anything else on the topic, I'll let you...
That's kind of what the Phil Schneider thing was about, wasn't it? It was underground aliens. Right, what can we put on there next? Literally got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This. Oh, right. Cool. We got this before I can go. Got a bit of GTV back.
How come no matter who we vote for, we just get wall humping cucks for Israel? That kids.
Good point, Chloe. Let's see what they're up to in Venezuela.
Ching Chong, take it away.
Hey.
Chloe and Michael, good morning.
My favourite newsreader's back, Ching Chong.
We're here in Venezuela following the devastating earthquake. Jews and international aid teams have been arriving all day to snatch up the undocumented, probably some type of ritual sacrifice for their harvesting operations.
That's based, Ching Chong. Perfect way to make up for kidnapping their president.
And also for stealing their oil for Israel.
Every single time.
Right, Shapiro-Stein?
Just because you stupid goyim noticed that Israel needed oil before bombing the Strait of Hormuz doesn't mean you should say it out loud. Now, back to Ching Chong, and don't you dare mention Jews.
I prefer the Christian white ones.
Did you guys run out of Palestinian organs?
We're the leaders in harvesting for a reason. Enough with the questions, Goy.
What the heck? Looks like they're on their way to speak with the president right now. Let's get a look inside the meeting.
We stole your oil, kidnapped your president, and now used our directed energy on your country. Do you give up now? F you!
Seems like they're pretty happy Israel's there to help.
Right? Speaking of, did we ever get Jenny out of prison?
Oh, she's probably enjoying a pina colada as we speak.
What you want, gringo? This is my prison, puta. If I find out you snitched on me, I'll rip your throat open. Who else wants a piece of this? Oh, looks like she's made some friends.
Yeah, told you she's doing fine. But anyways, let's see how the chosen people are doing in Venezuela.
Didn't we predict this months ago?
Yeah, chosen people.
What the f***?
You know, climate change is a serious issue, and being the leaders in weather manipulation and HARP, we just felt the need to step in and help.
It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake, and we were able to do a lot of good, but they lost a lot of people. Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there.
Just a perfect place for central banking.
You're here to help?
Yeah, totally. Just come with us and we'll keep you safe.
Good thing the people who blackmail our government are there to help, right?
Finally, they'll have democracy through central banking.
Ching Chong, get an interview with one of the aid workers. What are you doing here?
We're here to rescue people and maybe steal all the while nobody's looking.
Talk about a satanic death cult. Back to you guys.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. Just because we aside the sand people doesn't mean we aren't humanitarians. We're your greatest ally. Now, run the frickin' commercials.
Did you know that Israel has the largest skin bank?
That's antiseptic. Do you know a neighbor that talks down on our greatest ally?
What's a blood libel, Daddy?
It's a Talmud thing, baby.
Report them to your local FBI.
Did you know the Talmud says that Jesus is burning in excrement and feces?
With the help of Palantir and flock cameras, we can keep our neighborhoods safe from antisepticism. See something, say something.
Brought to you by Palantir. Because you're not chosen.
Wow.
Speaking of flock cameras, have you seen these absolute legends taking them down?
Yeah, definitely don't use a Milwaukee M18 cordless angle grinder. That would be terrible.
Yeah, that would just be a tragedy for their
Digital surveillance system.
right? It's like, let the satanic watch your every move.
Let's go live to the Jake GTV investigation team to learn more. Thanks, guys. Nearly 100,000 flock cameras now exist to spy on you since January 2024, as you can see by this map behind me. But let's hear from a patriot exposing these before getting into who exactly is doing this.
So we are getting this flock camera. It's emitting this Connect 36295 Bluetooth signal. You can see it right there. We observed it 32 seconds ago. I can start this back up and you'll see we'll observe it consistently. This specific unit is obviously set off by human motion. Whether that's taking a picture of me is questionable, but the IR element definitely is set off from human motions.
Wow.
And there's people going around. There are people going around taking these down, like with the angle grinders, and yeah, good stuff, guys. Keep it up.
This thing is tracking me as we speak. Suck on this. Back Back to you, John.
So I was looking into the public filings and founders, immediately saw Horowitz and thought, every single time? Even Peter Thiel's venture capital invested in this. It's just Jew after Jew after Jew. Like, I can't stop noticing. But Producer Berg isn't having it, so let's go to Daisy with the weather report.
Just because there were red skies and two big quakes seconds apart doesn't mean it was directed energy, Goyam. They're definitely not trafficking or harvesting.
Exactly.
Back to you guys.
Good point, Daisy. Stunning and brilliant.
Gosh, you're such a simp.
But anyways, our favorite neocon has officially passed away today. Let's hear from one of his victims.
How do you feel about Lindsey Graham passing away today?
He loved male escorts. Everybody knew it. And I was just one of his many victims.
Damn. Tarmo, what are you doing in here? It's Tarmo. It's Tarmo. What are you doing, Tarms? Damn. I knew you went to these gay parades, but I didn't know you went to the Blue Oyster Bar. This is next level, Tarmo.
Every sex worker I know has been hired by this man. When I came out of the bathroom, he was on the bed, naked, on all fours. I noticed dark spots around his brown eyes, so I wet a face towel and began to wipe them off. That's when I realized those were moles. He then said, "Oh, hope you don't mind. Those just my little ladybugs." Ladybugs?
Yeah, ladybugs.
Excuse me?
Dude's a lifelong bachelor who plays with a bubble wand at Disneyland. Just ask our investigation team.
Here he is.
I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast. They want to kill all the Jews, and the Jews have been down that road before. To all the anti-Semitites, to all the isolationists, I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. God bless Israel.
All right.
We should move all our stuff to Israel. Thank you.
Like, never married, gay for war, and probably luring in minors to his frazzle room. Who goes to Disneyland alone?
Gay for war.
Obviously,
That's
Ladybug
hilarious.
Lindsay.
Anyways, let's go live to Ching Chong reporting from Lebanon.
We're here in Lebanon, where our greatest ally dropped one of the largest non-nuclear explosions ever used. It's just war crime after war crime. It's not hard to see why they get kicked out of every country.
Gosh, she's so based.
Straight up, it's like, let's make it 110 and call it a day.
That's antiseptic, and I love it. But roll the video of just how bad that bomb was.
Gosh, it's so hard to watch this stuff. It's just so Talmudic.
Yeah, our great.
Is this real footage? Because he does kind of mix real footage in. I'll have to go and check. Is this for real? Like southern Lebanon? But it's been bloody nuked.
This ally.
Ching Chong, can you get an interview with one of the residents?
Can you tell us what happened here in Majde'l Zun?
Israel carpet bombed my entire village.
This is what the chosen people call the Gaza treatment. Like, this is not chill.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. That residential area had underground systems used by terrorists, idiot. Get back to America now or you're fired. Run our greatest ally explaining why we did it.
We had to do it. There were Hezbollah tunnels in that residential area. Trust me.
Oh, God.
I'm chosen by God.
The nose just does me every time.
Chosen by God?
So.
Yeah.
3,000 years ago.
Didn't Trumpstein say he was brokering a ceasefire?
Yeah, but let's not forget those Epstein files.
Yeah.
Just because those Epstein files showed him more times than Harry Potter mentioned Harry Potter doesn't mean he actually did anything Talmudic or controlled by Satan Yahoo. Roll the clip, Goyam.
What did you say to
Satan on you? He said,
Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strike?
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. He's a very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy.
See? He's not a puppet for Israel. He may be another disposable Goyam to help us fulfill greater Israel, but noticing is antiseptic and saying it out loud will get you fired. Now, back to the Goy swap.
Good call, Shapiro Stain.
Conspiracy theorists will believe anything these days.
Right? Like, it wasn't 271,000.
6 million, for sure.
But let's go live to Tom at the Goy Center.
Thanks, guys. We're here at a Trumpstein rally. Let's ask this woman.
Man.
What's up? Free Palestine?
Oh, look at it's literally called the Goy Center. The Goy Center. Oh dear.
Fuck you. How's those Epstein files? The Democrat hoax? What are you, some type of liberal jihadist? No, sir. Well, you sure sound like one. So it's all just 5D chess? 6D, actually. Why don't you talk to those blue-haired liberals?
Are you protesting Trumpstein, the Jews, right?
Errol, leave us alone, Nazi. He's a cisgender bigot that says men can't be women.
Absolute Talmudic subversion. Back to you guys in the studio.
Didn't the Talmud have like 13 genders or something?
Yep, you remember when the painter did the book burning in Germany?
Yeah. What about it?
It was trans research.
Yeah. Shut it the heck down, you
That's why the Germans burnt all those books, because they were all disgusting books about trannies and...
Who's Jackie?
You must be new.
Didn't tell you that, though, did I?
I have 5 trigger words. If you use them, you end up like Jackie. Now, any questions?
I think Jake is on his way to the studio.
Don't worry, I'll handle that guy. I'm on my way.
You think I'm scared of Jake?
Yeah, isn't that why you banned his YouTube and Instagram?
Yeah. This is why I say you're like human cattle in the Talmud.
Where's that Zionist?
Sir, producer Berg's in the break room. We haven't been live for the last 20 minutes.
Put this on air. The people
Is this Jake? Oh, man.
see this. Get in the control room, you fake. We're going live.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Noticing is a disease that affects millions of Americans every day. And it's not too late to get help.
Why is there a charge for $271?
Check out my new drip.
Didn't Roger get the jabberoo? He got it because he wanted to protest against it. He got it. He got the jab as a protest. I mean, that's just the most retarded thinking I've ever heard any truther or flatter or anyone come out with. Yeah, I'm gonna get it just so I can protest against it. What a retard.
That's antiseptic.
New poster too.
What are his major symptoms?
He keeps talking about this Jake GTV thing.
Well, bring him in for vaccination before it gets worse.
Babe, you gotta watch this new Jake GTV episode.
I thought he got banned for being antiseptic.
He did. I bought his membership on his website.
Noticing comes from a rare condition called antisepticism.
109 countries, though, Doc.
And it's sheer brain rot.
Whoa.
Brought to you by the dual citizens of Israel. Get vaccinated before noticing becomes antisepticism.
Gosh, producer Berg is such a victim.
Well, yeah, he worships Moloch.
On this Jake
Shocking news
GTV.
tonight. Many people
I'm
have been
glad he's
witnessing
back.
screaming from shipping containers. Workers have been going on strike to protest.
Let's go to the investigation team to learn more. Thanks, guys. So human trafficking is a $150 billion operation here in the United States alone. Many individuals are transported in cardboard boxes, crates, and shipping containers, while the employees witnessing these operations have had enough and decided to speak out.
One of the most overlooked aspects of human trafficking is the method of transportation. How are they moving these people all around the world? I believe it's through container ships. I'm currently standing on a container ship with roughly 10,000 containers. I have seen with my own eyes, I have seen families, I have seen children, we've seen stowaways, and it really makes you wonder, is this how they're moving along? Right here.
Holy shit, weren't storage facilities in the Palm Beach area located so close to Epstein's mansion?
Yep, and why was Trumpenstein's Mar-a-Lago residence only a 5-minute drive away?
Well, Epstein maintained multiple storage units in the Palm Beach region, including one rented through a detective agency on industrial estates near his property and Delray Beach. We go to Ching Chong, who reports live from the facility.
Thanks, John. We're here at the Riley Kearley Palm Beach lockup where Epstein's storage facility was raided. But we all know who controls the DOJ. The fact that we as a people haven't risen up to prosecute the people allegedly involved shows that our country is occupied. Every single time.
Where's producer Berg?
Must be busy talking to Jake.
Should we play the commercials?
Run it.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
The Seed Oil Sundae is back. This time with more seed oils than ever. Yeah! Perfect for sports ball and gambling.
I hate myself.
Enjoy cancer.
Because you're not chosen. Wow, my mouth is literally watering.
You do love your seed oil Sundays, Bart.
I do.
The chosen ones.
Good going.
But let's wrap this up. Dennis, take it away.
Thanks, guys. We're going broke doing this, so please grab a membership on my
literally
website.
Self-appointed chosen ones.
You can literally binge watch every episode. Anyways, if you're still not following Jake GTV, you're far from based, definitely cucked by Israel, but most likely, retarded.
What happened here?
They're doing to us what they did to Haiti. Please help. They're taking my daughter.
Congratulations, you made it to the end.
Damn.
That's what I call based. If you don't want us to disappear, go and grab a membership on jakegtv.com so I can do this full time without going absolutely broke. Like, seriously, I can't do this without you. Just hit the like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one.
Did you see Jake GTV post his videos on his website?
Sir, we did.
Shut it down. Agenda 2030 is right around the corner.
Oh, it's coming. What do we...
So the alien situation just got way weirder, you know it, I
If the news that we have coming from the media is fake, imagine how wrong all of our history is. And all of this, the fake news and this potentially fake history.
She's telling you, right?
Just adding to the great human
so
puzzle.
Michael
making us even more confused about who we are, where we come from, and why we're here. You know, institutions keep telling us that the ancients were primitive. And they looked something like this. And they built countless megalithic structures with their very primitive tools, like we can build them today. And they left behind these incredible places from times that we cannot remember. And we have no idea when these things actually happened. Some of them we speculate, and we're probably very wrong. And they dragged large blocks up mountains and built platforms because they had nothing better to do. They got together and built giant things like this because they needed to bury some guy. And you go to Mount Sharia in Siberia, and that's just ridiculous. I mean, look at the size of these blocks and these structures in Siberia. Realize that wherever you go in the world, there are mysterious ancient civilizations that weird things, and we really don't know much about the motive. We recognize what they've done. We're surprised by what they've done. Carving entire cities out of bedrock like this, platforms like this, and underground structures like this that are covered in Egypt just to hide it. And Borobudur, which is just obviously such a powerful resonating thing. Anyone that knows anything about sound and resonance takes one look at this and go, okay, I know exactly what they're doing here. What's interesting, as you may have noticed, many of these places, if not all of them that you've just seen, and there are countless more, all of them seem to be in the Northern Hemisphere. And that is a huge mystery. But unfortunately, the discovery of the ancient ruins of Southern Africa has just now completely blown that apart. Now that is no longer the case. And the attention has shifted to the ancient ruins of South Africa and Southern Africa. The stone circles of Southern Africa have become one of the most interesting, mysterious, and unbelievable discoveries of ancient archaeology, ancient civilizations, not just because they are so amazing to look at and remarkable, but because they opened a door and they gave us very important clues as to what the ancient civilizations were doing and what technology they used. And that's actually been the big breakthrough to get to a deeper understanding of how smart and advanced the ancient civilizations were. And when you start noticing these flower-shaped structures, that's when it gets really interesting. Notice that these are not standalone structures. They're all connected by these channels that connect them, thousands of miles of channels, like they look like wires that connect all stone circles together. And then you can see that weird spider's web effect around it. No stone circle stands alone. They're all connected in this very large grid. And basically what you're looking at here is what has now been identified or recognized as the largest cluster of stone ruins anywhere on Earth. How many are there? More than 10 million of these structures throughout South Africa and Zimbabwe. It is quite staggering. 10 million is not a small number. This is an insanely huge number. When we get to the reason why they did this, I think this is when it starts to get really interesting. Important thing, no doors and entrances. There are several archaeological drawings that clearly show us no doors and entrances, clustered together like grapes. The channels connecting them all together, like I've showed you, everything is connected. What kind of stones are we dealing with here? And this is where it all...
One sec, guys. I've just got to switch it over for 1 sec. Wait for a phone call. I haven't got, so I've just got to go back onto fucking Knobhead book. Just get me auntie to phone me quickly. I'll just let that settle for a second. Shouldn't be too long. Couple of minutes. Right, it's got to wait up for this to load up quickly. Nightmare. For some reason, it takes bloody ages. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Oh, she's been on anyway, so might have left me a message. Come on. I know it's because I've got YouTube open. Got the studio open. Here it is. Right, gotcha. Come on, now it's going to take 10 minutes to load up the tech. At the stove? Ah, that'd do. Alright, that's it, done. Shut this down. And we're about, that wasn't too long, was it? Wasn't too long.
Starts to point us in a very interesting direction. It's a special kind of stone known as hornfels. It's a black stone. It looks like this. It's black on the inside, and then on the outside it's got this reddish brown skin that grows very, very slowly. A few thousand years per microscopic layer. That's how long it takes for this patina to grow. So if you've got tools or artifacts made out of this black rock, and the tools and artifacts are covered in patina, then you have to assume or conclude that the tools and artifacts were made a long, long time ago, not just a few hundred or a few thousand years ago, because that's not how the patina grows. So the patina in this is a very important way for us to not evaluate exactly or date the stones, the tools, but to give us an idea of how old they are. And we know that based on that, they're very, very old. The other important thing is that the stones ring like bells, and it was really
hey, Parody Mike, welcome in.
That these stones have acoustic properties and they ring like bells that everything changed. I no longer looked at the stone circles as cattle kraal or dwellings. I suddenly realized that we're dealing with sound. Sound, the primordial source of all things.
Thank you, Kevin.
Infinite energy, what Nikola Tesla probably used. Sound that levitates. And now we got sound coming out of the stone walls, of the stone circles. That's a great breakthrough. But what are we dealing with here? What are the stones made of? They're made of silica, people. Silica. Most of the content of these stones, what are they made of? 90% of most of the stone on this planet is made of silica. Sandstone is virtually pure silica. So here we have
where sandstone comes from.
Technology used in ancient sites. The most advanced technology today is all silicon-based technology. Silica has memory. It contains knowledge. It contains information. It conducts sound and light. It stores light and sound and information and stores energy. In Southampton University, they're experimenting now with tiny little crystals that store up to 350 terabytes of information. One tiny little thing. But I can tell you that crystals like that will actually store infinite amount of information. Other important thing is that these structures are not just memory banks, they're actually giant machines. Giant machines that are activated by light and by sound. So where's the flagship in South Africa among these ruins? No doubt it's Adam's calendar. The patina growth tells us how old some of these ruins are. You can see this here, this had a tip there that broke off. There's 2 millimeters of patina growth there. This tells us that even the stone ruins, not just Adam's calendar, is extremely old. For this amount of patina to grow on a break, it looks like that. It will take hundreds of thousands of years, not just a few thousand years. Well, the ancients used sacred geometry for everything. We now know this. So I drew a golden mean spiral from Adam's calendar, and guess where it ends? Right between the pyramids. Adam's calendar. And you realize that the argument of probability can be used here. What is the probability that this is an accident? It's several million
Let's make
to
sure
one,
everything's
so it
good.
must be connected.
Go
and
on,
that there's a
go.
reason why these are here in that distance exactly from Adam's calendar. The other interesting thing is that when you connect Adam's calendar to Great Zimbabwe, it ends right in the Great Pyramid of Giza, all along the 31 degrees east longitudinal line. What were these stone circles for? I think you start seeing what these patterns are all about.
All right, guys, I'll see you in a few hours. Could be more, 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours or something. But there's enough videos on there for that to keep going through. Hopefully it won't just pause itself for some reason.
Just a cymatic pattern.
If it does, my bad. It's not my fault. It's a YouTube thing.
This is a representation of the sound.
Right, guys, I will see you soon.
There. So each one of these is a plug point, an energetic plug point into Mother Earth, becoming an energy generating source and multiplying that frequency and that energy. How much does it multiply it? I have to take you, first explain to you this little device here in modern electronics known as a magnetron. These magnetrons are in laser beams, like this little laser beam here. Some of these are benign, they don't hurt you, and some laser beams can cut metal in a split second. This is how powerful magnetrons are. Imagine if a little magnetron can create so much energy. How much a magnetron 20 meters in diameter will create made of virtually pure silica. An insane amount of energy. There are thousands of these magnetrons in southern Africa. Thousands. So now you can start imagining how much energy they were creating, and a huge energy grid that covered large parts of southern Africa. And the interesting thing is that this energy grid is still alive. It still gives us insane amounts of energy because we've measured it. We've measured electromagnetic waves, the sound frequencies that come out of them, the loudness of these sound frequencies, and also this thing called heat signature. The heat signature is the average temperature of 200 meters below the ground. The heat signature tells us that at 80 degrees, if you measured the heat signature 80 degrees, it'll tell you that you're standing on top of a volcano. So just keep that in mind. Then we got to Adam's calendar. As you enter, this is the circle that you see from space. As you walk into this imaginary circle, the heat signature is 9.5 degrees. As you walk into that circle, there's no circle. It's an imaginary circle. It shoots to 77 degrees. It's like literally 9.5 degrees, 77 degrees. What the hell's going on? Something strange is going on that we don't understand. between these two calendar stones, it goes up to beyond 80 degrees. Now the measurement is telling you that you're standing on top of a volcano, and yet it's just bedrock, it's just sandstone. And then we measured the sound frequencies, nothing, just ambient noise. As you go through this imaginary circle, it goes beyond 375 gigahertz of sound that we're measuring. As far as I know, this kind of sound frequencies have never ever been measured anywhere on planet Earth that we know of. That brings me to the Earth grid, because it seems that all these ancient sites on Earth, Adam's Calendar, the Great Pyramids, Pumapunku, they all seem to be built on these nodal points, these energy points that have there's Adam's Calendar right there, there's Giza. And this is really interesting because there seems to be some sort of an energetic code encoded into planet Earth that's mirrored from the sky. And why do we know it's mirrored from the sky? Because the Sumerian texts tell us. And this is not a Zechariah Sitchin translation, by the way. This comes from the Shoyan collection. And this is what it says. In the distant days, in those days after destinies had been decreed, after An, who was Anu, and Enlil, his son, had set up the regulations for heaven and earth. That's interesting. Regulations for heaven and earth. Enki, the exalted knowing God, by the rules for heaven and earth, the fixed rules, he set up the cities. So they're suggesting that there's a grid of energetic rules in the sky that is mirrored on earth, and they set up the cities on earth mimicking or mirroring this energy grid in the sky. So this points us, David Wilcock first actually discovered this when he started talking about these military emblems and these bands that are encoded. This information is encoded into these emblems. They call it the rules. Remember? The rules. The fixed rules for heaven and earth. And here we have the military calls these bands around the earth the rules. They don't know where they come from, but they've always been there. Some sort of an energetic grid around planet Earth. Well, this is deeply encoded stuff, people. So the fixed rules, the energy grid around the Earth is actually encoded in the modern military emblems. All of them. And we now know that all these ancient sites are just giant machines. The stone circles are the trigger point to make us realize that all these ancient structures were just giant machines built to generate energy. For what? That remains the mystery. We know that these are machines because sometimes photographs like this show us that energy is still coming out of these giant machines. Stonehenge, very obvious energy device. And then these ancient sites in Egypt are just technology on a gigantic scale. The obelisk rings like a bell, and you realize it's an antenna. And when you start looking at these structures in Egypt, you realize too many pillars, not enough space. This is not for praying and offering food and going to pray to the gods and all that nonsense. This is all just giant technology. There you've got a beautiful amplification chamber with ringing pillars in front of it on a pedestal, and you realize that these are just templates for giant circuit boards. And these guys are just building these energy devices on a scale that we can't do today because we don't have enough money and we have no idea how to do it. And they were doing things that we can't even imagine today. Giant circuit boards, macro processors, and then devices like this, obviously. And you realize that we're dealing with a time in human history that was very, very different from our lives today. And when you go to South America, Sacsayhuaman, it's just another circuit board on top of a mountain. There's another look at it. Borobudur, Indonesia, just amplifying sound frequencies, shooting it up into the sky with a central beam at the top. And this all takes us to Caesar technology. Caesar technology that was only introduced to humanity in 2009, as opposed to laser beams. Caesar beams, infinitely more powerful. But it seems that human sound was used to amplify and start these circuit boards. Even the Parthenon in Greece, that was an ancient circuit board. It's really badly destroyed. And they had these amphitheaters. They squeeze a bunch of people in there, fill them with fear, make them clap their hands and whatever they do, and all these religious sites as well. All that energy gets channeled down these vibrating pillars and into the circuit board, and it starts the circuit board through sound. And we find these circuit board amphitheater connections all over the world. Amphitheaters, circuit boards, whatever they were doing with that energy remains a mystery. There's another amphitheater connected to a circuit board on top of the mountain there. You can see it badly destroyed. Here's another one in North Africa, in Algeria. Here the circuit board the amphitheater is right in the heart of the ancient circuit board. And this doesn't stop there. The secret sound activation continues in medieval times and continues in modern times. Temples have just become churches. And you will see the importance of the structures of these churches with the conical towers, the cone-shaped tools that focus the sound into Caesar beams. This stuff is just so brilliant. Our sound is being harvested as energy. It's that simple. Anytime you build a circle, pyramids, obelisks, or domes and cathedral towers, these are all harvesting devices for amplifying and harvesting sound and focusing sound. And this is why all cathedrals, all major churches, all major castles around the world are always built on very powerful energy lines, ley lines, very energetic places around the world. Every time there's a Catholic church cathedral, it's always on a very strategic point. And this is why the mystery of the medieval cathedrals is such an important thing to crack. Architects today just marvel at how these guys built it. With the tools they had in the year 1000 or whenever it was 10 something, when they built these in the 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, we couldn't build it today with those kind of tools. We'd struggle to build it today with modern tools. This is just spectacular. Have a look at the inside. It's so obvious what's going on here. Giant acoustic chamber with a dome on top of it, with vibrating pillars from the resonance of the people clapping their hands or the fear or shouting or singing, whatever they were doing, going up these pillars into the dome. And what's on top of the dome outside of the cathedral are these spires that send the frequencies up into the sky. I mean, this is just so obvious what's going on here. But it gets even better. Now you start looking at the extra features in these cathedrals, and you realize that they're also using this shape of light that amplifies the acoustic effect inside the chamber. Can you see the shape of these windows? Circular, very important, not square, circular or oval, etc. And we start seeing very obvious magnetron-shaped windows. And once you know and light and sound are inextricably connected, if you send light through a magnetron shape, it will create a magnetron effect. The shape of the window will take the frequency of the light and amplify it because it's in the shape of a magnetron. It's spectacular. So the light from outside goes through the magnetron structures into the church, into the cathedral. It amplifies it because the cathedral is just an ambient chamber. And now you got this magnetron amplification of the light that shoots out the spires and through the top of the cathedral. It's like laser transfer. You can take the information of an egg from a salamander or a lizard, you put a laser beam through a fertilized lizard egg, and you point the laser at the infertile frog egg, and the frog will become a lizard. The light takes the information and deposits it from one to the other. That's what happens. The light comes in through the window, takes the information of the light and amplifies it inside the chamber. Magnetron-shaped windows in cathedrals is suddenly a dead giveaway that this is very, very advanced technology that we're only waking up to now. Once you realize what's going on, we go, oh my God, we are so bloody dumb. We are just like literally lambs to the slaughter. We're just being lied to, abused, eaten, slaughtered, tortured. This is a woman by the name of Annie in Sweden and took this picture of a church. Look at that beautiful torus. Look at the energy coming out of that, creating a torus effect. As every now and then it just shows itself to us very obviously. And we suddenly realize that city grids in cities are just the modern day circuit boards generating huge amounts of sound. Human beings never stop making a noise. Cities are constantly noisy, keep pushing up sound into the sky through the high skyscrapers. We are sources of energy because we never stop freaking making a noise. And suddenly, when Morpheus holds up the battery in the Matrix and he says, we are the source of energy, you go, I get it, dude. I finally understand what you mean. When the guys made the Matrix, they knew exactly what they were talking about. Wherever they got their information from is very, very interesting. And that brings me back to places like Bologna. These hundreds of towers that have now been destroyed, gone. This is a very, very early picture of Bologna with many of the towers that have already been gone. But look at the early image, the drawing from 1700s of Bologna. There's a dome over the city. There's a wall and a dome over the city. What's going on here?
Welcome back to Tuesday Night Live with Marticus. Tonight, my very great pleasure to, for the first time on Flat Earth British History, is to have Stellium7, who is my friend, good friend Mike. You haven't got your picture up. There you are. My good friend Mike, who has come to educate us. So good to see you, Mike. It's been a couple of weeks since we've actually danced on the dance floor or anything cool like that, being groovy people. But yeah, so yeah, much love to you. You're an awesome truther, and it's a great pleasure to have you here on my channel. Thank you for giving us the time. Thank you so much.
Oh, pleasure. Thanks for the invite. Yeah, we crossed paths a couple times in streams, like a New Year's stream some years back, and
yeah.
This is the first time I've been on your channel. So fun.
Yeah, well, I just need to catch up with myself most of the time. I never know what country I'm waking up in. Never mind what's going on with the internet. So yeah, this debate. Well, it's not a debate, but this conversation is sort of got a lot of interest in the chat. A lot of people have got their opinions on what we're going to talk about now, which is big trees versus meltology. And the claim is a lot of sites that are tree are being misinterpreted as meltology. Is this term over-applied? Well, I'm actually really intrigued to find out more about this. I'm really excited, in fact. So just say one more thing before you get underway. I've been reading Mike's book. If you don't know it, right, get onto his channel and get this book. I've just been reading about his New York antics. It's like the movie, The Hacker, only better. I'm surprised he didn't make a movie.
Then, right?
I'm surprised he didn't make a movie. It would have been brilliant.
Yeah, I need to write a screenplay first and then try and sell it. Maybe someday it'll be a movie. Everyone who's read it has said it should be, so
that shouldn't be difficult to turn a transcript into a screenplay, surely. You just have to have character dialogue. That's more character dialogue, and there is some in there anyway. So
yeah, it's all formatting stuff, but I'm sure there's probably AI tools that'll
I'll do anything now for you. So yeah, Mike, what you saying? Because I posted and talked about this. You were the inspiration for my post last Saturday concerning. I showed some examples of trees and stuff. You must have been thinking, "What's going on here? Then what is he showing?" So I want to be educated. I don't know.
Well, initially when people started coming out with the meltology stuff, the first guy was a guy named Jerry DeCamp, and
yeah, sure, I know Jerry.
Actually,
the great intensification.
In Denver, unfortunately. Not a fan of the guy.
No, he trolled me.
And my first exposure to his theories was him coming out in a stream and just shredding on the work that I'd been doing. I did a series called Unveiling a Titan, where I was investigating a mountain here in Spain and just toying with the idea that what if this is a Titan? Because it sure looks like one, and there's a lot of anatomical features. So I dove deep into that just as an intellectual exercise, and the more I looked, the more I found. And so he did this 15-minute stream where I swear he was on meth or something. He wasn't even coherent, and he was just like scribbling about on the screen and saying this is retarded and this is clearly a melted building. And I'm just like, okay, he didn't even review any of the stuff that I presented. He was just pulling up the stuff on the screen and making claims about it. And so initially I just, dismissed the whole meltology thing, because first of all, if you got melted rock, there's going to be vitrification. There's glassification for people who don't know what that is. Like you can take a giant magnifying glass called a Fresnel's lens, and you can put a rock under that thing, and it'll start melting the rock within seconds. And then when that cools down, it's smooth and it's glass. And I'm like, these people are talking about melt, but there's no sign of melt. There's what looks like drippage and stuff, but there's a lot that exists in the biological realm that can do the same thing. So I just was like, these people are nuts. And one of the big problem I have with it, and I'm just so people out there know, I'm not, the thumbnail says, you know, big trees versus meltology. This is not an attempt to debunk meltology at all, because I'm actually on board with the theory. I've seen a lot of pretty compelling sites now that I think are definitely, you know, the shit hit the fan and something happened. And but there are a lot of sites that people are claiming have been like, people are just carving into solid stone, and you know they're creating these locations, and then it got melted, or they were once buildings and then were melted. And I think that may be true in some locations, but they're vastly over applying the theory. And none of the meltology people that I've encountered are actually examining the evidence in favor of the big trees. So there's obviously Devil's Tower, the stumps, you know, the flat-topped mountains, but there's a whole slew of other data points and things that can be looked at that also match up and dovetail perfectly with the theory. And so they're not looking at that stuff. And then when they do come across those sites, they're just finding ways to make that work into their meltology theory. And so I think that the problem is that it's just being way over applied, and it's almost like a religion for a lot of these people. You know, it's like talking with somebody who's just off the deep end with whatever their religious belief is. So I wouldn't mind talking to somebody who's a little more level-headed and open-minded and has examined some of these sites and explained why it couldn't possibly be true. So we can touch on all kinds of different things. And
well, for me, I'm on board with meltology, but I have difficulty.
You know, the guy in the chat, he's probably one of these people I'm talking about, because he's not open-minded to the tree thing at all. There's a mountain of evidence.
Yeah. It's not my way or the highway here. This is like a critical thinking, open-minded. Thinking outside
I'm open
box place.
To meltology, so it's not.
Yeah, sure.
It's not
I have trouble with the Himalayas. The Himalayas is just way too. It's like, what is it, 100,000 square miles?
You mean as a melted building? Yeah, I mean the idea that all mountains on Earth were once buildings. Like, okay, well, where did all the materials come from for the buildings? Why is there no sign of building there? There's a lot, places like Bryce Canyon in Utah. They're calling like these are ancient structures, and I'll show some images later that I think that's, we're looking at sandstone, and sandstone is former tree.
Okay. Your volume just dropped off.
It did.
Oh, it's back now.
Okay.
There you are.
It's back. All right. Well, I'm going to get this thing closer. It might be the mic, because I've changed the cable and I've turned off the auto. All right. Let me know how it goes. The problem, I have a mic on here, but it
sounds fine.
Crap.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Okay.
I'll just stop for a second. Yeah. So what about melted bricks then?
I've seen a lot of examples of them. I've got some images that are pretty wild, like ceilings of bricks, and it's just melting down like fluid. So yeah.
I've seen them with my own eyes as well in Colchester. The Boadicea line, they call it, from where Boudica burnt the city. So apparently Roman.
So you want to do you have some really? I've got a
I could share. Let's get
stuff,
this
but maybe
off.
you could just show some things and we can just start.
Yeah, sure. That'd be a great idea. That would. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here this week, and let's stay groovy in in the chat feed. Wow, it's so.
And hi to everyone in the chat from my channel. I've been gone for quite a while. I've been a digital hermit, but I've been out there in the world. I've done a number of presentations since the last time that I did a stream, and I've typically done recaps of each of those, but they were kind of back to back, and I haven't. But since I streamed last, I've been in, I think, Ireland, England, Scotland, Mexico, and Missouri for events. So it's been a fun year.
So what do you think? Tree trunk?
Perhaps I would have to get close to see the stone underneath the castle, but I wouldn't assume that the castle was much larger and that everything below is former castle. I would think that they built the castle on top of that structure, whatever it once was.
Oh no, I'd agree with that. That's always the case, isn't it? It's out of the way of the floodwater when it comes. So this is interesting. This is in Western Ireland, something called the monastery, where they actually state that this was a building. Okay, this was a monastery. And then when you read into it, it says, oh, it got obliterated by the Atlantic winds that are there, and just, you know, erosion. But you can still see, you know, pretty much well, it looks a little bit straight there. You can see some sort of form, but yeah, completely obliterated. But they do state that it was a monastery. So some of these places could well have been, you know, so melted brick.
Really melted. Now, I just to make a point here. So a lot of the sandstone that I'll show images of later has perfectly fine alternating grain, where it's going from red to white to red to white, and it's swirling, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. I got a picture of that shortly. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no that is clearly melted brick, but there's no the flow of the grain is not preserved in any way. So when that melt starts to happen, it loses that micro layering. Yeah, so that structure to me was built inside what
for sure. But what about the folding of the land in such a nature? What will cause that? I know what they say in geological terms.
I'll show a bunch of examples also of like fresh wood, you know, different kinds of trees. And when you look at the knots of trees, you get these curves and these swirls. The knots can be shaped like this as well, right? And so there's a lot of people that see these different structures and start talking about petrified genitalia. But that's such a reach. The Occam's razor. If the big trees were a thing, it makes way more sense that those sites that look like genitalia are actually the knots of the trees that have petrified.
Well, how high would they have to go, the trees? Because obviously it gets like, you know, decidedly cold the further up you get. You know, 35,000 feet is 50 below outside. So how high would they be?
I don't know. And how wide were they as well is a question.
They can't be too many miles
because you can do the math on the ratios of a tree, and you can go, okay, if the tree is got a trunk that's 2 feet wide, it's going to extend X amount of feet up into the sky. So if something is 2 miles wide, how many miles into the sky is going to go? And if it's 50 or 100 miles, well, people talk about the firmament being at 60 miles, you know, it's one theory. If there even is a firmament, if it's a physical barrier, we might be inside of a Russian doll, you know, like where there's concentric spheres, and maybe the current barrier, if there is one, wasn't previously there. Maybe we're being downsized. Maybe the realm is fractal and holographic, and you know, it's like things get smaller and smaller. Like even in the mainstream geological narrative, they talk about a time when the atmosphere had a higher density of CO2 and oxygen, and everything grew very large. They talk about giant reptiles and the vapor canopy days, right? The Avatar days, where everything was gigantic. So these are all things that we can't really know the answers of, you know.
Yeah, so things being petrified rapidly. I have witnessed these trees in New Mexico and Arizona that were just like glass and haven't even been there that long. But I think antiquity definitely does it as well. This looks like one of these things you get in how long
that does look like it was a structure. I mean, I can't imagine dripping and an accumulation of minerals creating a structure like that. And
I don't think stalagmites and stalactites take that long to produce because I used to collect them from a local motorway bridge, and they were there like every year, a new stalagmite. It was like, snap that off with the saltpeter. But yeah, crazy. What about this blob? Excuse me.
This blob, I would call this biogeology. To say what it is, I don't know, but I think that was originally biological. The color is one of the reasons. The fact that the outer layer is a completely different color than the inner layer. You can see that there's layering there. So there are trees that look like that on the inside. You know, there's the dragon tree that has red sap, and there's another tree that I have a photo of that's the whole inner core is exactly that color.
Yeah. I've posted that bleeding tree that gives off just like blood out of the trunk. I've posted about it, but obviously this is high in iron, so, you know, because it's so red. But you know, you could interpret
and
it.
so my question then, you know, there are some who would say, no, this was formerly a building, and I'm like, well, what sign is there that was formerly building? If they believe that, like, there's no doors, there's no windows, there's no nothing to suggest structure.
Not in that case, definitely not. It looks quite organic, if you ask me, the thing. But you get these things where they build them later. I've seen loads of examples of this in Czech Republic. Krumlov Castle was the same castle, just put on top of one of these prominents, which are just these boulders that are all over the place. So I don't know what to think about them. They do look melted.
Yeah, when I've listened to videos from people covering this from the meltology perspective, they're talking about all kinds of different things like ballooning of the rocks and so a lot of times when I've seen close-ups of these areas where you'll see brick and then you see another kind of brick and another, you know, and they're claiming that these are like different stages of melt, but to me that's probably a structure that they adapted the upper structure into.
But how would they geology explain one of these geological formations? It's obviously not glacial, is it? Bobbling like that. I wonder what you know, in their official narrative, what circumstances make these things. It's just never get it.
Not sure.
Look, this obviously that's probably a later temple, is it, than the overlap? Can you see that?
Yeah, this reminds me of, like, what is that? The Kalisa temple or something? The one that's like, we were talking about that the other day, that's just carved out of one gigantic block. And, you know, my theories on this stuff, a lot of times it's sandstone. Like if you look at Petra exhibits tree in every way. Even when you look at it from above, like on Google Earth, we could do that later. When you look at it from above, you can see the structure of tree. And then when you get down at the structure and inside the rooms, all of the swirl and the micro layering of the grain is all there for tree. Really? So my theory about the sandstone is that it was formerly tree, and they were able to carve into it because, you know, with the primitive, say the Bronze Age tools, they were able to, they wouldn't be able to hack into like granite and these kinds of things with the kinds of tool. I saw a video about that the other day that was, you know, they were looking at, well, you'd have to have somebody there sharpening the tools all the time because they would go blunt quickly. And, you know, it was, but, ridiculous. You know, whether there's melt also, because Shepu's there saying it looks like melt to him. Yeah, I mean, it looks, you've got the flow, but the flow could also be mineral deposits from rain runoff and stuff like that. But you can see when you look at the other structures, and maybe if you had higher resolution, you might be able to see that there's grain in there. So my take on the sandstone is that it was formerly tree. They carved into it with primitive tools, or maybe not so primitive tools, like in the case of that temple we were just talking about. Yeah. And then, you know, whether it was the flood or some kind of a plasma event or something that caused the petrification, that's, you know, and then that starts to also wear. So the petrification could have come before and the flood could have come after, causing erosion. I've got sites that look like that, where you've got both what looks like water erosion and melt at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think so too. And I know that isn't Petra, but I got examples of these where they're just in the side of, you know, inside of cliffs, where you see these, you know, these weird mountains, and it really does. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I look at that stuff and I shake my head and I go, what the heck happened? I wouldn't claim that's tree because I don't see anything that reminds me of tree.
yeah, interesting. These bits here look like the bits you get in Puma Punko on them stones. Yeah, it's a world away. You know, they're doing the same architecture.
Carving structures to nowhere.
Yeah, well, that's it. But not really. If they had foreknowledge of Armageddon, yeah, then they would, you know, get up out of the way on the high ground into the cliffs or something. Especially if it was a plasma event, and that, you know, when it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and they just, where would you go? Cave or underground? And if there was like some sort of what they call a CME or some sort of plasma event, scorching the earth, or even what they call the ozone, but setting it alight, setting this place alight. So what about that then? This is an interesting one. Now, I've seen, you mentioned Paul Cook to me earlier. He went to Nottingham to the caves in England. I've been there myself. They are absolutely mind-blowing, but a lot of them have got this sort of brickwork incorporated, where people have actually been living in there, and tramps even in the modern day. But I don't know what to make of them, really.
Yeah, I'm also on board with the geopolymer thing, very much so. I think that that's a very, very important part of what's going on all across the realm. In fact, I think that's probably how they did things like the pyramids and these megalithic structures. It makes a lot more sense that they you know, created molds and poured into them rather than carving these massive stones and then having to move them and place them.
Yeah, of course.
So when I look at this, I'm seeing like the central portion there has a bit of, you know, what looks like that sandstone grain. The other stuff looks like it got hit by fire.
Yeah.
And the brick looks like it was added after.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. But yeah, it looks like it's taken a lot of heat, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of the structures around the UK, these sandstone dwellings, like in Kinver and a lot of the places that you know, Nicky B and Paul Cook were exploring together. Those structures, I you know, I had a whole folder with loads of screenshots from different, you know, sites, and it continually exhibits the, you know, the features of tree, the grain, and like there's one photo, and I searched almost an hour for it today. I couldn't find it, but so you've got rooms being carved into these structures, and he was positing, you know, that he was invoking these giant 3D printers. And I'm like, okay, that's a stretch. Take a look at the tree information, because it looks very much like tree. There's a lot to suggest that it is, and he wouldn't have it. And you know, I was a supporter of his work. I was even a patron of his on his channel, and then we had a huge falling out, and he started slandering me, and it got ugly. And so I actually made a video called Biogeology, Geopolymers, and Lies, because I had to defend myself, because he was making a whole bunch of claims about me that weren't true, and I had the receipts, so people can watch that and decide for themselves who's being honest and who isn't. But these sites, you know, if you carve into them, one of the things about the sandstone is it's very soft in these locations. So you can see the micro layering, but if you go up to the wall and you rub the wall, the layering goes away.
Yeah.
Right. So there are sites that he was showing where there's all kinds of different channels that have been carved in for what looks like, you know, maybe plumbing or electrical or something. So they're not just carving the rooms, but it looks like everything is there set up for something more. But what I realized when I was looking at that is those things had to have been carved before it was sandstone, because if it had been sandstone, all of the micro layering wouldn't be there. So he had this one room that he showed an image of, and there was a narrow, like, rectangular channel that was carved down through the wall, and you could see that the layering was going over, in, over, out, and over, like so, and it was all perfectly preserved. But if you got up there and rubbed with your hands, that layering would be gone. So to me, that suggests that carving first, petrification later. and then
I think
breakdown and erosion.
Well, with this temple here, I would, okay, they carved in the sandstone temple entrance there. But if you look at this messed up bit on the bottom, there's a window with an arch over it. So I think that this was a building at some stage, even before this bit.
Yeah.
Down there.
Yeah, and I think that's also happening as well. That the buildings are melting. So, kudos to the meltology people for figuring it out and spotting it. And I think it's an important data point. And so anyone who thinks that I'm like all tree, I'm not. It's a bit of tree. It's a bit of Titan. It's a bit of meltology. This is what I'm doing. I have a slide. I have a slide in my presentations. It's like, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind. And I think that the answer is E, all of the above, right? There's some of all of it, and we need to be cautious about our claims and understand that maybe it's way more complex than we thought. Like, for example, with the trees. If the trees came down and were felled, which the ancient legends and religious texts talk about, then how long did they lay before the flood came? And was it the flood that petrified them, or was it some kind of a plasma apocalypse? I want to get back to that photo in a second. But and then as they're laying, are they in a state of decay? Are they starting to break down? Like if you look at a tree in the forest that's fallen and is starting to break down, it becomes the forest floor, and it's just like a sandy structure. And so, then you've got fungal impact as well, the mycelium and fungus. You've got termites, you have bacteria, you have all these different things and it can be in different stages of breakdown. And then depending on how it's undergone petrification is going to result in a different outcome, whether it's through plasma, through high heat, like volcanic activity. You're talking about, they say that the pyroclastic flows can be up to 1500 degrees Celsius and move at the speed of sound. Mm-hmm. So that's a powerful force, right? Then you've got high mineral content waters, right? Mother Shipton's cave is a perfect example where they go and hang things, and within time they're petrified.
Yeah.
And before you were talking about the stalactites, I showed a video clip in my presentations from another guy who's looking at piping structures in cities where they cut cross sections of the pipes, and they're showing in like 50 to 70 years, they're getting this massive accumulation of the exact same material that they're claiming is forming the stalactites, right? This mineral deposit. Yeah. And then they tell us in the mainstream that it's 50 to 100 years per centimeter. Absolute BS, and that video completely debunks it. There's a lot of things like, when it comes to sedimentary layering and how things take that have been debunked by geology itself, not just, people like us who are asking, uncomfortable questions, but like Mount St. Helens erupted, it deposited 30 feet or more of sedimentary layering with microlamination in a matter of hours. So the whole sedimentary layering becoming metamorphic rock, becoming lava, that whole mainstream petrogenesis model, while it also may happen, is not an explanation for a lot of the sites that we see. And as far as those bricks go, it looks like it could have expanded. I'm looking at the picture now. What were you saying? Sorry.
Well, with Mount St. Helens, also there was a canyon, like a small Grand Canyon, that opened in an instant. It didn't take, umpteen millions of years to be carved out by the Colorado River. I mean, this thing happened in an instant. Right. So
yeah, and also the trees that were covered by the mud and the lahars, these flows of the mud combined with the ash combined with the water. Those trees are already petrified. So our timelines of how long it takes for petrification to take place are completely false as well. They're giving
I feel if there was a plasma event, then there would be the biggest forest fire you could ever imagine. It would be like literally incinerated, and all would be left is stumps. I took this photo. This is the Harlock Stone in Nottingham, on one of the hills in Nottingham. I took it. It's just a crazy rock in the middle of a field. And
so I would, based on what I've studied, I would say that's a small piece of what was once a very large tree that has been hit by fire. Because what happens to a tree when it burns? It turns to coal, right?
Yeah.
If it gets really, really hot, it turns to obsidian. You get the vitrification. Like anyone who doubts that can look up rainbow obsidian. You can see all the micro layering. It catches all the light in the way that opal does, or other kinds of these stones that have chatoyancy.
So what of diamonds then?
Yeah, well, they tell us it's compressed coal for what is it, 1 million pounds for 1 million years or something is what I remember hearing as a kid. I don't know what the official narrative is on it, but that's what they're saying. And the one of the videos that I often show is from a channel. I think it's Nightlight and Hawk, or I can't remember the name of it, but he basically uses a microwave to combine some different powders with a bit of steel wool in a crucible, and within 10 seconds he makes raw ruby. Ruby is the second hardest after diamond, right? Wow. Sapphire, ruby, same thing, just in colors, right?
Yeah, I have seen that. I have seen that with the ruby.
Right. So if you can, using your household microwave and the right combination, I think it's chromium oxide and aluminum oxide in a certain percentage, and then you have the steel wool there for conductivity. And then it's a crucible with a ceramic lid that can vibrate, and the plasma from the magnetron interacts with those materials and in seconds turns it into ruby. So that also mainstream science doesn't acknowledge transmutation of elements other than in the hearts of suns or in nuclear reactors, right? So and they definitely don't acknowledge biological transmutation, which in my mind is a fact, because a chicken is doing it every day as it makes an egg, because there's more calcium in the egg than is in the chicken's diet. So the chicken is creating an element by mixing other elements together biologically. And there's a whole book on that by a guy named Louis, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Kervran, Kervran, called Biological Transmutation. So they have to throw that out, because if biological transmutation is possible and transmutation through high heat or plasma is possible, then that throws off everything they're telling us about the timelines when it comes to how the universe formed and how long it took and how long geology takes to form and everything. So they have to, just like they have to get rid of the ether, they have to get rid of that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So it was just
so to me, I see this 100% tree. No, there's no sign of building there.
So they say like gold comes from the hearts of stars or born in supernovas, so we know that's not true. So gold, does that come from big trees or fossilized beings?
Well, you can actually find gold in the leaves of trees, right? They can start to look for gold deposits based on the amount that's accumulated inside the tree. But the claim is that the tree is absorbing the gold and the silver and the copper and the different metals through its roots from the earth, right? And that these are like these trace metals that are floating in the sap of the tree. We have monatomics in our bloodstream, right? They say we have a little bit of gold, we have a little bit of everything in it.
The greatest concentration in the heart. Yeah.
So when looking at the evidence for the trees, it's pretty clear that sap petrifies to quartz in varying types, in varying colors. Sap comes in every color imaginable: green, blue, yellow, orange, you name it, bright red. And there's different kinds. So you've got different constitutions. You have phloem and you have xylem, and they move in different directions, and each one has a different, chemical constitution. And so if inside of that liquid, these metals exist in these microscopic forms, what would happen if it were to get hit by an incredibly powerful electromagnetic force?
Sure.
Right. Lichtenberg figures are all over the world. The biggest of which is the Grand Canyon. Someone in the chat early wanted me to talk about the Grand Canyon or Sedona. I think Sedona is clearly tree. That whole region, anywhere where you see these, like in Arizona, like the wave where you see this incredible sandstone that's swirling around, or there's a place called White Pocket that just looks totally like the flesh and blood of a creature. Those sites, when you see the quartz seams, that's where the miners are going to find the gold and the silver. They're going to the quartz and pulling that out and then separating out the metals. So they tell us that petrified sap is amber, which is silly because amber is a 2.5 on the hardness scale. You can dent it with your finger, right? Your fingernail. So it's not petrified, it's just oxidized. And I've got loads of photographs of tree stumps that have been, cut, and like the sap has leaked out and it's there exposed to the sun and the air, and it's super hard and it looks identical to amber.
Yeah.
Is it petrified? No, it's oxidized, hardened sap.
Yeah.
So what would it look like if it was petrified? Well, how it would look would depend on what color it was to begin with and how it was petrified, and all these different factors that I was talking about before. But either way, if you think about the Lichtenberg figures, like I've shown videos where you can put electrodes on wood and it burns this fractal pattern in the wood, right? So some of that material is burning off in vapor, like the smoke, and some of that material is going to align itself along the lines of current, and it's going to be in that fractal shape. And interestingly enough, when you find native gold and silver, and they're very, very careful in the extraction, you see that it has tendrils and it's got that fractal form to it. So I think that the trees are actually producing those metals, not absorbing them, and through a transmutation of elements, then they get hit, and then it accumulates in these things that we go mining for.
Really interesting though. That's probably
there's an old book from like the sixth. Yeah. There you go. They're using anatomical terminology in geology, which is interesting. There's a book from the 1600s. It's a Spanish book, huge, called Ray Metallica, and they kind of hint at these things. And I've got so many videos on my channel, I can't remember what's where, so I can't refer people to a video. But there's people talking about how they find the gold deposits by going and looking at the what the trees have in them, and the leaves in particular.
Wow, that is amazing. Never ever thought of that. That is really good, actually. It really got me thinking there. With it,
yeah. So
with
this
yeah.
There's a lot of people said this is an old castle or something like that.
Yeah,
no,
I was just gonna say that.
It's tree, and I'll show examples of this in fresh wood as well when I start sharing. But yeah,
it's giving me the tree buzz. When I went along Route 66 through like New Mexico and Arizona, I was like, tree. They don't look like anything else. But yeah.
And like a site like this, I'm just like, I have no problem saying I don't know. They're wonderful words, very powerful. Three little words.
This is like it's supposed to be the floor of some sort of forest, but I see this on the coast of South Wales as well, exactly the same sort of formation where you can see some sort of structure, like like literally perps and beds, like old stonework. But yeah, it's all like melted. Well, it could be melted, it could be some sort of just that's melted. What do you think of that?
It definitely looks like there's some drippage happening there, and how do they make bricks? What's the composition of brick? Are they mixing sand? Are they mixing sandstone with other stuff? Clay, sandstone, and baking it. So if the original materials that they're using to make the bricks in the first place also got hit, maybe it would do what we saw in some of those bricks that we showed in the beginning.
Yeah, that would make sense. But this sort of formation you were talking about earlier,
that's Petra. I'm pretty certain that's Petra. Yeah, and that to call that melted building, I think is it just doesn't make sense to me. And
No,
that's
no,
where
I would agree with you in
I-
this case, definitely.
This
with
is
that
where
swirling.
Paul Cook and I started to butt heads, and things went sour. But you can see the circular concentric rings there, and the ceiling also on some of these images, as it breaks away, it flakes away. You can see the complexity of the layering, and there's this alternation of color. Now, if that melted, it should look like those bricks did that we looked at in the beginning,
sure.
and you would lose all of that beautiful detail of the microlamination.
Yeah, I'm glad I showed that example. When you said earlier, I thought, yeah, almost something like that then. Difficult to know, isn't it?
It looks like Mickey Mouse got hit. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that, Mickey Mouse, especially, one year's got melted off. But there's
Yeah.
great potholes in it as well. It's like some sort of like water erosion. But what?
There's so many
bits of
different
stonework.
Yeah. When you get into things like plasma and just there's so many different scientific experiments where they're working with different kinds of matter in different ways, and it yields all kinds of bizarre patterns and shapes. So again, I don't know.
Well, the Thunderbirds project, they talk about, like, from planetary terms, but they talk about a lot of these mesas being pushed up by arcing of high intensity plasma bursts, which is super lightning. And they say they skip, and then you can see they're in ones or twos. Literally, I thought, Did you ever see this?
And they have videos also where they're showing, as it's getting hit with the plasma, all these different flows that happen and how
Exactly
things
that.
rise
I've
up
seen
and
that.
fall away. Yeah.
So I was quite that's really interesting, I thought. If you just
I think they're obviously they've got an electro universe model, but I think they're couching it in a heliocentric model simultaneously. I think of it more like if we are in some kind of an enclosed realm, like like a Tesla plasma ball or something. How when you touch it, all the electricity goes to your finger or something. Well, maybe, and also if you think of the Fresnel's lens, that magnifying glass I was talking about, if we do have a firmament and it's translucent, or it permits light to come through, and it's shaped like that, and then it could totally create these incredibly powerful plasma things. Also, I've talked about volcanoes, and the ash is conductive, and the biggest plasma storms that we've ever recorded, they're over volcanic clouds. So if you had 1,000 volcanoes erupting simultaneously,
wow,
how much ash would that be? And if that started to be plasma activity, what's that going to do to the things below? And the Bible, I think, or maybe one of the apocryphal texts, talks about a time when the body parts were raining from the sky. Jason Bashir's has talked about that as well. Sure. And if the trees were very, very, very large and reached up, into the heavens, then in the rainforests, the like 80% of the life is in the canopy of the trees, not on the ground. So all of that life up in those trees would have been the first to get hit, and then that would rain down. So they might have been like our big buildings are, and their lightning rods and everything. The trees would have been the first to get hit.
Yeah.
That,
supposed to have
that could be a pyramid or something.
Well, I don't know. It's not like a tree. It looks like it's an actual pyramid, doesn't it? This one. So again, what's encasing it? Maybe when there was a mud flood, it came from above and it just encased everything and then solidified over the buildings or over the pyramids. Who even knows? So I find it interesting that Mount Meru on the Mercator map, or the famous Hyperborean map, looks exactly like a tree trunk.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that the world tree of the Norse mythologies and many other mythologies around the world is in that location. And I think, it could be, it could be, I've got that in my presentations as well. It could be a representative of just the electromagnetic field and the toroid itself and that axis that we,
I propose that
we call Mount Meru. But I lean towards, you know, there being 4 continents there. There's so many maps that suggest that. And the aurora borealis is an interesting phenomenon. And you've got, if you have a vortexing inward of the etheric flow, that's going to, you know, it speeds up as it gets closer to that point, which would be Mount Meru. And as it's speeding up, it's going to activate the noble gases. So that could give rise to things like the aurora borealis. So, and then there's books, you know, like, what is it? The Smoky God, you know, the Norse fisherman who you know, ends up in a current with his son and on a boat.
But Olaf Johnson.
They go talk with the giants, and I mean, that totally sounds like Tartaria, you know.
Surely
still exists there, and you know,
giants in silks.
Come pass, you know, your compass points there.
Just concerning this Norse model, I'm really intrigued by it. Like, you know, you get the tree, which is a giant tree, which is supposed to be Mount Meru. But I'm always intrigued with this rainbow bridge that takes you to another dimension. And look what they got. Like in this depiction, they got like one of those Roman arches. I'm like, I wonder if that's what's going on. You just step through an arch and then you're just in a different place. So yeah, this stack looks like it might be a tree, Mike.
Yeah. So the whole basalt topic, to me, that's whether it's tree. I can show a clip of another theory that I think is also interesting, but all of that screams biogeology to me. That the idea that this was formed by rapidly cooling lava that had to be surrounded by earth in order to create the pressure so that the lava had nowhere to expand, right? Because that's the mainstream model, is the honeycomb pattern comes because as the lava is coming up through the fissures and this rapid cooling event, like whatever froze the mammoths in Siberia, when that happens, there's nowhere for the lava to expand to. And what their claim is that that's what's creating the honeycomb pattern. And I present lots of images that I believe thoroughly debunk that claim. But regardless, they can't go back in time to witness it. They can't show it occurring presently. We have active volcanoes. There's no,
you don't see that in Hawaii.
There's no in-between stages. There are some, you know, basalt structures that have what looks like a big melted clump on top of them, but to say that that's lava, I think is silly, because lava is amorphous and it never has a straight line ever.
Yeah, it makes no sense, and then it gives off this perfect geometry you could measure. It just makes no sense. Like that Giant's Causeway you're on about, it's got like a lot of stone prominent on top of it.
Yeah, I lean towards tree with it, but it could also be mushroom, and I'll show some evidence, a potential evidence of that later.
Yeah,
because if the trees were a thing, like you showed a kind of sandstone structure earlier that had like a flattened top, and there's a lot of those. I think they're called, what do they call those things? The hoodoos.
Okay.
Right. There's a lot of those sites. Now that could be just sedimentary layering where you have and that's the mainstream explanation, is that you have a thicker, more compact layer, and then you have a softer layer underneath that wears away. And so that's why you get those little hats on top. But when you start to look at mushrooms, looks exactly like mushroom. And then there's another species. I don't think they're actually considered mushroom. They're called stemonitis. And there's like 20 different varieties of these things, and I'll show a little video clip of them growing rapidly so you can see how they grow. And when you look at Devil's Tower, it looks exactly like these stemonitis things. And Hangman 1128, who's the guy who's put out,
I know Hangman.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's put out
he's
the best information on the big trees out there. I traveled with him for a week in Denver. I mean, in Colorado, and in the Black Hills of South Dakota. And he took me to. He's been looking at these sites for the last 10 years, and he took me to the absolute best locations. So I've got a stream recap of that journey on my channel, but I've also shared a lot of his work over the years, but his channel is fantastic.
Yeah.
And he was at Devil's Tower, and he was showing all of the structures in the region below it are all sandstone and, you know, exhibiting the evidence of tree that he's shown. And then you've got the tower on top. But he claims, and I'm on board after being there, that the tree that was the Black Hills is a tree that was anywhere from 50 to 100 miles wide at the base.
Shit. Wow.
So once again, that you're getting into like a holographic fractal kind of a universe where everything was, you know, that, and like Roger Spur's giant dragon in the Sahara attacking the fish, right? So, you know, if you go up from us, what's a fractal level up? Maybe something like Mont Go, this elephant mountain that I was, you know, reporting on. And that's, you know, a creature that would have been roughly 3 miles long. Well, what's a fractal level up from that? Maybe something 1,000 miles long. There's your dragon and fish in the Sahara. I wasn't like, oh, I believe this, but I thought, oh, this is interesting. And I was already looking into Earth shape and the idea that there may be outer realms that we don't really know how big this place is. So, you know, and there's so much that doesn't make any sense at all when you try and put that in the context of a heliocentric model. So anyway, back to what I was saying about the stemonitis. If you looked at a tree that was 50 to 100 miles wide, Devil's Tower is obviously tiny compared to that. So we can have saplings or we can have fully grown trees, but we can also have trees that have mushrooms growing on them. And that whole sandstone structure all around Devil's Tower has the appearance of sites that he's shown are clearly tree. And so people can decide for themselves later when I show the clip.
Oh, super.
I still lean towards tree, though. I think it's tree.
Same. And funny how the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind had the emphasis on Devil's Tower with the UFOs, etc. Yeah.
Trying to imprint a whole other idea in our minds and get us to not even pay attention to the very obvious, you know, evidence. It's right in front of our eyes. So
yeah, it's pretty.
So this is the most interesting tabletop mountain out there, in my opinion. I mean, you've got the Tipuis with the never-ending waterfalls that are very interesting for other reasons.
Wow, yeah.
But this is the only one I've ever seen that has concentric rings. Like, how do you explain a sedimentary layering model where dead animal and plant life are compacting over millions of years to create that structure? Because that's the mainstream explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, even if you buy that, how do you explain those concentric rings?
Wow, it'd be really interesting if you were into dendrochronology and you could look into the rings on top of there. I bet there'd be some interesting things to find, but yeah. So this is Devil's Tower, an old photograph, but you've got all this rock at the bottom as well.
Yeah,
like
I once went to,
stuff.
I didn't get to go there when I went with Hangman, but I went to Devil's Post Pile, and they're like 4 foot wide, those chunks. They're big. Those
really?
are big pieces. I'm not sure about Devil's Tower's debris there, but the ones at Devil's Post Pile were. And you can get up on top of it and you can look down at the honeycomb pattern. It's really cool.
Interesting. When it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, isn't it? This realm now, isn't it? Everything's just scaled down. The buildings are big.
Yeah, there's a scene in Back to the Future, the second one, where they're in what is it, Arizona, where they have those Monument Valley, and and the professor is talking to Marty, and he's like, we got to be real careful about, when you go back in time, because we wouldn't want you to go back in time and get transported to where a giant tree once stood. And as he's saying this, is one of those structures right behind him. And I think it's a total truth drop, just like the Avatar movie is. I tried to play that clip in my presentation, but it didn't play for some reason.
Wow. Where giant tree stood once, did he said that in the movie? Oh, they don't have to give it away in Hollywood, don't they? But yeah, they would have been something along that scale, I think. That's more realistic.
And we have the myths of Paul Bunyan, right? Cutting down the giant trees, and he had his big friend the ox. So
what about Jack and the Beanstalk? He plants magic beans.
Exactly.
The beanstalk goes up. He chops that down with an axe. There's giants up on another realm above us with golden eggs and a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the fun synchronicities that's happened with the mountain here in Spain that after I was digging into it was the river that goes alongside the mountain is called Gata de Gorgos. And the Gorgos are the Gorgons, who were the three Greek goddesses, the sisters, and one of those three was Medusa. So alongside Montgo, which I believe is a petrified creature, and have presented over 50 different data points in support of that theory, the river that goes alongside of it is named after the goddess of petrification. Instant petrification.
God. What is the chances? But there, near Montgo, there is a certain energy, and going over the trunk on that road, I was like, "Ooh, what's that feeling?" So there's definitely something going on with that mountain, 100%. I'm down.
Yeah, the Guru Gathering last year, I led a tour. There were about 12 of us, and we went up to the eye. And I might do it again if people are interested. We'll see. Hopefully it won't be like it is now. It's hot as hell, but yeah. So come along if you can.
Yeah, man, I'd love to go up that mountain. I bet the view from up there is out of this world. I just can't even imagine on a clear day.
Yeah, the view from the top of the head is unobstructed, 360 degrees in every direction, oceans, mountains, multiple layers of mountain ranges. It's an awesome place to stand. It really is.
And Ibiza, they shouldn't be visible on the globe.
despite Alex having fear of heights, I managed to get him up there, and
oh, is he?
He got to experience it, but he's not grateful.
Well, he doesn't like to get too high.
Yeah, not as far as altitude.
All right. All right. You have anything to share with us then today?
Sure.
Wicked.
Dig into some stuff here.
So thank you everyone for being here today. And this is streaming live also on Mike's channel, Stellium 7, live right now as well, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, 112 watching. Welcome everybody. Nice to see you. I wish there was time to follow the chat. Hi, Wendy. She's one of my moderators.
423 watching here live.
Awesome. It's a gaggle. A gathering. Let's see where to begin.
Big love to Eric the Healer.
Let's see.
But them Avatar movies, I've gone off it. The newest one is just rubbish. But the first one, I was like, oh my God, yeah, you struck a chord. I watched it about 4 times or something. But yeah, I'd love to live in a tree house.
Yeah, the Avatar movies, they're very moving. I think there's something about, the topic that it just resonates with our hearts. Like there's a part of us that knows that that it was real. So actually, let me do this. Just I mentioned Montgo. Can you see Montgo there? Do you see Montgo?
Okay, there it is. Yeah. Oh, lovely.
Yeah. So this is fun. Somebody posted this on Facebook in a local group here, and I had never seen it before. But for people who have maybe a hard time seeing, the head shape and the eye and everything, somebody did this, which I thought was fun. So just to help people get a perspective.
Yeah.
So let's
Whoa.
What?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, that was the title of one of my other presentations. Let's see. So that we had all kinds of different threads. I'm just gonna kind of scan
That's
through
so
some.
cool.
I'll just jump around because we've talked about like Petra. This is the front of one of the structures, and you can see
cool.
like here's a knot and there's a knot.
Wow.
This you see my mouse when I'm moving around?
No, not really. No. There, that's
No,
perfect. That's Petra. Yeah. Wow. Oh my God.
You don't see the mouse.
No, we can see it now. Yes, there it's there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Good.
Now the picture's
all
up
right.
there.
Yeah. So this to me looks like it was tree to begin with, and then it eroded probably through water flow, and that's why everything is all smoothed out. There might be some melt involved in this one as well. Oh wait, I've got text here. How do you turn that off? Toggle subtitles. There we go.
There you go.
You showed let's see, hide that. You showed this. This is similar to that other image you showed, but from the inside. And here again, I have a hard time understanding how people can look at this and think that this is layers of brick and mortar. Same thing goes here, where you have all these concentric rings. They're not going to melt in that fashion. So it's not that there isn't evidence of meltology, but there's evidence of a lot of other stuff, and people are applying that theory to it. And here you can see, look at all this beautiful micro grain, and then a little. I mean, this is exactly what tree does. I'll get into some good good examples of that in a moment.
Wow.
And this is that's red rock in here. Wait, let me go back in Colorado.
Yeah.
And another thing that happens with tree grain is you get all of these lines. Like here you have. I wish I could pause that, but you see there was like diagonal and then straight lines. Tree does this kind of stuff. There's so many. I'll show some incredible examples of what tree does, and then you get these little holes in them and stuff. And to suggest that this was once a building and it melted, I just think it's foolish, honestly. And look at this. Anyway,
that looks mushroomy.
Yeah, that's Red Rock again. That's Angel's Landing there, which is in Zion. I got to hike that when I was a kid, and it was one of the peak moments of my life. This is what's called banded iron. And so again, you've got that alternation of color. And in the mainstream geological model, how does that work with sedimentary layering? Earth just decided to do this, and then no, we're going to go back to that, and then this, and then go back to that. And, it's just this alternation of this, this repeat. And you can see the beauty of all the grain there.
Wow.
We talked about Lichtenberg figures. For people who don't know what that is, this is it. They want you to think that little rivulets here formed these larger channels and then created this. But if you look at Lichtenberg figures and you look at how wood burns with high voltage, it does exactly that. And I believe that the Grand Canyon is the biggest example of a Lichtenberg figure. And this is what I was saying, that the biggest plasma storms in the world are formed over volcanoes. And this is the Fresnel's lens at work, and it immediately starts to melt. That's
unbelievable.
And you can see it. And this is what I initially had the problem with the whole meltology thing, is there was none of that. Where's the vitrification if it's really melted? Now, it may be that it melted, and then so much has happened in the realm since then that all that glass has worn away. So I'm open to that possibility. This is what I was talking about before when we were describing stalactites and stalagmites.
I'm about to show you 5 different examples of rock forming quickly. Then I'm going to
Can you hear the sound?
Yes.
Perfect.
ask you a question about a dinosaur bone. I'm going to show at the end. From Karlovy Vary in the Czech Republic, mineralized water went through these pipes and formed this 80 years. Here's a spark plug in stone. no more than 20 to 40 years to form this. This little guy right here was put into a mineral springs in Karlovy Vary, and within just 6 weeks, it turned to stone. And this right here, this is the same material you find in stalactites and stalagmites in those caves that they say are millions of years old. This right here took 6 months to form. Here's the question. Here's a dinosaur vertebrae. If these right here can form in that length of time, anywhere between weeks to months to years, how long does it take to fossilize a dinosaur bone? If the creationists are right, then it's 4,500 years, no older. What do you think?
Well, if dinosaurs didn't exist, then it takes a long time.
They got the DNA out of a piece of amber. Out of an insect in Jurassic Park. Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So again, just keep an open mind is what I'm asking people to do. That it's not just one of these things; it's all of them simultaneously, probably. This is what I was talking about before with the concentric spheres. A lot of the ancient cosmological models talk about the music of the spheres, and the heavenly bodies are rotating within those spheres. So what if what if the world tree grows, and then this is like Martin Kenny. Remember his cosmic egg model, right?
Yeah, man.
That could easily have been something that is going on here.
Yeah.
And then you got your
the
Avatar
Norse model looks like an egg shape for sure. Yeah.
So here's, going back to you touched on this in the live stream before last that you did when you got back from Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at what lava does. There's no straight lines anywhere, ever.
Just makes more land.
Yeah, makes more land, and that material is incredibly rich. I'm of the mind that it maybe not all volcanoes, but a large number of the volcanoes are former tree, and that perhaps when they got hit, there was a transmutation of elements, and things like uranium, plutonium, and radium are formed, and maybe those exist in pockets below the earth, and there's a percolation of materials that come up periodically through fissures, which we call lava, right? Yeah. And so if you buy the hexagonal thing forming from rapidly cooling lava, how do you explain the larger hexagonal here? Right? That's how biology grows. That's why I started using the term biogeology. Originally, I was calling things mud fossils because I thought that's what they were because of the work of Roger Spurr. But then I realized that could only explain a portion of what was out there. And it didn't explain rapid petrification. It didn't explain, things happening through high mineral content waters or from the plasma and what that does. And even if you buy this as like a natural geological phenomena, how do you explain the diagonal cut here, right? If that was something carved by glacier, which is probably what they would try to say, why isn't that touched?
Exactly. Yeah.
And then you get all the swirl, which is what, tree and other plant life do. They have this constant swirling of the grain. And so even if that is something you can explain, I have a hard time imagining you can explain this, right? You've got these concentric triangles. Does that also happen with rapidly cooling lava? Okay. I don't even know what the mainstream explanation is for this. And here you have structures within structures, and this is what biology does.
Wow. I've seen that on the South Wales beach. My friend Mel, who's in chat now, exactly the same feature. And they said it was not, supposed to be geology. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then this one on the left is White Pocket. That's I have a video clip of flying over that. And so again, I can't tell you what these things are. I'm not going to make any claims about what it was originally. Yeah. This totally looks like a cellular structure. This looks like, flesh, blood, and then the gristle, the fatty portions between the meaty portions.
Cool. The first image, my mind went straight to dragon.
Right.
Looks scaly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, I've got videos like looking at like what are concretions? Is it possible that maybe they were giant seeds, that our bodies make stones as well? So if we had giant creatures, maybe these are the, you know, the gallstones or the kidney stones.
Yeah,
of
they grow, yeah.
Giant creature, right? They grow, and then again, you know, with the mainstream model, you've got all of this layering that's happening. Well, they want us to believe that this is upright because of tectonic activity. But even if you buy that, like, why is it again alternating? And notice how these layers are so thick, whereas these are thin. So, you know, it's, but again, this is what biology does. You know, different kinds of structures. And look at this one, that cellular structure you were talking about. And these swirling lines here are extending into that. It's such a wild thing.
Wow.
And this is white pocket.
Mind blowing.
Yeah, so like to say that this is a former building, I think is silly, honestly. Now, oh wait, there's actually, I never noticed it before, but right there at the end, I just saw it. Let's see, dinosaur tracks. No, it was before the end.
Wow.
Right. Oh. There. You know, it looks like there might be a little something carved in here. Like they could definitely carve into these structures, especially if they're softer. But, you know, this is what they want us to think. All this stuff happened this way. Things layered out, and then tectonic plates banged together, created the mountains, and then those started to break off in different ways. And that's how we got everything.
Sedimentary deposit. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the Mount St. Helens deposit that formed.
Wow.
As the grains were being propelled over the surface in a slurry, the particles separated coarse and fine into thin layers. I had thought that a catastrophe would mix up all the particles and make a homogenized deposit. Boy, was I wrong. Right here, a pyroclastic flow moving at freeway speed or higher can separate particles into coarse and fine. So layering doesn't require millions of years, thousands of years, or even hundreds of years. It can form rapidly in this slurry flow process. So Mount St. Helens tells us something really interesting about how rapidly strata can form. There's even micro thin lamination in this deposit. It's remarkable.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously petrification is an indisputed fact. We've got all kinds of examples of it. The question is, how long did it take? They tell us that the biggest petrified tree in the world is 8 feet in diameter, which is absurd. The archivist, Ben, he's given me an article from a 100-year-old newspaper that talks about them finding a 700-foot-long petrified tree. And when you examine the work of Hangman, you can see that it's exhibiting tree from the micro to the macro, but you know, a piece that would just be a tiny chunk of this would be something that like 50 to 100 feet in length. So that we're talking about massive structures. Petrified wood can be made in laboratories. They hung pieces of wood in volcanic waters, and within 7 years they were fully petrified. You've got the Mother Shipton's Cave stuff.
Yeah, crazy.
And then this is Lake Natron, where it's got pH waters of 12, and things fall in and they just start to get encased in crystalline structures. Yeah, so I'm not going to get into all this, the why of how things petrify. People can go to the presentations that I've done, but and then we get all these anomalous finds. Jason has done some really great videos showing all the different anomalous things that have been found in the geological record that just don't make any sense.
Yeah, like big axe head or a lump hammer head in a coal mine he talks about in Texas or something. Like fossilized.
Or that petrified spark plug in that.
Oh yeah.
in that clip I just showed. Yeah, there's loads and loads of them, and you know,
here we go.
Each one is a deal breaker in and of itself. So this is what I was talking about, how I think the monatomics are aligning themselves along these lines of current. And you know, they've got all these stories of like ancient cities in the Grand Canyon, and stuff went missing once the Smithsonian got wind of it, and you know, only like 20% of the canyon are people allowed to move around in.
Yeah.
And for
I
people
got
that
images of them buildings in the wall of Grand Canyon. I've had them quite a while, but if you look for them, they're just not available. I'm glad I kept them. So,
yeah,
that's mind blowing.
Yeah, this is the work of Girolamo Sagato, a guy in the 1800s who knew how to petrify anything. And there's museums with these objects in them. So these are all stone kidneys, hearts, you know, breasts, you name it, brains. There's all kinds of weird stuff that happens in this realm that I was never taught about in school. These are bog bodies. You familiar with those?
Yeah, of course I am. In islands. This guy's depicting himself as a gorgon, you know, like the Medusa in this. But yeah, the bog bodies, yeah, perfectly preserved in Irish bogs. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what happens because of the acidic waters is the bones and the muscles dissolve into nothing. And what remains is the skin sac, the hair, and then the organs inside. But the interesting thing about the organs is they harden.
Interesting.
People sent me, someone sent me this. These are acorns that formed in a year. They were in a bucket under a roof, and the water was running off of the roof, and you know, the minerals in the, I don't know, in the tiles of the roof or something caused those acorns to turn to solid stone within a year. So how long it takes things to petrify is definitely not what we were taught. And like I was saying before, there's lots of different ways people can pause and read this if they want, that things can petrify. Let's see. There used to be petrified forests all over. Now we just have a couple of spots where tourists can go and pay to see them. But the reason they're not here anymore is because they were harvested, because, and this is again from the work of Ben, the archivist. He gave me a number of these. These are from newspapers before the Rockefellers took over publishing and our educational system. They were reporting on all kinds of different petrified finds, and here they've got petrified logs that were assaying $15,000 of silver to the ton, and by those days' money, that's about 600 grand a ton. So you can imagine that they might have wanted to get those metals. Here's that article about the 700-foot long giant tree. But yeah, they were harvesting. So not only are they going into the quartz veins, which I'm saying are the great trees, but they're also harvesting all these metals from the smaller trees. So when people are like, well, where are the trees? The big trees, you know? Well, a lot of it still remains. We're just blinded by the paradigm. I call it paradigm blindness. You know, how could this be missed by so many? Well, we're blinded by the paradigm we grow up in. And the experts most of all, because they're suffering from expertitis, a word I coined. You know, there's compartmentalization. The geologists aren't analysts, anatomists, so they might be looking at something anatomical and just not even realize it. Did a video called "There's Gold and Them There Are Trees." You know, there's Paul Bunyan and his ox.
Yeah, super interesting.
I'm just flying through stuff. So I didn't know it, but opal comes from tree as well. It's just silica infused wood. And and that happens on the grand scale also. When they go to opal mines, they find these areas where there's these silica infused bits of wood, but they're blinded to the fact that everything around the colorful areas is also exhibiting tree grain. And that's just an amazing piece of opal. And then I was
so beautiful.
So on the right is native copper. That's in its natural form. And on the left is that rainbow obsidian.
Well, that's
so you got all the layering of the tree in there. and it's got this color that's catching the light. And this is they're obsidian flows like in Oregon, and you can see the in between stages where you can see the tree grain, and then you can see it started to vitrify, and it's melted. Cool. and then you get that yeah, like, oh, this is kind of comical. This guy, oh no, this is just showing turquoise. I've got a clip, it's not in here, but these guys were opal mining.
This is my birthstone, opal.
Yeah, this is turquoise, but they were opal mining, and the guy reaches down and he finds, he's like, they're banging the wall to get the opal out, and then all these chunks fall on the ground, and then he picks up one of the non-opal chunks and he's like, huh, that looks like petrified wood. And,
wow.
So this is pretty far out.
That's just mind-blowing. Wow.
So to say that that's building or it just formed from layering, I think is silly again.
In that case, phew, that even looks like the knots of wood, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like fresh wood. It's got all the color,
doesn't it?
It's, yeah, and then, so each one of these things that I'm showing, it's like a data point. You know, you've got the stumps, you've got the plateaus, you've got the waterfalls coming out of them, which they call those waterfalls artesian wells, right? You've got all the different colors of sap that exists. Wow. Here's an article. Sorry, I'm flying through, but let me go back so people. Yeah, so again, really, you know, this is what they would call amber if it was a bit harder, right? So it can be red, they can be blue, they can be green. Here they're talking about a tree that bleeds metal. They're actually, you know, breaking down what's in the sap itself. So they're saying that it's absorbing that from below, but what if it's creating it through a transmutation process? Here's some green sap. Then we've got these trees that are all over the place. I've seen loads of these videos where they're tapping into the waters below and it's gushing out either through a hack in the side of the tree or through a knot. And then there are these guys named the Action Adventure Twins who are spelunking down 500-600 foot drops. And then, oh, there's always like a little channel that snakes off to the side and then another drop going down. And when you look at what they call collateral root structures, they follow that same pattern. And so these guys, I don't even think that they realize what they're inside of when they're going down. But you know, they're going in the deepest caves in the world. And it's like, huh, well, if the smaller tree has a channel that's pumping out that much water, what would it be like if you had an avatar-sized tree? Well, maybe it would look like that. And then, you know, I've never been able to find the study, but people claim that there was LiDAR that was done of the whole region around Devil's Tower, exposing a root structure that extended for miles. I've not been able to find that study, but so quartz is sap, and this is soft and this is hard. And you can see just the beauty. These are photographs that I took when I was with Hangman. Incredible sights. Let's see here. And like, if you can't see that's wood, I don't know what to tell you, but it's even got the color. The north side that doesn't get the sun exposure always has more color because it hasn't been bleached by the elements. And, you know, bigger versions of what you're seeing there is what the miners would go into to get all the gold and silver and copper and whatnot.
Wow.
I mentioned my theory that the volcanoes are actually former tree, and the lava tubes would be those root structures. Ooh. And they're claiming that these structures are being formed by the flowing lava. But how do you get a structure like this where it's like just, you know, bifurcates and goes in different directions? But the other thing that's interesting is, see how those lines are parallel to the ground? Yeah. Let me start this over. Well, there you've got the opposite.
Wow.
So is this form a root structure? See how they're going this way now?
Yeah.
And then the stuff percolates up from below and it flows out through that. And we talked about the tepuis.
Yeah.
This is clearly not coming from rainfall. That's Angel's Falls. That's the tallest.
Angel Falls, Venezuela.
Yeah, tallest in the world. That tepui, I think that's the same one.
Wow, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. So the trees are obviously pulling up water, and apparently that still seems to function when they're dead. And isn't it interesting that they call them artesian wells? Artery.
They're perpetual, aren't they? They keep on flowing, yeah?
Yep. Never ending.
That's amazing.
So that is some of the stuff that I wanted to show you from the PowerPoint, but I'm going to go into my some of my folders here for
super cool.
Or maybe we can interact with the chat or something while I
yeah,
get,
just totally enjoying this at the moment. I hope you all are in chat as well. The top of full of structures. Shipu having a say so in chat. Yeah, we got 503 here in chat. Thank you all for being here. Make sure to share this out if you would, guys. And also you can find Mike's channel down below in the descriptions box. Also Space Busters. He's there in chat. I don't know, Steve. Another Flat Earth legend. Thank you very much, US Ape. Very kind of you. So yeah, quite mind-blowing that. It's just making me think about the world in a much different way. I had a lady come up to me in Dundee. She said, I'm literally crying inside. She said, I can't believe how overwhelmed I am about coal and coal mines, thinking about tree roots. She was literally, shaking like this. I was like, I know.
And coal seams, they've got coal seams that are, I think, miles wide, interesting.
Well, no, they're more than that. The one that starts in South Wales goes apparently under the entire Atlantic Ocean and comes up in Pennsylvania, apparently. It's exactly the same coal in Pennsylvania as in Wales.
Huh. Yeah, so is that like fallen, biochar, like Topher Gardner, he's making biochar all the time.
Yeah, sure.
So you've got coal, and then if you cook it without oxygen, which something buried in mud would do, if it got hit, it was under mud and also got hit by plasma to the point that it started to combust, it would, if it had no oxygen, it would just become a massive coal seam.
Actually makes a lot of sense. It really does.
Let's see here.
So, if any, are you happy to take a couple of questions, Mike? If anybody,
absolutely, yeah.
Well, if anyone wants, just type in capital so I can see it because I've got terrible eyesight, as you know. And we'll ask Mike. There's 1 billion.
Hey, Derp. Great to see you, Derp.
Questions rather than statements, please. I'm sure you've got a lot to say. 100% spot on with the Lynchenberg theory. Yeah, I definitely think so as well. It's funny how rivers and all of it meanders in exactly the same way, and it looks like literally lung alveoli, and it looks like electrical synapses of the brain. There's so many things that copy this sort of thing. Somebody's not happy with Roger Spear in the chat, apparently. So they can't keep everyone happy all the time, can we?
He hates people that dare to question the shape of the Earth.
I'm quite aware of this.
It's such a shame because his ideas work perfectly, on a flat Earth. Some of them, not. I mean,
yeah, I know. He just checks it out there.
I just do not agree with it all. But
yeah,
I mean, people ask him like, how does a 1,000-mile long dragon, breathe? If it stood up, its head would be above the atmosphere. It's simple questions like that. And the fish that it's supposedly battling, how would it swim in the ocean when the ocean is far too small? It's like, they're just, and he's like, blocked. Flat earthers have ruined my life's work. It's like, anyway.
Yeah. We're not being like bigoted here. People can think what they want with their opinions, and they can think they're on a spinning ball. It doesn't bother me one bit anymore. That's about them, boo. But when people
Someone
want you
asked
to
if
believe
Vesuvius-
something, it's not objective reality. That's something else. I don't want to be persuaded into lies. That's what you get there. You know?
Yeah.
It's not down, I'm not down with that at all.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, as Crow says, and it's got the word lie right in the middle of it, you know. And
Yeah.
but also the opposite is true. Knowing is the enemy of belief, because when you know, you don't have to believe any longer. So some things you can know, and other things are very difficult to know.
Yeah.
Someone
At this
asked
stage of
about
the game,
Vesuvius.
I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I'm willing to learn.
Yeah, the one making the claim is the one who, you know, has to provide the evidence, and that's what
I see this a lot,
you know.
I see it in the truther community as
I
well.
know.
This is it. This is like, you know, how it is. I've got all the answers to everything in the universe, and you know, and anybody who thinks differently than this will be frowned upon. You know, that's not critical thinking. It's to stick with one thing, you know, what I believe or what I think. I mean, I don't believe in anything, but what I think one day. It's like, you know, your subject, for example, when I watched your presentation in Dundee, I was like, oh yeah. I'd have a moment by myself.
Yeah, my thing with the whole tree thing and the mountain and the heartstones, which we haven't even mentioned today, is if there wasn't something to it, why does it line up so perfectly? Like when you look at, you know, alternative history, which you've been covering for a decade now, you know, Tartary and everything, you know, surrounding that, star forts and world's fairs and mud floods and orphan train, it goes on and on and on. When you look at all that stuff, it all actually dovetails and works. It creates a tapestry of a very coherent view. There's so much we don't know about what was going on back then, but it shouldn't, you know, if it was just a bunch of harebrained conspiracy theorists throwing out ideas, it shouldn't all fit together in such a wonderfully coherent way with all of this visual and empirical evidence.
Great.
You know, so the only way that they can get us to not start to think about or believe these things is to just, you know, hit us with a barrage of propaganda and movies and all the, and that's exactly what we've all grown up with.
Yeah, man. Distractions.
There were some questions here. Let's see.
Yeah. You got questions in your chat there, with your peeps?
Oh, I might not be seeing the whole. Yeah, because you got way more people. I guess this is just my chat.
500 and odd, yeah.
Comments, recording, okay.
I haven't said that. Roger's an awfully nice chap, I think.
Yeah, I liked him a lot in the beginning. You know, he comes off as this kind of like
gentle,
little crazy professor vibe, and he's kind. You know, until you start talking Earth shape with him. Yeah. You know, but he's totally fine. You know, referencing grayscale images from supposed NASA probes as unequivocal proof that there are Titan body parts floating in space, and I'm like, you know, that these different asteroids and things are all
Phobos
former Titans.
Is a knee joint. Phobos. It looks like a knee joint.
Well, I saw
you never
some
said
questions
that
in here before, but there were a whole bunch of all caps, and they're not there now.
Yeah, capital letters for questions, please, guys, so I can see, because my eyesight's to shit. Hey, 16 over. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. I would, if that band hadn't sung it, I would really like it, because I can't really stand the Red Hot Chili Peppers after what I've learned about them. Definitely not good people.
Okay, so now I'm on your chat.
What's your view on the final experiment?
Well, it's not an experiment, is it?
Well, no, it's not. No, it's
any manipulable variables? There was like 4 or 5 messages here that were all caps, and they're all gone now. I'm sorry, folks. Someone asked about Vesuvius. I remember that one.
All right.
Probably tree. I mean, my take is, I'm guessing many, if not all, of the volcanoes are former tree.
Here's one by Dr. Bass. Got one. Have you considered the veins of gold in mountains being actual veins of giant creatures?
I'm not opposed to that idea. When I started my research on the mountain, I had thought that other people would be doing similar stuff because I kind of created a template that could be followed. You don't have to have a background in anatomy to be able to do this. Like I was a chiropractor, so that was why I spotted this stuff initially. I'm like, wait a minute, that cave looks like an eye socket. Like the shape is proper. You know, I'm not pareidolising. You know, so then I'm like, okay, well, there should be internal structures that match that if that's true. And so I got out the anatomy books and I reminded myself of the 7 bones that make up the eye socket and the fissures that they form. And there's these points where they meet called sutures. And so I had this kind of laundry list in my head of things I'd expect to find when I went up there. And all of a sudden I started finding them like in big numbers. And so that was when it was almost like, you know, it was a Twilight Zone experience for me. It was it was surreal. And I'm talking with Alex, you know, he's been along for the whole ride with me on this thing. And I got him back because he's the one who got me looking at Earth shape. And then I shattered his paradigm after that, as he's often said. So, but the point is that, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, what I was going to say is that if you think about a forest and how many trees there are versus how many creatures you see walking around in the forest, not very many. A lot up in the trees, but you'll see the occasional animal, right? So, but you're going to see hundreds, if not thousands, of trees for every animal you see. So I think there's going to be way, way more tree evidence than Titan evidence. And so when I started doing this, I thought other people would do something similar. And there's loads and loads of photographs of sites that look like Titans laying on their back, and, you know, all kinds of people that are posting these things, and they're just convinced 100% that what they're looking at is what it appears to be. And I don't know that that's true, because a lot of times if you just change the angle and look at things from above or other, you know, it doesn't look at all like what it does from that one particular angle. So we have to exercise discernment. We need to get on the ground and examine these sites in person, not just from an aerial view on Google Earth or photographs, which is pretty much all that's out there. There's only a couple sites that I've ever seen that were like, wow, that's got a Titan look to it. Actually, I can show it in a moment when there's some more things I want to share visually. You know, so I think there's going to be way more tree than Titan. And, you know, your question could, or that question could, you know, could gold and these things, could these be inside of great beings? Absolutely. It's my opinion.
I'm talking with that, Dr. Bass, definitely. Yeah, I was just going to say, it's funny how Google pixelated the caves on Mount Go.
Right.
So it winks at you now.
Yeah, that was, there were a lot of people who are like, this is a far-fetched idea. And then they heard that and they're like, all right, I'm on board now. They'd seen my presentations and they'd seen the things that I you know, showed. You know, I'm going inside the caves. I'm not just looking at a photograph. I'm doing it, you know, in person. And they were still skeptical, and then, you know, Google Earth censors the mountain.
There's a lady, Fanny Blue. She's asking, when will you be doing your next expedition? When will the next one be? Isn't that during September, isn't it?
Yeah, and the second Guru gathering is in September. That's going to be an incredible event. There's already about 130 or 140 signed up for it, and
really,
yeah.
Oh my God!
And for the main event, which is just a one-day event, which is going to be music, the Guru Band, Alex Michael and Jasper and Franz are going to just rock the house for 90 days. 90 hours, 90 minutes, 90 hours. And then Mark Devlin is going to DJ, and there might be another surprise as well, hopefully. And that's a one-day event that's in this beautiful nightclub that's right on the beach, and we've got it all to ourselves for over 12 hours. And one of those mornings after, perhaps I'll lead a tour if people want it. Not the day after, because people are going to be wrecked.
Yeah.
But maybe a couple days after, I'll go up if there's enough people that want to do it. And let's see, any other questions? Hate using all capitals. They're not a corporation. It's not what your birth certificate says.
Yeah, who said that?
Marty Champlin. So let's see. We cut and carve trees, something, turn them to stone, then an apocalypse, maybe. Yeah, that's my take. As a chiropractor, do you ever use sound therapy to heal patients? I have a sonic slider that I'm playing with a bit, and I got to hang out with Eileen McCusick and also Chance Garden. Garten? There's Topher Gardner, Chance Garten. Yeah, and how did Source manifest creation out of nothing? That's a great question. I have an answer for that. It may not be right, but there's we have this concept, the star in the jar. It's known as sonoluminescence, which is basically a spherical shaped container that's glass that's filled with fluid, and then they hit it with sound frequencies that set up an interference pattern that creates cavitations. So that basically the gas that's in the fluid is pulled out of the fluid, and then it expands into bubbles that reach a size, and then they collapse. And at the moment that they collapse, they give off a flash of light, and they tell us that there's also heat there that's equivalent to the heat of the sun. I don't know if there's any truth to that part, but this is happening thousands of times a second, and it looks exactly like what we see with the P900 or P1000 when looking at the stars and the luminaries up there. So the Bible says, first there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So the Bible is suggesting that sound precedes light, and we speak things into existence. We're doing it now. We're using our vocal cords, right? We can't see the sound waves, but they're there and they're happening. And I think consciousness precedes matter. First starts as an idea, and then that idea is uttered, and then it gives rise to creation.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. This is my internet.
Have you considered
dragging at the moment?
Oh, okay.
For some reason.
Have you?
Really
someone. You look perfect to me. It's very clear. So hopefully it's fine for them.
Awesome.
Have you considered the mythology of that Medusa came from seeing a pulsar? Not so sure about a pulsar, but like a giant plasma event. Absolutely, it could be an anthropomorphization of the plasma apocalypse. We've got Cthulhu. I don't know, CTHULU.
I love the old
right?
gods, yeah.
Which is the tendrils. And so I think that whenever we see these tendrils in the mythologies, that could be code for something like the EMCO or the plasma apocalypse, the Phoenix event.
Phoenix event's better. We'll call it that.
Hi to New Woo Kojarabi. Hello. Let's see. It would be very easy to prove this by making a micro world in a lab and expose it with a cataclysm and film it all afterwards with. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. You know, that would be brilliant. Have you ever seen that glass jar that this guy made, and he capped it, and it like created an ecosystem? He apparently only added water once in like all the years that it was there, and it just like got more and more incredible and complex. Yeah, what if you hit that thing with a bunch of plasma, like some arc, did some arcing? Like, what would it do to all those structures? Maybe It's an interesting idea.
It is an interesting.
Have you seen the video evidence of Hangman 1128, the giant trees? I've done better. I've traveled with him for a week and gone to all those sites myself. And there's videos of that on my channel. How might the volcanoes be arranged in a ring of fire be explained? What if the ring of fire itself is a giant tree? What if that's the outer ring of a tree stump?
Wow.
Just throwing it out there. Almost all volcanoes are nearby or on the site of an old sulfur mine. Well, volcanoes also spit out sulfur. Are volcanoes tailings? Yeah, there's a guy on Facebook. I can't remember. Oh, Mike Ferreira. He talks about the ancient miners. He's got a lot of great work. He's not on board with the Titans whatsoever. So he and I have kind of the Titans or the trees. He's not on board with either, I believe. But everything to him is some form of mining remains, and that the ancient miners were doing mining on a scale that's a fractal level up from what we see today. And I think that was also happening, but to say that it's all mining, I think again, it's that all is something, stay away from the word all or everything. So anything else? Like, why do you think the giant trees were destroyed by the founders? Another great question. So the book of Enoch and the book of Jasher, which were apocryphal texts that were removed from the Bible mentions the book of Enoch. So it predates the Bible and is mentioned by the Bible. And it talks about God ordering the angels to go to work at the trees. In other words, to cut them down. Why? In preparation for the flood. So God was sending the flood to purge the realm of the corrupted beings, because like today they were messing with, doing all kinds of weird manipulations of the biology, and so God wanted to purge the realm because the fallen angels mated with the daughters of men, and that gave rise to the Titans, who were, I think, both cannibalistic, but were also devouring everything in the realm. So in order to keep them from being able to flee the flood, God had the angels take down the trees. That's not my words. That's in the book of Enoch, and I think Jasher mentions it as well.
So if you're asking for Hangman's channel there, I don't know if my usual moderator, Hippie, is not in the house.
Easy to find. Hangman 1128, no space between the number and the word.
Yeah.
If a giant
Angela
tree
Baby
miles wide, incinerated. Say that again.
Angela Baby Carson's asking, is God Satan? A common question lately. That is.
Oh man, I don't know. There's all kinds of questions.
It's not very
I call it the is God a dick theory. Mark Devlin's done like 26-part series on his thoughts about that, which I recommend. There's some very interesting ideas in there, and I think Howdy Mikowski as well. If a giant tree miles wide was incinerated, could it leave a molten stump, otherwise known as volcanoes? Yeah, that's what I was hinting at before. Mud Fossil University, we've talked about several times. If the trees got cut down, does that mean there's a chance that we can physically climb up to the heavens above the water? Maybe if you get those beans that Jack bought, you could plant them and climb up. Hangman has a YouTube channel that is epic. Yeah, so okay, I got through those. Let me just show you. You want to go a bit longer?
Yeah. I'm just confused. I got this guy that's in my chat here, but he's not appearing on my chat feed on the live event, and he's got a moderating spanner thing, even though I've never seen him before in my life. He's had 3 separate names so far trolling me. Yeah, he's not. I don't know how he's in my internal workings, and yet he's not being presented on the live chat feed. I'm really confused about that, but I'll just go with it. Keep an eye on it because there's dodgy goings on, that is, for YouTube. Very strange.
So, Shepu, you got any questions? We've covered a lot of topics today.
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
Trees cannot be created, so all trees come from previous ones. From a seed to a tree, but the seeds could be in the mud, and then that would sprout the new trees.
Well, Also,
fries.
I mean, do we live in a created realm or in a random chance particles
Oh no,
bouncing around
haphazard universe. No,
haphazard evolutionary realm?
I've
think
been here too long.
microevolution happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, mathematically, it makes no sense. So let's see here. All right, okay. Let me. I'll share my screen again here.
Okay.
And entire screen.
Let me take a few more questions
There.
later.
Yeah, if you see any that pop up, throw them in. There's no agenda at this point. I just want to kind of cover some different stuff. So, yeah, here's some of the melted brick stuff. I think some of these, you showed that one. So again, the mortar doesn't maintain the lines between the red and the white. It goes away. This is dripping from the ceiling.
Let me just share that. There it is. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Can you all see that?
You can see the red brick underneath. So clearly the dark stuff used to look like that. Dripping from the ceiling. And here you can see, now this almost looks like tree, but it's obviously brick because, the grain is going to do the same, or the rows are going to do the same thing. But here you can see it, it's clearly melting on the right.
What's that? Sewer system.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many interesting places. So melted building, or is this more like something biological that, started to just ooze? I've seen, people talk about this sort of a thing, and they're trying to claim that this became the left became the right, or it just looks like two structures that are butting up against each other.
Yeah, melded together. Yeah.
Yeah. And now this is kind of interesting, because this is clearly brick here, right? You can see that. And so, they'll see things like this, and I can't explain this. It's interesting.
It looks very like there's courses of bricks in there, doesn't it? And below.
Let's see. I'm just going to zoom through. That's an interesting one. The whole thing looks like it just sank into the earth. Maybe the foundation wasn't great. This is looking at Mount St. Helens from above. So you can see Mount St. Helens is a tiny volcano, right? Compared to, say, Mount Shasta or one of these giant ones. So when that blew, it dropped a huge amounts of ash all over the Pacific Northwest. And we got those pyroclastic flows and the petrified trees and, 30-foot layers of lahar creating sedimentary layering. This is that site from another angle. So that whole section there blew its top.
Wow.
So, yeah, and then obviously this melted, or did it melt, or did it just get surrounded by something that was flowing and then it hardened? I think that's more likely, actually.
Yeah.
Because if it was all melt, why is this in such great condition?
Yeah.
That does, so this is more of a flow.
Yeah, I would go with that. Ooh.
The Lichtenberg figures.
Yeah.
And then we talked about, this isn't that main temple that we were discussing, but it's the same idea.
That's in Ethiopia.
Right. So they're claiming that this has been carved out of stone, and I reject that notion. I think that it was something soft, and that they removed all that other material. But it wasn't. I think that's like granite, which is incredibly hard stone.
Yeah.
So this stuff makes a lot more sense, when you showed images like this.
Yeah.
But when you think of it as soft to begin with, like even here, is this all melt? Did it melt first and then they carve these structures away, or did they carve into this really hard material to create the structure? And if so,
Well, how would they
why?
have got up
How?
there to carve it? Fly
Yeah.
around? You know, this is high elevation. So,
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah.
and then you know, again, here, let me show. We could just go to Petra here. Oh wait. Okay, I'll come back to Madagascar. I wanted to talk about that, but Petra, Jordan.
No, I never knew too much about Madagascar.
Right. So if we just zoom out and look at Petra, you know, through Titan tree eyes, you can see that it could definitely match up with sandstone, right?
Sure.
And I'm gonna show a bunch of actual organic tree in a second, and then the sandstone sites. But that's Petra, and then you know it's in these canyons that they've carved these structures, and it just has a very, just like Red Rock in Colorado, it has a very tree-like look to it. So that's Petra, and then I showed all the images from the inside of Petra, which definitely look like tree. Take a look at this. We go to Madagascar. There are sites in Africa as well, but they're all covered with vegetation and green, so you can't really make it out. But in Madagascar, you've got a number of what they would call, you know, volcanic cones or domes or whatever they call them. And when you zoom in on these things, so if that was former tree and there was, you know, water still coming up through the channels, you would kind of expect it to be fertile, and it appears to be very fertile. Oh, yeah. And then when you look at, I think it's this side here, and you get down in.
Whoa, look at that. Wow. Yeah.
And you can see the original color of the trees here. The grain is very well preserved. So those sites are all over Madagascar, and that looks extremely tree trunky to me.
Yeah.
How about you?
Wow.
So is it clear, or am I moving too fast?
No, man, it's really working well.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, you know, again, not proof in and of itself, but just another very, very compelling data point. And so there's a ton of these on the island of Madagascar. There's like at least a dozen I've found. And so, you know, this was former forest. Oh, here's another interesting idea that we didn't talk about. So big trees, right? They're sucking up water.
Yeah.
Right. And they're above the ground. How much water would the tree contain?
Whew. A lot.
A lot of water, right?
Yeah.
So,
it's thousands, hundreds of thousands of gallons then.
So if those trees were all over the realm and you cut them down, you're going to be exposing all that pressurized water that's in the channels, right? So that's going to flow out now. And then also whatever water was in the tree is going to be returned to the oceans. So if we look at the oceans of the world, all of the light blue is shallow. And even in the mainstream narrative, they're saying that the ocean levels rose by something like 400 feet, and they're finding all kinds of ruins underwater off the coasts of a lot of different places. So, you know, what if, you know, the flood also involved the trees being taken down, not just the waters above and the waters below. And when you look at Mother Shipton's Cave and Lake Natron and these high mineral content waters, they definitely seem to be pretty effective at the whole petrification thing, right?
Wow.
So
I like it.
Let's see here. Yeah, I showed that one already. Okay, so let's just do a little crash course in trees themselves, like everyday trees.
Mm-hmm.
Where to go? I just opened it. Come on. There. Okay. So if you just look at the complexity of what is going on here and all the different directions that this grain is going, you know, and this is cut down, they're going to tell us, if this was gigantic, they're going to tell us this is sedimentary layering and it's curving because of heat processes and tectonic activity has exposed it. That would be the official explanation. I saw this today and I was just like, wow, kind of looks like some of these sites that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
With the layering and
really,
you know,
does.
like you could almost imagine some of those photos we were just looking at of the different dwellings carved into something like this.
Oh. Crazy.
So wood doesn't just grow vertically. When it falls down and the tree breaks down, you get these horizontal lines. So these are cleavage points, and you see how it's totally flat there? You're going to see that on a grand scale in a moment. And as the tree breaks down, obviously the inner portion is softer. You have the hardwood, the softwood. The very central portion is called the pith. This stuff just breaks down to the forest floor. And again, you can see how it does that. It does it very consistently when it's breaking down. So a little chunk like this would be 100 feet in size, in like the Black Hills.
Okay.
And it has all of the micro layering. Get these wild structures. I'm not sure if this is man-made, if they wove it as it was growing, or if it just grew that way. There's, you know, how much does this look like some of those stumps that we that we looked at?
Oh, I've seen these lattice work ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and so then that central portion breaks down. So if you do have radioactive materials that are deep in the earth that are formed because of whatever destroyed the tree, then you know, you would get that volcanic activity. This is a petrified tree, so keeps all of its grain and you know, the curves and everything is there that you see in the live ones. And I'm just showing these to give examples of just how complex the tree's grain can be, and there's just a tremendous variety of different kinds of tree also. You know, so if this was petrified and gigantic, we'd be looking at that geological structure going, how the hell did that happen? And then the geologists would come along and give some far-fetched explanation. So this is seen on Google Earth, and it's just an interesting correlation to wood knots. And again, look at the knots and see how they form. They're breaking down in a pie shape. This guy looks like he's laughing.
Amazing.
All kinds of different colors to the trees. Yeah, that's rainbow eucalyptus, I think.
What? That's crazy.
This has to be man-made.
I know, I've seen them before, them lattice work ones. I think they grow that, they plant that way and they grow that way. I'm sure I've seen examples before. I thought the same.
This is a great banyan tree in India. I don't know if I think the one in Maui was the biggest in the world. Do you know if it burned down? I got to see that tree once and it was absolutely incredible. It covered acres, one tree, and it comes out and then it shoots down and it makes other trunks. So you could have one huge central location and then lots of smaller areas like what I just showed in Madagascar. And again,
sorry. I was just saying, I noticed today I went out to the park, all the indigenous trees in Britain who are not up to desert heat are turning brown and dying. And a couple of weeks ago, apparently the oldest tree in Britain died. They're trying to say that, because it's hotter than it ever has been before.
Global warming, don't you know?
So I think they've probably done something to that. But yeah, but the indigenous, sort of, a lot of the trees are just browning off and not looking good at all at the moment because of the
the Maui banyan survived. That's good to know. Oh, how wonderful.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So again, a knot, it's breaking down. You know, imagine it petrifying now in this point and all the different kinds of structures you're going to get.
Yeah.
And so this is Hangman pointing at the thing, and he's showing that the exact same thing. You can see the cleavage line.
Yeah.
You can see all the grain. And if you go on the north side, it still has this color. And then he's actually got a video that went viral because it was shared by somebody on X, and it got millions of views. And he goes up to a structure like this, pulls off a portion, and it's still, you can see the grain has, like the grain inside hasn't fully petrified. It's amazing. So that's just a crash course in the grain of trees and all their different manifestations. This is olive. Got a 1,000-year-old olive tree here in Javia that is absolutely amazing.
Wow.
And the stuff the olive trees do is far out. You get trunks with smaller trunks. And this is the image that I really wanted to show. So a lot of people show sites like Bryce Canyon, and they're claiming that that's all structures that have melted. And I reject it, because it's clearly tree. You've got all the micro layering and grain present at Bryce Canyon, and this is just a stump that someone cut down, and then this portion broke off, and you can see
looks like a city skyline.
Spires. It looks like a cityscape, right?
It does.
So, yeah.
Wow.
This is petrified tree, and again, you can see those cleavage lines and all the little pieces here. So, you know, these are what remain, unfortunately, and the rings of the stumps. And you see the complexity of even just a tiny little piece of wood like this, and then, you know, so that's the crash course in wood. Now let's look at the sites that I toured with Hangman. Let's see.
They look woody to me.
Open. Hangman. No, let's see. Okay, best tree examples. Here we go. Come on. Can do it. All right. I'm just going to fly through these and pause when I see something that's really. So this is a quartz seam. These are the kinds of things that they'd go into to find the gold and the silver. Red rock I've shown. So sandstone. You got these layers and then a line. You'll have diagonals. You'll have all kinds of straight lines, curved lines. Trees do this, but lava does not. And if this is former building, where's the sign of the building? That's the thing, is they go to these structures like in Petra, you know, that have doors and temples carved into them. But maybe the tree fell down. They revered the mother trees, right? That was their. It was giving them everything, just like in Avatar. And, you know, if they're not living any longer, then they're gonna carve into them in order to continue to dwell in the trees. And I think that's what's happened, like all over the UK with those sites that we were mentioning before.
I was wondering if the stone circles all over Britain are putting the footprint of where there was once a giant tree, because just coincidentally they're circular. And they're on that energy point, you know, using the energy of the great tree, because God, the energy of a great tree, can't even imagine.
Totally. Yeah. And I'm of the mind that probably all the star citadels, you know, because they put them all where there's great water, like Rome, all these different famous cities that have the 7 hills, you know,
the pyramids and on top of what look like mesas.
I've shown those. There's these. They're just drawings. They're not photographs, but the Giza Plateau before the Sahara Desert was there. And there's pyramids on top of what appear to be tree stumps. And that's really interesting, because if you think about this structure that's on the screen right now, that's going to break down to sand. you can see the sand below. That's why they call it sandstone, right? And then what do we do with sand? If we melt it, it becomes glass, right?
Glass.
There's your vitrification.
Mhm.
So if you had these giant trees everywhere, they fell down, they petrified, or were in the process of breaking down through just natural decay and erosion. And then the floods come, turns it into sandstone, and that breaks down even further. Then you could get something like the Sahara Desert.
Mhm.
And so if this is all building, like how do you explain this structure? And I've yet I stopped watching the meltology stuff because it was just so frustrating, because there were all these grandiose claims being made, but they weren't using logic and common sense. And I want to hear if anyone knows of somebody who can explain how something like this could be former building. I'd like to hear the explanation, because
Looks more fleshy than built.
Yeah, that's why I coined the term biogeology, right? Is it's
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I think it's tree, but ultimately I'm assuming that it was once biology of some form or another. And so these are some of the the sandstone examples, and then when you go to these are far out. Again, this could be easily explained with some kind of biology breaking down, and there's just all these waves and
shrooms
and the color.
Wow! Oh my God!
So
mental.
So that is the sandstone. Now we can look at. I was talking about knots before.
Mm-hmm.
So Roger would say, if he found this petrified and it was gigantic, he'd claim it was a vagina.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about the knots, and you'll see it here in one of these pictures, is, and I understand, the idea, because it does have that.
I can see where he's going with that. Yeah.
Anatomical look to it. Yeah. So this, but see how it can have this diamond shape and like a seam through here. I've got a better example of that. Like here, see this seam?
Yeah.
So he's claiming that is proof that, because that's how the vagina works. You've got this circular muscles, and then it attaches and it connects in that line.
Yeah.
So, if you zoomed in and that was petrified, you can imagine what he'd be thinking about that one.
These trees are quite sexy. To have or to have not. This is the question.
Oh, come on, you're being naughty.
No, come on. What are you doing? Oh, that's terrible, that image.
Couldn't resist.
Oh,
yeah, so there's this is a famous image that's gone around a lot. Again, that it's like here's the tree back here. Like it's not far-fetched, the idea, unless you just are accepting a paradigm that says that it's not possible. So those are the roots.
Wow.
Close those, close that, and let me go through just a couple more folders here. Okay. The marble caves is another one. This is just another data point, right? The marble caves and the salt mines. You've got the concentric rings. These are in Patagonia. I thought I had a bunch of photos there. I don't.
Okay.
It's in my presentation though. Here, let me show that instead.
Wow, it's crazy. That is.
PowerPoint. Here we go. Let's see, the marble caves. Where is that? I was talking about a site here. This is one I'd like to explore, because those caves, I think the caves are key. Because if the cave is in the right place and you go in and it's got anatomical features, then you start getting a longer and longer list of anatomical correlations, which is what I did with Montgo. It all started with seeing these in a video by Jay Dreamers, showing this site in Iceland, which I no longer believe is elephant, because when you look at it from every other angle, it doesn't. But this is in Maui, And you can look at that from any angle, and it totally looks like an elephant lying on its side and the trunk extended. So that was the penny drop for me, that it got me thinking about Mont Go. And there's Devil's Tower. I was looking for, what was it I was looking for? Oh, here's, you mentioned the eye being
there
being edited, right?
That's
So
nuts.
this is how it looks now. And it didn't look like that for the first 2 years I was doing this, but they kind of shot themselves in the foot because I'd been using Google Earth as a drone. And so I had all this great footage that I was using in my videos, showing it from all these different angles.
That's mental.
And then, whoops. And then one day I was in an interview and this happened. And it's still like that. And when you zoom in close, it opens. It's
That's
just
crazy.
hilarious.
They did that. Just winking at
and
you.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Okay, so
Exactly.
here is some of the amazing locations that I toured with Hangman. Oh, and this one is amazing. Watch. You can see the grain when the outer oxidized portion is removed. You can see all the micro layering. So this is the sap. You can see all the tree grain.
Wow. Oh, it looks still like wood. It's wood in there.
Yeah, it's all stone. Everything you're seeing here is stone. In
Wow,
fact, there were a
that is
lot of times where I was
mental.
looking at the ground and I couldn't tell if something was wood or stone until I picked it up.
Wow. Holy shit.
So this is exactly what I was showing with the smaller trees, right? The non-petrified smaller trees doing all the exact same stuff.
Pretty persuasive, this, isn't it? Wow.
And these are the salt mines of Romania and Poland.
Yeah, I've seen them. They're crazy big, aren't they? Inside.
Yeah. And these are salt mountains, and that is the Patagonia caves. And this is what I was saying again. This is made out of marble, and look at the concentric ring structure. How is this happening in
geology? That's just crazy.
Sedimentary layering and tectonic activity.
Yeah, whatever.
That one is unreal right there.
Whew.
And here's the salt mines. And funny how it looks exactly like the trees I was just showing.
So it does. Yeah, it'd be an interesting place to visit, that would.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I thought about it years ago. It's like cathedral size. Well, there, it's just crazy. Whew.
That one could be AI. It's got a little kind of a fake vibe to it, but everything that is in my presentations is, I've had it for years, long before all the AI stuff started to come out.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same, Mike. Yeah.
Yes. So those were the things that I was going to show from the
that's fantastic stuff. Thanks. Really
presentation. Good. Let me just see if there's any last little bits. Obsidian, pith, road cuts is another one. Let's see. Wherever they've cut away to make roads.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot that looks like tree. That's not a road cut, but
should we come up? There you are.
That so so this could have been a branch, right? And they just cut right through it.
Wow. I never thought of that. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a brain splat, all this stuff. When you like, if
well,
you
I'm
haven't
just going to be
been
going down the road
exposed
looking. Oh my God, is that a tree sticking through? Wow.
These are just examples of, I can't remember what they call these kinds of formations, but yeah, looks like tree to me.
Yeah.
That's pretty funky.
Oh yeah. Very knotty.
Yeah. So, in conclusion, I think the answer, as I said before, is E, all of the above. There's no, one last thing. The sandstone dwellings. I wanted to show these. So this is Come on. You can do it. There we go. So these are, a lot of these are sites in like Kinver in the UK.
Okay, so I'm just laughing at people going, wow, wow, wow in the chat. I'm going to call an wambulance for you, Shipper.
A wambulance.
Yeah, people will cry. Quite.
So,
don't quite.
In, I can't remember where in the US, it's like Wyoming, I think. They've got these famous, might be Arizona, they've got these famous mesa dwellings.
Yeah.
I went to the one at the Garden of the Gods, which is clearly tree. And that
have them in Sedona as well, in the Anastasi settlement.
Probably.
Well. Yeah.
So here's my take on this. This is all obviously, built recently. Wow. I think that this is one layer, and you know how we have the banding? Usually one of the two bands is softer than the other. So harder stone, softer. And this is where they're carving into. And some of these dwellings apparently connect to tunnels, and they go very, very deep. Here we're back in the UK. Let's see, we've seen that. Okay, this is what I was saying before with Petra. So to me, everything about this looks tree, and then this is a cleavage point, and then they've carved into that. That's my take on it. While it was wood.
Holy shit, yeah.
And then back to the
Love
UK.
it.
And this is kind of what I was talking about before, where you have these, it curves like this, but inside the structures, there's people have carved, and all that grain is still there, but it's not eroded.
Wow. That's crazy.
And then, and then I start to look at all this. I'm like, oh man, what's what? And I just kind of get lost and hypothesize.
Well, at least the field is opening with different ideas of what's going on. This is what I dig.
Yeah, it's exciting times. Like everything
Sure
is new, and we have to try and figure out what's what. Where's it StreamYard? Oh, I need to stop.
Get the mode synapses working. Yeah.
Stop sharing. There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
So
super stoked.
Hey, Samuel.
Wow.
So were there any questions from the Meltology guys?
Any questions before we pack this up for the night? We've been going a couple of hours. We still got 445 in my chat here. Thank you all for being here on this Tuesday. This has been a very epic show, by the way, Mike. I knew it was going to be lit. So
Thanks.
That was.
Well, we've had so much fun. We've crossed paths now a few times, and it's always been incredible conversations. So.
Oh yeah, and when we all hang out together, we get in a lot of mischief. Can't we? Get the dance floor.
Okay, so Shepu is saying you make no sense to me, and I'm not sure if he's referring to me or not. And if he does, I could care less what he thinks at this point. If that's not enough info to get you thinking in a little broader terms. Tree knots, twisted root growth. I have tree root with stones throughout the wood. Okay.
Well, I think that was really, really, quite persuasive to think, both. I think meltology is a thing, the giant trees, but we can't just call everything one or everything the other. I think it's a fair point, Mike.
Yeah.
So
yeah, as a great American statesman once said, Rodney King, can't we all just get along?
And let it be.
Let it be.
You do you, boo.
The Silmarillion somebody's asking about. I have it. I haven't read it yet, but I've heard were gemstones that create the light of the. I think not all. I don't like that word, but I think many of the gemstones are coming from the trees. Absolutely. If you just look up minerals on Wikipedia, and you scroll through the images of all of the different manifestations of geology in the mineral kingdom, and it is utterly mind-blowing. And I think a lot of that is coming from the tree.
It's like the globe people. They're really unpleasant too.
You never showed and proven anything.
Yeah, see, that is completely wrong because I'm just, intellectually thinking. I think that was really persuasive. And that attitude of swearing.
I wouldn't expect you to agree with anything or even a lot, but that statement suggests to me that you are not.
It does,
bright.
because the person above you thinks exactly what I think. Fascinating. My mind is lit up.
Yeah,
so
and he made a comment about me not responding to a comment that he wrote some time ago on my channel, probably because I got the impression that you weren't a very intelligent or open-minded person. So I didn't waste my time on you. I've already wasted too much time on you. So
I know. Got the attention.
Enough with Shepu.
Okay, that sounds really good. Troglodyte dwellings, says Vanessa. So anybody in questions, capital letters, and then we'll be our ear for today. Ask Steve when you see him, have a word with him, to come over and present, talking about what he was talking about in Dundee. I'm sure that'll get a lot of debate going.
Yeah. Oh yeah. His Apocalypse Infinity.
Yes.
He's got 2 parts of a 3-part series. Watch that on Spacebusters. That is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing information, and I challenge
it's a bit of a shift in the old paradigm, isn't it, from the old way of thinking as well, which is I like.
It's about as big a shift as it gets.
Yeah, no shit it is. So yeah. And also Steve Young as well, right? I'll try and get him over. I've asked him because Ether is right up our street. This is what we do on Flat Earth British. And what he presented, I was like, yeah. It's just, so
yeah, you blew my mind years ago with like the Vajras and I'm like, oh
sure.
God, like the Vedic traditions, the Hindu cosmologies, they're talking about these incredible weapons that would do what? A plasma apocalypse.
Yeah, man. Well, they tell you anyway in the Bhagavad Gita, because they got like the Vimanas and they got the Vamastras, which apparently they say like are nuclear weapons, but they vitrify everything they touch, which is probably what happened to the Indus Valley civilization, because that place got way torched or fried, from what I've seen. Red salt and giant connection. What's your take? Red salt and giants connection. I haven't got a clue.
Well, it could be tree, it could be Titan. A lot of people are like, oh my God, are we eating the flesh of Titans when we're having Himalayan salt?
What are they thinking? Red blood corpuscles are crystallized, yeah?
Yeah, but I mean, if you have high mineral content waters, really salty, that are infusing themselves into the wood, that could turn into salts and Himalayan salt.
Yeah. So Joy's extending her thanking you for being here, as I am myself. A really nice guy, Marticus. Well, just talking to me. So everyone appreciates you being here. I do myself, Mike, and bringing all of that awesome, juicy stuff to my channel. It was absolutely amazing. I have to do this again sometime, mate.
Yeah, and someone says tree sap is good for heavy metal extraction from the body. You've got what's it called? Andrew Kaufman is always talking about it as a spirit gum. What's it? I've forgotten the other word. You can use it for cleaning out the body. It'll come to me in a moment. Somebody will post it in the chat. DMSO comes from tree as well. There's a lot of medicine comes from tree. Oh, there he is.
There is Steve. I am watching, but you guys are killing it, so you need to jump on at some time. You will come in next time. You are more than welcome, my friend. More than welcome. We can get up to some mischief online.
I want to see that one.
Yeah, detoxing. Yeah, I've been purging myself, but I go through natural purges myself when my system just says, and just naturally can't be bothered eating much, just everything's limited. So I've been going through one of them, and it makes me feel well. I feel good. So there's that. I feel good and groovy, and I've really enjoyed that. So thank you, Mike. That was flipping awesome. You're an awesome
Thank you.
chap. For everyone, get over to Mike's channel. Definitely subscribe and check that book out. Honest to God, I can't even.
It is. You're halfway in. How is it? Is it well written?
It is what, because I'm like, I got a good insight into who you are now. See, Mike, it's like, because it's like you, and I know you now. So like when I'm reading that, I'm like,
People have said when they read it, they hear my voice.
I hear your voice. It is exactly. I hear your voice. It is you.
Yeah.
So
it's
yeah,
a crazy story, and it's definitely worthy of a movie.
Though, but I know
it's
it's all documented.
Yeah,
this
it's
shit
one of
happened.
those truth is stranger than fiction things. It was so bizarre, and I have all the evidence for the stuff that I'm talking about in the book as well, and and it's like, I didn't have to what do you say, embellish, because the story in and of itself was just so crazy.
You signed
and
it.
and
You said,
Gary McKinnon wrote the foreword.
he's from here in Newport, just down the road.
Yeah.
Gary,
Great guy. I've got a conversation with him on my channel. Check that out. You'll love it.
Yeah, did he talk about the aliens at all?
It's called Hackers from Heaven.
Hackers from Heaven. You see, you got on here when you signed it for me, from one reality hacker to another. Thank you for all you do. Oh, thanks, Mike. Yes, we are reality hackers.
And put September on your calendar. The Guru Gathering last year. There were many people who said it was like the most exciting, fun weekend of their lives. So it's going to be a great event, and really reasonably priced. Like, people spend more than 3 times more to go to a Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah, I'll go on the piss in town, which is really what people spend hundreds of pounds
or a dinner in a restaurant that's gone the next day. So you'll have memories that last a lifetime, I guarantee it. And I think it's gonna be just so good. And then there's a wraparound event that Dave Manel and Andrea are doing. That's, I think, 2 days before and 2 days after. They've rented a big villa, and it's going to be acoustic music, and just
I will be there,
and partying with the most amazing people you ever hung out with.
Oh, we're party animals. Nobody parties better than us, true for guys. You know that? True for girls and guys. We are absolutely amazing at it. But yeah, I'm going to go to David's. And Andrea's food is out of this world. So I'm hoping they're going to.
It is. Yeah, her food is amazing. So, just the price. The food is worth the price alone for that event.
Oh my God.
That part of the event.
It's like Michelin star quality. It's absolutely beautiful. I know. So yeah, thank you everybody. That's been an awesome hangout tonight, and plenty of you. It's 2.5 hours. That's plenty for us, isn't it, Mike?
And thank you to everyone on my channel as well. I'm sorry I've been absent for months on end. I'll be back with a stream of my own soon, and I just had to kind of ground myself in the real world, and I've had a lot of journeys. So when I come back from those, it takes time to get back on track and work and everything. So yeah, keep hacking, everybody.
Yeah, man.
Love
Stay
you.
epic, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here and being so epic today for this Tuesday live show. So we hopefully do some more very soon, Mike. Yeah, hook up again.
Yes, definitely
in the future. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely awesome. Thank you, everybody. Much love to you all, and I will see you very, very soon. Thank you.
Ciao.
I'm the captain, and I'm going to start this documentary by making a few claims that I will back up with undeniable evidence. I've located lands that have been hidden from us. Multiple massive landmasses that are beyond our known world. Fully chartered, and I have the means to set sail in multiple vessels that I own once I've secured crews, including a second captain. Let me show you what no one else is capable of. If watched in full context, what I've got to show you will blow your mind repeatedly, including that the hidden lands that surround us are fully built out with old world architecture and infrastructure, just like how we see all around us. That the flat earth model is purposely incorrect and designed to deceive you. There is no ice wall, and I'll prove it. Everything you think you know about Tartaria is wrong. I figured out the entirety of the last great reset of humanity worldwide, and it only ended in 1860. Undeniably proven and fully explaining the mud flood aftermath. Australia and its natives are not what you think they are, and that our entire recent timeline has been fabricated. After decades of personal research down the rabbit hole, dividing truth from sheer conspiracy and fantasy, following a spiritual path that's been guided, I've took all the relevant individual research subjects and I've pieced them together. Not just put subjects side by side, but fuse them together. One topic only makes sense and fuse with the previous, all in context. But only by doing this can any of us see the bigger picture, knowledge combined. If a picture says 1,000 words, and our eyes can see 1,000 lies, see it to believe it. This documentary was not created to attempt to wake the soulless non-player characters that surround us. They're not programmed to acknowledge or question the world around them. This documentary is for you, the small amount of truly enlightened human beings in this world. Not to go all Morpheus on you, but you've felt it all of your life. Always been the odd one out. You've always known that something just isn't quite right about this place. You've followed your senses, your intuition, your heart, your common sense, and what your eyes tell you. I'll never tell anybody what to do or think. I can only guide you. But if you are truly enlightened, you're more than capable to think for yourself and resonate with the truth. And for that reason, as I move as quickly as I can from topic to topic to get my main points across and show you your reality, I'll show sufficient evidence to every single claim that I make along the way. Anyways, I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum, so it's time to get your sunglasses on. I decided to severely shorten down this section of my already long and information-packed documentary, wasting 25 minutes of enlightened people's time adding unnecessary proofs of the shape of the lands beneath our feet and the heavens above. This is entry-level knowledge, the basics, but essential knowledge to comprehend your reality. If at this point you still think that Neil disgrace Tyson is an intelligent man and we live on a globe spinning at 1,000 miles per hour while spinning around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the sun's spinning around the Milky Way at 447,000 miles per hour, while the Milky Way's spinning around some other pseudoscience that they can't even explain. A spinny globe with magical gravity, holding down bendy oceans while my pint of crack and rum goes unaffected. Never mind Great Lakes and Olympic-sized swimming pools. With fake CGI cartoon space, cartoon planets, cartoon stars, cartoon space stations, astronauts in space, cartoon satellites with cringy realities, Elon's shit cartoon car, Freemasons land on a plasma moon with tinfoil spaceships, upside down umbrellas, and embarrassing clip art cartoons from the moon. If at this point during the awakening you still believe all that, either go see the man that's enlightened the most souls in this world, Mr. Eric DeBay, and come back to this presentation once you've got your big boy pants on, or go back to watching funny cat videos, jacking off to midget porn, and discussing 9/11 for another couple of decades. I don't care either way. When it comes to old world architecture, it's evident that these amazing structures were not built by our recent ancestors in our fabricated timeline. Once I'd put together the past world resets, which I'll explain in detail, I was able to distinguish 4 main different timelines of architecture, all separated by one or more worldwide catastrophic events of destruction. I generalise these 4 timelines as the ancient architecture, massive structures made from solid stone, oversized in every way, some severely weathered, eroded, melted, and even destroyed beyond recognition. The second timeline structures, which I'll refer to as old world architecture, and that's practically everything the AI narrative wrote being founded in the 1900s, during a time frame that I'll prove only had 10% or less of the previous world's population, the events that buried this world in mud. The third timeline of architecture won't make sense until I've explained the past reset, but this is everything that was built by the civilization pre-reset. And again, I will prove to you that the previous timeline civilization did not build the ancient or old world architecture, which are all these rounded type castles, battlement shapes along the tops, mostly battle damaged or falling apart. But don't get these mixed up with the more impressive old world castle type structures, or the ancient star forts that are all over the world. The less skilled pre-reset timeline peoples made much more primitive timber-framed houses, higgledy-piggledy wonky walls, solid, thick-walled, highly thermal, thatched roofs. Like their predecessors, they also built a lot of red brick houses. Not quite as impressive as the old world's timelines buildings, but still very nice solidly built structures. And all of the terrace type houses. And the fourth timeline of architecture is our timeline, which is everything from about 1860 onwards. Ugly, boring, lifeless box skyscrapers, box apartments, box houses, made with temporary, flimsy, cheap materials or steel and glass. Proving that the mainstream narrative has been falsified is easy in supposedly new countries like America, Canada and Australia. Countries that shouldn't have ancient and old world buildings, but they all do. This channel is called My Lunch Break. This channel is dedicated to proving architectural lies and that the AI has written our narrative of history.
We are told that the USA begins in 1776. Immediately after, 16 years later, we have the stock market open up. And as we have talked about before, and this is where evolution, for whatever reason, finally starts to work for once. And the whole world supposedly becomes so intelligent and starts creating flying crafts and engines and phones, trains, TVs, and the rest of it. This is absolutely insane to believe. Then we have Australia that comes into the picture in 1901. The main issue that we have here is that we have the construction from the past civilization that is sitting here staring at us right in our faces. Buildings that we do not recreate today in 2023. Cities such as Budapest that have a coffee shop, a parliament building, and chocolate museums that look straight out of the movies. We have identified nearly 100 fire stories to this point, where buildings that are said to be built in the 1800s that clearly are from the old world are completely destroyed due to a fire, even though they're mostly made of stone, which is not flammable. This is the beginning of waking up the masses, understanding this massive historical lie, understanding that there was a previous civilization right before us that is no longer here. Where they went or what even took place that removed them from this place is what we want to know. They left all of their structures here for us to see. In my opinion, they left all of their technology, and the individuals who are supposedly so smart and evolution just hit them square in the face never created these things. Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and on and on. Through my first 37 episodes, you will find hundreds of issues with the narrative, and we're just getting started. They were able to construct the St. Mark's Basilica in 4 years. From 828 to 832, but didn't have a light bulb? Give me a break. They built the inside with candlelight. Oh, and don't forget that it lasts forever. Unlike anything that we build today, even though this was in a time period before they even knew how to make paper. It really is incredible that once you get it, you don't go back to not getting it. You can see it all very clearly in nearly every town in the world. This past civilization had much more technology that we have not been given back yet. we have been given the car back, the train, the plane, the TV and cell phones, the light bulb and computers, internet and power tools. All major movies have been recreated. They know what we like. Refrigerators, cameras, GPS, video games, all of this in the last 300 years. In my opinion, like I've said, they have had all of this technology, and this includes AI. I'm starting to find the same narrative too many times, all over the world. I am now leaning towards an AI that most likely created all of these insane, ridiculous narratives. For every one of these buildings, the repetition of the plots and the repetition of characters gives it all away. How long has AI, or more specifically this Chat GPT stuff, really been around? Do you think this is the first time? I definitely do not.
Many of these old world buildings were built in a similar style cosmetically to the ancients, and the builders clearly had a high level of knowledge and technology to create these masterpieces. But all of these structures from this second civilization and timeline are fakes in comparison cosmetically. Other than the obvious old world structures made with red brick, when it comes to these stone looking buildings, all of these are actually built with red brick. Now there's good reason for this, and I'll get onto it later, but as you can see with any damaged old world structure, they're only lined externally and internally with either thin stone tiles made to look like solid cut stone, or they use a poured type geopolymer render. Kinda like a superior type of cement that gets harder with time. This is a perfectly good old world building being demolished. As painful as these type of videos are to watch, most show us the telltale signs of the construction methods used to build it. As you can see, this tower is made from solid stone blocks. Or is it? Once it's coming apart, you can see that it's just a red brick building with a thin layer of stone tiles. Areas like the attic space, they wouldn't have bothered lining the internal with stone, as no one would have seen it. If you hadn't realised this before, you'll notice it all the time now looking at old world buildings. And I'm not dismissing how amazing these buildings are. Their built-in technology is beyond anything in modern times. Which takes us on to the next piece of the puzzle, commonly known as Antiquitech. The ancient and old world civilizations knew how to harness an energy that's all around us called the ether, the fifth element that's been hidden from us. And the carbon-14 and iron oxide compound of the red bricks used to construct these old world buildings would act like a giant antenna and even hold charge. In 1887, the Michelson-Morley experiment attempted to prove their theory of the existence of the ether. Unfortunately, they never did due to their primitive technology of the time. Nearly 100 years later, in 1986, the US Air Force repeated their experiment and proven scientifically that the field of the ether existed. The results were published in a scientific journal called Nature in August 1986, headlined Special Relativity, Nature, Volume 322, page 590. There's no money in it for the cult with free, clean, sustainable energy for the world, so now they just deny the ether's existence. These are not religious symbols. When the cult created their religions to control and divide, they merely adopted these symbols as they were all over the buildings that were delegated as their houses of worship. You'll notice all original Antiquitech had these copper balls and antennas in the shape of the relevant symbols. This is the old world symbol for the ether. A symbol for the ether collecting ether. This is the old world symbol for Mercury. These copper balls had mercury inside. Only small amounts were needed, but with a simple magnet combined with a power source like the ether, this vortex would create its own magnetic field. Unfortunately, as the years go by, they replace this tech with their cheap wooden crosses. It's why most of these buildings have copper earthing cables running from the antenna top to the ground. And no, it's not for lightning strikes. The only time a church will have any issues is if this tech's been removed. The skilled builders of these masterpieces would have taken lightning into account before construction. Plus they were designed to harness energy and last forever. Does anybody really think it took our dumbed-down society to come along and save these buildings that are probably thousands of years old? The last part of this subject, and something that will make more sense later on, are old world greenhouses. Incorporating geothermic technology, also harnessing the ether to grow supercrops, unaffected by the exterior elements. Greenhouses that are big enough to feed entire cities. A similar technology has become popular in recent years called electroculture, a technology that uses electrical currents from the ether to enhance plant growth.
The film you're about to see has no characters. If you spare a little of your imagination, it is a film to describe to you the effect of cymatic frequencies on matter.
Watch the glass. And now look at the metal, the steel. Just that's incredible, isn't it?
The ancient and old world structures that we now call cathedrals and churches are not just power stations. They were like the old world hospitals and GPs, giving out healing frequencies. By applying the same techniques and semantics and testing the frequency of the church bells chiming, they create the same patterns as the magnificent rose windows you'll see all around the structure itself. The tolling bells would emit powerful vibrations and influence entire towns and their water supplies. Hence why there's tunnel systems under every cathedral, church and city worldwide. These fed the water supplies to its inhabitants around the cities. A technology taken from the ancients. The ether and the frequency of the bells would influence the molecular structure of the water. It'd be like drinking and bathing in life energy, life juice, the fountain of youth. These glass stained windows were not just for decoration, they're technology. The glass would harness the sun and moon's electro-radiation through the geometric pattern of the window, and the light on the inside takes the form of that frequency. Each frequency contains its own geometric pattern. By shining a light through a geometric pattern, it has healing on the human body and soul. It regenerates while vibrating at that same frequency. These structures also contain the most powerful sound instrument ever created, the brass organ and pipes. Breathtaking masterpieces. The organs would heal your organs. It's the reason why the ancients and old world civilizations lived longer than us and grew larger than us today. They've removed our power source, our mojo. Unfortunately, most of these original bells and organs have been removed, replaced, or never used as intended. You'll find that any of these giant bells remaining today are purposely damaged. And the narrative of their destruction is that the bells were removed worldwide and melted down to make bullets, guns, bombs and other military equipment by the cult to give to us to murder each other with. Demonic as always. In 1955, the Rockefeller Foundation, backed up by the International Organization for Standardization, changed instruments and music keytones to 440 Hz. A dissident, conscious, suppressing, negative, unharmonious, destructive, messy and harmful tone of frequency and vibration. I would recommend changing your entire music playlist from 440 Hz to the widely available 432 Hz or the 528 Hz. You will feel the benefits. We're led to believe that we're just dumb monkeys that have to be taught how to speak. But even actual monkeys are born with the ability to communicate with their own kind. But dumb humans, we have to be taught to speak, read, write, do spellings and spell casting, with the cult's word magic and their backwards pig Latin languages that we all talk. But like always, in reality, the supreme beings do not need to be taught how to communicate. It's why they gave us all these separate languages and demonic religions, so we can't communicate with each other. So we can hate each other, kill each other, divide and conquer. The best research I've seen on the subject was from Mr. Dave Murphy, on a documentary of his called The Language of Creation. Dave connected an ancient dead language that he referred to as Paleo-Hebrew, the original language, the language of God, and likely the language of the ancients. And I can hear a lot of you saying, Captain, did you just say Hebrew? Are you one of them? No, Paleo-Hebrew has nothing to do with Hebrew or Jews. Hebrew doesn't even have anything to do with Jews, but watch Dave's video if you want more on that. Paleo-Hebrew is a pictorial language of images, sounds and mouth vibrations, just like what's referred to as ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Many other creatures in this world use a pictorial language, referred to as echolocation. Whales, dolphins, bats, lemurs, rats, birds and many more. They're not just making noises, they're transmitting and receiving images and sounds. A thematic experiment was made using dolphins, using a technique called climagraphs, which are patterns that represent dolphin language, similar to hieroglyphs. This particular experiment involved Jim McDough and a dolphin called a Maya. Jim entered the tank with a Maya and allowed it to do a clickety-click thing, recorded the feedback frequency, and through the climagraphs, this is the image that they got back. And to Maya, this image would have been in full HD with sound included. And it's why when this frequency was played to a different dolphin with a few different people in the tank, the new dolphin was able to pick Jim from the others. When it comes to humans, we are born with the ability to communicate with each other, but we are indoctrinated out of our own language to where we don't even understand our own children when they're born and start to talk to us. The way I managed to find the exact dates and events that led up to the last catastrophic reset of this world, every society living in it, their economies, the massacre of around 90% of the world's populations, and the takeover from the same parasites that still run this world today, was quite simple, to be fair. And I'd like to explain how, as this will help you understand my main discoveries later on. I've studied old world cartography for a long time. I'm in my 5th year living on the ocean in my sailing yacht. Navigation, charts and map reading is part of my daily life as a sailor. And I taught bushcraft and survival skills for a decade, including navigation, so I'd class myself as an expert on the matter. While comparing old and new world maps, I noticed a couple of main differences between them. The first was that no old world map shows ice anywhere. Never mind on the North Pole or any ice on the lands that surround our world. But by the 1900s, the 20th century, ice started appearing on world maps. Now, the narrative says there's always been ice in these areas, probably for like a trillion bajillion years, right? There's no disputing that there is ice towards the north and near the lands known as Antarctica, which is rapidly melting. Most indoctrinated historians would just say that the cartographers that created these old world maps were just primitive morons and liars with huge imaginations, right? Fortunately for me, I know better. When you've got a map, for example the Abono Monte 1587, that's over 400 years old, but its charts are so accurate that I've used them to navigate the oceans today, I know that these cartographers of the past are way more knowledgeable and intelligent than most people of today. The second difference between old and new world maps were the shapes of the landmasses, and I'll quickly show you what I mean. So we've got South America in the modern day, and we've got South America before named it in 1587. As you can see, it doesn't look quite right. It's more like this nowadays. Here's Chile and Lake Titicaca in modern times, and again here's Chile and Lake Titicaca in 1587. Both line up perfectly. But as you can spot the difference, on the 1587 map, Chile is about 1,000 miles inland. But nowadays, Chile is on the coast. And as you can see, that due to Chile's position with Lake Titicaca, Chile hasn't moved location in recent times. They both line up, new and old. Now, a simple indoctrinated mind would come to the same conclusion. The old world map makers are morons. I had a more realistic hypothesis. Between 1587 and the modern day, there has been a worldwide catastrophic event of destruction which caused massive earthquakes, tsunamis, floods and the seas to rise. Volcanoes blowing their tops causing ash clouds that block the sun, causing a worldwide mini ice age. A mass depopulation event where the powers that be took the opportunity for a worldwide takeover and removal of our true timeline of history. And I know what you're thinking, Captain, have you been drinking seawater again? Nothing like that has happened in our recent history. A couple of years later, I needed provable answers, so I opened up a search engine and I asked a simple question. What was the average temperature of the 1700s? The average temperature during the 1700s was notably cooler, as this period was part of the Little Ice Age. The evidence and information surrounding this Little Ice Age is enormous if you ask the correct questions and code words. But for now, it just spat this temperature graph at me. Can you see it? Between the 16 and 1700s, there's a massive spike referred to as the Little Ice Age. Now, don't be fooled by their spelling, their spellcasting. There was nothing little about this Ice Age. The indoctrination tells you that these Ice Age events happen like every 10 or 20,000 years, and they last for thousands of years. But in reality, at least in recent history, these Ice Ages happen about every 400 to 700 years, and they last for about 200 to 300 years. Rinse and repeat, they're like clockwork. The Little Ice Age reached its coldest point during a 70-year period between 1645 and 1715, known as the Maronda Minimum. As you can see, between about 1630 and 1700, the sun was blocked. There's a couple of theories to how this Ice Age occurred, but there's only one which is logical in my opinion. Volcanic eruptions started happening sporadically around the Pacific from about 1611 onwards, causing volcanic dust to rise to the skies. This fallout blocked the sun, in some documented reports from Europe, for an entire year, from one of many eruptions. This, on multiple occasions documented throughout this period of time, caused a decrease of the world's temperature. 3 particularly cold intervals, one began around 1650, another about 1770, and the last in 1850, all of which were separated by intervals of slight warming. Massive magnitude earthquakes throughout this time period caused ginormous tsunamis worldwide, added with the extreme weather, high winds and torrential rainfall, added with freezing temperatures, this alone killed hundreds of millions. Now, with the mass amount of documented reports throughout this time period of volcanic activity, catastrophic 8 to 9.6 magnitude earthquakes, which are the highest grade and named great earthquakes that cause catastrophic damage and loss of life over vast areas. Supposedly a rare event, but during this time period I've counted approximately 130 of these rare events. Now, going back to my hypothesis that I wrote years before asking the correct question, tsunamis don't explain worldwide permanent flooding and loss of massive areas of land. So I asked another question. What was the height of sea level in 1700? As you can see, directly related to the Little Ice Age, around 1745, sea level started rising rapidly. Now, do I believe the accuracy and honesty of this graph? No, of course not. But even if this rise of sea level was 10 times this, it wouldn't explain the huge loss of land that's been admitted worldwide. Well, admitted when you know the truth. When you take the multiple reports across the UK and Europe detailing the extreme weather, torrential rain that went on for 200 years, and in some cases reports of it not stopping raining for years on end, non-stop, catastrophic disaster after another, imagine what that would have done to the land beneath their feet, never mind what it would do to crops. But all that waterlogged, flooded land would cause not only for the sea levels to rise, but massive mudslides on land, explaining the aftermath of the mud flood that buried this world, a subject that I'll put together for you shortly. With the reported permanent loss of large areas of land like the Danish, German and Dutch losing huge amounts of their coastlines, another example on the other side of the world, in Jamaica, June the 7th, 1692, a massive 8 magnitude earthquake struck Port Royal, Jamaica, causing the town to sink into the sea, resulting in approximately 5,000 deaths due to the quake and later tsunami. 2/3 of Port Royal sank into the sea, with many buildings collapsing due to soil liquefaction. The earth opened up and swallowed many people. Most of the town's 2,000 buildings were destroyed and many ships in the harbour were capsized. Now, even when you take into account all of the documented sea level rises, torrential rain, flooding, mud floods, tsunamis, this doesn't explain all these countries reporting massive land loss and the obvious land loss between old and new world maps. Like I've shown you with Chile now being on the coast. And they even admit that this area had significant coastal loss due to the Little Ice Age. But there has to be a more logical explanation for this. Something's missing. So I asked another correct question. Something that came to me in my dreams, in images, and something that at the time I didn't even know was a real thing. Can land break off continents and slide into the ocean? Yes, land can break off from continents and slide into the ocean, a process often associated with landslides or movement of tectonic plates. However, this is typically a gradual process rather than a sudden event. Well, tell that to the Jamaicans in 1692 when their city rapidly fell into the ocean within minutes, causing all of the deaths. Continents can break apart much easier than previously suspected. Shocker, right? These findings explain the origins of flat-lying zones, hilarious, of weakness known as the detachment faults, developed at depths of 10 to 15 kilometers, which were not previously understood. Their conclusion: the volcanic activity during the general crisis of the 17th century played a crucial role in shaping the environmental and social landscapes of the time, contributing to widespread instability and conflict. Now, before I show you some of the absolute sickening, stomach-churning atrocities of the direct results of this Little Ice Age, researching this massacre as extensively as I did made me physically ill for a week afterwards. It was that bad. But before that, I have to explain this last part about the Little Ice Age before the AI bot shills attempt to dismiss any of the facts and truths that I'm telling you. When you go onto the cults-controlled wiki page, it'll attempt to downplay the Little Ice Age, not only by its name, but as it says. The Little Ice Age was a period of regional cooling, particularly pronounced in the North Atlantic region. It was not a true ice age of global extent. What they're saying here is that this was not a worldwide weather event and didn't cause ice to form towards the north or south. But as always, all the evidence is on the contrary. Even the indoctrinated historians refuse this narrative.
He, of course, rubbishes the Little Ice Age as episodic, minor, and, quote, largely independent regional climate changes rather than a globally synchronous increased glaciation, end quote. But if glaciers began advancing rapidly in the 14th century around the world and then retreated rapidly starting in the 19th and into the 20th century, it takes a special kind of determination to call it a regional blip. And that sort of resistance to the concept of the Little Ice Age is exactly the kind of denialism we're talking about here.
And there's dozens of scientific literature published proving that this was a worldwide weather event and did freeze our average.
Who's in the chat still? Who's still in the chat, mate?
J. Hardy study in the South Pacific with a 420-year history of isotope ratios, measured in samples taken from Australia's Great Barrier Reef. The results of Henry's extensive study.
Hey, big shout out to everybody still in the chat. Shout out to Dawn, Dan, Jim, Suits, Ches,
rather than in the 20th
Jason.
Century. This proved that these southern
shout out
regions'
to V.
temperature
Thomas.
was considerably lower during the time of the
Look, Jack's still in. Holy smokes. Sean G. Sean G. That's a long time I've seen Sean G about.
You have to type in a second and secret code name.
Captain Caveman, big shout out.
Humanity, or the general crisis of 1700.
Slow still in there.
And again, don't be fooled by its mediocre title.
Hey guys, I appreciate you staying, guys.
You
didn't have to, honestly. You didn't have to, but yeah, shout out.
This is a narrative.
Awesome stuff.
And this time, it's not.
Why am I still here?
I
I don't know, Jim. Why are you still here?
These poor souls inherited this world.
Oh, so people left for a while and stuff and come back.
Just as we did.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Meeting my family.
Once our reset is complete.
And believe me, when I say
the Little Ice Age,
everyone turned up, and I've got quite a big family. And we've got connections to other families, and you know, everyone turned up. Everyone. They went down to some pub. And we basically took up the whole garden. The whole family did. It was pretty cool, man, seeing everybody and, yeah, me auntie. And pretty awesome, man. Pretty awesome stuff. It's really nice to see everybody. I didn't drink a single drop of alcohol. They were all getting sloshed on alcohol. And Martin L. was shite, Banner. Martin Leidke? What? Banner has burnt down all the cottages. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go, VT. There's nowhere else to go. Yo, Tommy, welcome in. Yeah, I had 2 orange juices. And they were drinking double vodkas. They were drinking beers, like guzzling them down. It was really good. A few of my old school mates come down there as well. I'll see a couple of those. And as soon as I started hearing, can you sort out a ticket? That was like, I'm out of here. I'm out of it. So yeah, I think they're all about to get on the sniff. So I was like, yeah, I'm gone. I'm out. The temptation's too much. I didn't drink. And when the cocaine comes in, nah, I'm out. I've got to go. So yeah, and I was about to go anyway. So it was that Jim. It was that Jim, and it was my uncle that was asking me. My uncle was going, "Can you sort me out a ticket?" I was like, "No, I know people that can do it. That can get it for you. I can get them down here, but not right in that. Nah." So yeah, kind of bothering me, and I was just like, "No, I've got to go, man. I've got to go anyway." Yeah, I was buzzing, man. I mean, they come over from Australia. They went to Italy. They went to Sicily first. They've been over there for a week in Sicily. They said it was beautiful. It was 42 in Sicily. And they live in Australia. And they said that's the hottest they've ever felt was in Sicily, 42. That's the hottest, even hotter than Australia. That's kind of crazy, right? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just relax now. I'm going to make a quick coffee. I'm going to have a spliff and just chill out with you guys. I can't believe people are still in here. Roll out the packets. It was like that, Sue. So they were. God. And do you know what? My uncle. Do you know how old he is? Remember, I'm 55. My uncle's 70. He turned 70 years old, and he was asking me to get him cocaine. Oh, gosh. I'm so glad I don't do none of that drinking and coke no more, because they're just going to feel dodgy uncles. Coffee and a joint, Tarmo. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I did my cousin. What? Pause, Ryan, pause. Excuse me, Banner. Did you say you refused the... Yes, of course. I don't touch it no more, Slow. You know, I used to a long time ago. A long time ago, man. And it took a hell of a struggle to get off of the stuff. I've explained it before. I had to get rid of all my circle of friends and everything. I had to just get rid of it all to get off of it. And it was a struggle. That's why I was smoking so much at the time, smoking so much weed to try and combat the effects of it. You know, the cravings and stuff. And it worked. It worked for me. It worked for me. And I stopped drinking and taking coke all in one go, which is a pretty awesome thing to do. Yeah, global warming is bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, it's called the summer, Ryan, right? It's just called the summer. Maybe he felt too. He could have been. They were sloshed. As I was leaving, I cuddled my auntie. He said, "I'm going. Really nice to see you." And she was kind of wobbling, and her eyes were going a bit. And it was like, okay, it's time to go. It's time to go. A few of the boys come down. I found out a couple of my little cousins are national boxers. Right? One's a girl. She won the nationals. She got a gold medal. My uncle showed me her with the gold medal around her neck for boxing. And my other little cousin, he's really young, and yeah, they're like national champions. I was like, what? I've never heard of that. There are benefits of cocaine that can't be denied, especially coming from your own uncles. Constantly a struggle. Yeah, but seriously, once you're off of all them, like off of the cocaine and, you know, ecstasy and alcohol, you do feel 100 times better. It takes a while to get that kind of alertness back and the freshness of mind, because you're still a bit cloudy for quite a while. But a lot of that was smoking the weed, man. And, you know, but I did it on purpose so I wouldn't feel all the horrible cravings.
Agricultural failure.
Well, I'm just going to grab a drink, guys. I'll be back in a sec.
Broader social transformation.
Won't be long.
The stresses of climate change.
Send me money or Tarmo. You're rich enough. You've got a beautiful house, Tarmo. I'm sure you can afford some of yourself.
The general crisis of the
I could have faked a sniff.
widespread famine due to
no, just don't do it, man. Just stay away from that stuff. That stuff is devil powder, man. I'm telling you. It's devil powder. Just stay away from it, especially if you get hooked on that stuff. Some of the thoughts you get. Nah, honestly, you don't want to be going there.
Unusual.
Right, guys, I'm just going to grab a drink.
Rainfall in the summer seasons. Wars and revolutions disrupted over agricultural production. Heavy taxation, difficult to sustain their livelihoods. Many regions experience significant population losses due to starvation, disease, malnutrition-related illnesses, including the Black Death, which the conditions of the Ice Age only fueled. Food shortages led to revolts and increased crime as desperate populations sought resources. In Paris, France, during the civil strife of 1648 to 1653, there was a succession of 7 years of very heavy rainfall. The population loss there was 1/3 during the summer of 1649. Villages in Paris lost 1/4 of their inhabitants. Nobody could cope with such misery. That's 1/3 of the population of cities like Paris dead after 1 year of famine. Another famine in France between 1693 and 1694 killed 10% of France's entire population. France alone had 111 major famines over a 200-year period during the Little Ice Age. During famines across the UK and Europe, cannibalism was reported as desperate measures for survival, and I've read accounts of this happening worldwide until the late 1800s. Survival cannibalism was not only legalised, but pushed towards it when faced with starvation. Where do you think the phrase, eating one's own children, comes from? In one account that I read, A dismembered body of a 3-year-old girl was seen. Some parts were boiling in a pot on the fire, while others had apparently been consumed. The girl's mother assured that the child had died of natural reasons. Turn to cannibalism, eating corpses, deliberately killing others, most often children, for consumption. 2 factors put children specifically at risk. They could be more easily snatched and killed than adults, and their flesh was often considered more palatable. People resorted to eating their own children due to starvation. Across Europe, records show that 1 in 4 children died before their first birthday, and half of them didn't even reach the age of 20. I've read stories of mothers taking their children out into frozen forests and leaving them to freeze to death because they couldn't feed them. Malnutrition prevented them from producing milk. Stories of men riding their horses in such freezing conditions that the horse's skin freezes and they're able to slice flesh.
Yeah, so I'll kick it with you guys for about another half hour or something, guys. Then I'm gonna.
Doesn't even feel it.
I will be shutting down the stream. I hope everyone's had a good day today. Anyway,
during this period and other previous,
I have 2 houses actually. You're welcome to come and rent one.
Often referred to as the Massacre of Innocents. Paintings worldwide of true events where children are being brutally murdered for consumption. This particular painting was created by a piece of shit called Pierre Bugel, named the Massacre of Innocents. This oil painting was later painted over.
I know.
Pictured children being trapped in their mother's arms, and being murdered upon
Me too,
orders
man.
of the king and church.
Once you've done it in its suits and you keep hearing the same conversations and people just becoming Charlie Big Spuds, and it just starts grating on you, doesn't it? And you need you kind of just has the opposite effects on you. Once you've stopped it, it's just like, I'm never touching that shit again.
This particular painting is on the dining room.
What's that, 9 hours? It could be 9 hours, Scotty. It could be 9 hours. I'm not too sure.
Absolutely disgraceful.
I've seen cocaine used to bring people back from dementia. Now that's fucking amazing. Yeah. Only thing was they become very addictive, obviously. Yeah.
Amongst animals due to
so cocaine
resources. Increased prices for remaining
has an effect on dementia. That's pretty.
And this explains why the pre-reset people's timeline will build in huge greenhouses.
Everyone talking, no one listening. You know, Simon. It's like when you get a bunch of speedheads, right? A bunch of people have taken speed together. It's that same thing. Everyone is talking and no one's listening. Everyone's just talking over each other. It's hilarious. It really is.
Too many events like wars.
And you get the same thing happens on cocaine as well, man.
Wars, massacres. And
those first couple of lines and everyone just starts waffling. Then it starts to wear off. Then you start getting a bit paranoid. Then you've got to sniff some more. And it's just that vicious circle. Then it's that vicious circle. Constant. Drink more cocaine. No one would... Anyone listening out there, kids or anyone, never take the stuff. Never, ever take it. Don't go nowhere near it.
Related to the Little Ice Age and the general crisis of humanity.
And I would say don't drink alcohol either, because that can lead on to it very quickly. Depends who you're around, down the pub or whatever. Someone can easily... That's one of the reasons why I stopped going out. Because every time I went out, people were going, Dave, can I have a line? Come on, have a line. A line. It was a nightmare. I didn't even have to take any cocaine out with me in the end.
I personally researched. The general crisis contributed to the
Bolivia banner.
That ignited the American Revolution in 1775. But due to the conditioning, most Americans today
Banner Escobar.
The English adding a tax on tea. This era was marked by
when you look back on it though, Simon, and you know what it does to you, and you can see that. That effect it had on you, and it was a negative effect. I mean, at first when you do it, it's all fucking roses, right? But no, that doesn't last. That doesn't last.
An estimated 600,000 deaths.
Yeah, don't go nowhere near it. That and alcohol, man.
Sea ice surrounded Iceland, trapping its population. Then its volcano.
Archaic's favourite song.
Killing over half its population in a single day.
Let's see it. Let's hear it, Ches.
1696 to 97.
Centre of London to Stamford Hill, go north. We got to Speed and Winging It, 2 band members.
96 to 97.
It's Stamford Hill, man. My mate lived in Stamford Hill.
Rivers.
He lived in Stamford Hill, Jim.
In London
That's where we used to go to Stamford Hill to get our bars of puff.
And house the
That dude that lived there used to know someone up there, and they were South Africans.
Now, before I go through
and they had bloody kilos of the stuff, all in 9 bars on the table. The only time I can handle coke heads is when I'm on mushrooms. I can somehow listen to everyone at the same time.
The fall of the Ming
Oh, it suits. That's a classic. Now that's cool as fuck. But the only time it's cool to be around them, yeah. Yeah, the acid deciphers everything, right? It's
about its fall.
The mushrooms decipher.
Read down every link, scrolling for hours and hours. You won't find any mention of the Little Ice Age or the general crisis of humanity.
No, Tarmo, I hate this stuff. Honestly, Tarmo.
Well, let's type in another question.
I can't stand the stuff. I will. As soon as I see it now, it kind of repels me. You know, just that smell of it and everything. It's just.
So this time, we'll include the code name, the Little Ice Age. The Little Ice Age.
I'm just glad I woke up in time to realise I had a problem and got off of it. No, I'm just so grateful for that. Really am.
The same time period that Tartaria was wiped out and removed from history. Something I'll put together for you later. Now, the AI does this because it knows that you know the truth already. So it gives you the second narrative.
Got to go to the pond to find the mushroom guy.
The usual dog shit taught in schools, the cult's indoctrination camps. Then we've got the narrative.
Yeah, I know,
You already know the truth. Then, of course,
it puts your whole mindset out, Tarmo. That's what it does.
The true horrors of reality.
It literally puts your whole mindset out. You start thinking weird. Kind of a paranoia kind of sets in. It's bizarre, man, and people still take it. That's what gets me. Oh God, it's horrific, that stuff. I would never ever go back doing that.
To the question, and it states that there was a massive population decline during exactly the same period. Asking the same question,
when you're chapping on hell's door, you know it's time. Absolutely, chills. She just called, so she will pop up soon. And yes, the mushroom man.
But the mainstream will tell you that
everyone's got to have their own little mushroom man, right, Dawn?
400 million during the Little Ice Age and general crisis of humanity. This dumbass
Marlene, welcome in. Coke and X to get you up, and GHB to bring you back down. We used to use, instead of GHB, we used to use Valiums and we used to use downers, barbiturates. If we'd been on it like a rave for 2 days, taking fucking whatever, and you come back and your eyes are still like flying saucers. I used to go and get a couple of Valium, a little bit of Southern Comfort. Yeah, man, that was it. Within half an hour, I'd be sleepy. I'd be like almost falling asleep.
I can take all of this information that I've consumed on this subject and state a fairly accurate estimate on most countries' population declines that had good record keeping at the time.
Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah, temazepam, all that stuff back in the day. Valium. What was the other one?
America.
We mentioned him the other day, right?
A country called California, 100% dead, approximately 10 million. And I'll get into
9 bar in the shirt pocket on a hot day. What's
no
this?
Different to Tartaria.
9 bar in the shirt pocket on a hot day, Stamford Hill, it stank. And as I left the bus, I got a tap on the shoulder. I nearly died. Mate dropped me outside the police station for a reason. What? Holy smokes, Jim.
The Norse clans on Greenland, 100% dead, approximately 10 million. Iceland, 100% dead.
Yeah, the jellies. Yeah.
Rapa Nui, aka Easter Island, 100% dead. France, 99%.
Had to buy and grow them legally. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen. Do you know what, Dawn? I've seen the little like mushroom growing kits. I had liquid mushrooms and still have liquid acid. Damn.
There
are big cannabis markets today. Not sure I'm driving.
What's now
referred to as I'm into driving an hour away to get more liquid.
Dead, approximately
liquid mushrooms.
And it wasn't because of
is that like a tea? Is it, Marlene?
A code name for genocide.
Like a tea?
Tartaria.
Hey boy, welcome in. Yeah, it's been a long one today, mate. I had to go. My family come over from Australia, so
95% dead. Estonia, 95% dead.
Yeah, it was nice meeting them. I've just been to like a pub in, you know, with a big garden at the back. We filled up, the whole family filled up the whole, everyone turned up. It was pretty awesome.
The Dutch
pretty awesome.
had a supposed golden age between the late 1500s and 1700s, but they were still on their knees like the rest of the world, with a 50% population decline by 1800. The only country that actually had a
LSD
increase.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Liquid mushroom. Okay.
No,
LSD.
not
Yeah.
India.
Yeah. Got it.
Even though our brothers and sisters over there are at it like rabbits. It's actually Scotland. My family are Scots, both sides. My mum's from Scotland.
Yeah.
From Glasgow. Norse
It's a little glass bottle with a dropper. Oh, is it?
Scots have got great.
Okay. What, just one little drop on your tongue, is it?
Leading some great minds to suspect that we are approaching the end of the world. Kind of sounds like nowadays, right? This lot thought Jesus was coming to save them too.
I'm talking about.
Like I said, rinse and repeat.
If you want a good example where not to do beer and coke, watch Knockout Audits. Simon, I do watch him. He's like one of these secret little watches. Watch out Knockout Audits. Going around towns with drunken idiots on cocaine trying to fight him. It's pretty funny, guys.
Worldwide.
Go and check that out. If you could check out a dude, check out Knockout Audits. It's pretty funny.
Inferno after inferno, as they burn the remnants of the perished and the massacred populations. It's easier to burn these places to the ground than it is to clear them by hand. Great.
Yeah, mushies are very different to LSD. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Entire massive built-out cities ablaze with narratives like someone dropped a candle or burnt some bread.
I preferred magic mushrooms. Actually, I did actually prefer magic mushrooms to LSD. The LSD tabs were too intense for me personally. We got these LSD tabs called Judge Dreads. They had like a little badge sign on them. And man, they were so strong. They were so strong. It was ridiculous.
Areas and structures that were
me and my mate went into a pub. Within 20 minutes, my mate got up and ran out of the pub. He ran out of there. He ran out of there and ran home. I was just sitting there, chipping my balls off, and I was like, oh, damn, man, I better go and see if he's okay. And I went back to his house, and he was upstairs in his bedroom, just
as they're irrelevant to the bigger
just freaking out, man.
I want to show you.
Oh,
Plus,
God.
in my opinion, our future is more.
Yeah, I much preferred he's off it like.
You can identify all previous resets by following science on climate.
Yeah.
Isotope ratios, that kind of thing. They always coincide with catastrophic events and reported massacres.
Just eat moulded bread, guys. It's way cheaper. Does moulded bread make you trip out? Boy, that's the first I've never heard that, dude.
You've just got to piece it together. As the world emerged out of its ice age in the mid to late 19th century...
LSD is derived from moulded bread. Oh, is it? Do you know what? I never knew that.
Disaster had reshaped...
At first, roses, then drugs can bring dark, supernatural-like experiences. Yes, absolutely, V. Thomas. Absolutely. It starts off all roses and all great. And it just gets darker and darker the longer you're on it. And that's with mostly any drug, actually.
1904 World's Fair.
Sugar. You spoil your dinner.
Man, I didn't know LSD was derived from moulded bread. I really didn't know that. That's crazy.
It was all muddy and horrible, full of dead bodies.
As hard
it's a mould that grows on wheat. Okay.
Undeniable events
Holy moly.
Past. The evidence speaks for itself. I've purposely taken photos.
Sid Barrett did too much. Yeah, was he the drummer? Or was he the drummer from? Pink Floyd, wasn't it? Pink Floyd, Sid Barrett.
All over Europe.
Is that the dude? Wait, Scotty, is that the dude that was howling like a dog?
America, Australia, and many.
Do you know what, Jim? If I was younger, Jim, I definitely would have done DMT. I definitely would have tried it out just to see what it was like. But at my age right now, not a chance.
I like this photo.
I kind of know what to expect. I've seen so many people
this bloke on
it and take it online.
This guy loves his job. He's a professional.
Hello, Dan.
A happy man in his work. Where this guy, you can just tell he just hates his job.
He was Pink Floyd. He was Pink Floyd.
Like
yeah.
A ballet dancer or something. Not a happy man. But luckily for him, trains were invented. They just had to locate.
What helped you get off? Get off, Mister Banner.
America already had an
Get off, Mister. Oh,
network pre-research.
what helped me get off the coke and the alcohol was getting rid of my whole circle, getting rid of everyone, chucking my phones away, turning into a recluse, not opening the door to anybody, and I did that for probably a year and a half, 2 years. And all I did in that time, VT, was smoke loads of weed. I was constantly smoking weed.
Tech, like steam engines.
And yeah, I did it myself. I did that myself without no help.
This type of technology as ancient or
so it is possible, man. If I can do it, anyone can do it. What's cracking? Yo, Rethink. Matthew's in the house. Great to see Matthew in. Long time. You come in a few weeks ago, actually. Good to see Matthew in, man. Big shout out to Rethink.
And I'll undeniably prove this later on. The connection between the Little Ice Age, weather events and mud floods. The Little Ice Age was characterised by prolonged periods of heavy rainfall which saturated the ground.
Oh man, you know what? It was a 20-minute walk there and a 25-minute walk there, 25-minute walk back.
That could inundate.
And I walked there and walked back.
Historical accounts
can't be in the boiling hot sun.
Instances of flood
it was a pleasant walk, actually. I quite enjoyed it.
These records often described the destruction of homes and public buildings, indicating that many structures were lost or severely damaged during this period. These are old world houses. As you can see, mud flooded. As always, when the land around
Listen, Heron, I know you go into Rogers, but Heron, I'm not the one that lied. I'm just calling the lie out. That's all. I haven't said mean things to that Roger. All I've said is, why am I in your banned list? Roger, you told me I wasn't. And the finances. People have given him money, Heron. Damn. I'm not the one that's telling lies, Heron. I'm calling the lie out. I'm calling the dishonesty out. I'm not sure how anyone could say anything negative about Roger. Well, you know, if Roger was honest, with me, none of this would have happened. He should have just been honest from the start. See, you're trying to shift the blame onto me, Heron, when I'm not the one that's telling the lies. I'm calling the lies out, just like I did with Vicky, and I've done with PJ and all these other clowns. Well, I've not seen this proof. He hasn't shown any proof of me supposedly trolling his chat. He told everyone I trolled his chat. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. He won't admit that he simped for Vicky when Vicky was being obnoxious and banning people while she was ghosted in Roger's chat. And then Roger tried to get those people that got banned to apologise for Vicky's obnoxiousness. It was nothing to do with him. So I'm not making shit up, Heron. I'm not making stuff up out the blue and accusing Roger. I'm saying, Roger, like I've always said, show me the evidence of me trolling, because that's what he said. Right? Show the percentages of the PayPal of what they take. I don't know if you show that, because I've lost interest, to be quite honest with you. I tried to go in there, Heron, and actually sort it out with Roger. But then Harmon come in there and spoke a bunch of nonsense, and then Roger went to PJ and said that I rage quit. I didn't rage quit. I just didn't want to talk to Harmon. I was in there to talk to Roger to get it sorted. And what I gather and what I've seen, Roger never wanted to get it sorted out. So, you know, I think you're looking in the wrong direction. I'm just calling out the nonsense, Heron. Absolutely crazy.
these structures was excavated, the original ground floor level was unearthed. And as you can see, this wasn't the structure's basement, the cellar. This original ground
Oh,
floor
Matthew, don't go.
glazed windows.
No, I'm not causing the drama though. That's the thing. All I'm doing is calling out the bullshit.
Old world structure, this stone-looking
I'm calling out the bullshit and the lies. That's not causing drama. The drama will come from them side, trying to hide it.
Called the Mormon Temple in Utah.
I mean, I don't know anyone on YouTube that's trying to trademark their channel. Why is that? Why is that exactly? It's ridiculous. It's just a way to hide everything.
Dedicated in 1893, wanting us to believe that its construction was finished in 1893. But as you can see with all ancient and old world structures around the world, this building is severely mud flooded, and always has been since the start of our timeline. This structure has been excavated twice during our timeline.
Hey, Leland, welcome in. Jason, welcome in. Dan MC, welcome back.
And the original arched doorway to the original ground level floor. And showing
Trolls get their 4 hours sleep.
This structure was buried by approximately 15
It wasn't me.
Foot of mud. The majority of the mud floods happened between the time of 1600 to 1750. Supposedly, this structure wasn't constructed until 1893.
People were like,
that means one of two options.
People are like Roger's some like angel saint that he would never lie or be dishonest. I've never heard so much ridiculousness in my life. Roger's fallible like everybody else, right? He obviously didn't like me asking if I'm banned, and he told me I wasn't. And then he scrolls through his list, and I'm in the hidden, which says I'm banned and hidden in his chat. And that's what I was calling out, Heron. That lie. I showed the evidence to everybody. I showed it. Rogers showed no evidence of me trolling the chat, which he said I did, which doesn't exist, actually, because I know I didn't. And the paperwork, the PayPal percentages, not the money. I mean, he started off with 4,600. He's now down to 2,900. And I heard he admitted to spending some of it. So what's going on there? So don't be looking at me, Heron. I'm just seeing it. I'm just calling it out as I see it. You need to look at Roger and those, not me. I tried to sort it out, Heron. I went into Roger's live, right? I went in there and I tried to sort it out. But what I can gather, Roger never wanted to sort it out anyway. Then Harmon come in, and this is the result. This is the result. I went in there, not in a dishonest manner. I went in there thinking, all right, we just both apologise. We squash it and we move on. That was my thinking that morning, because the stream I did before, right at the end of the show, I basically said it's over. I'm not going to talk about Roger no more. Done. And then the next day I'll see him live, and I thought, okay, I'll go in there and squash it with him. But no. He started telling PJ that I rage quit, and again lying. This is actually being recorded of him going into PJ's and saying that, and PJ was like, oh, whatever, yeah. PJ didn't want to have nothing to do with it.
This building was mud flooded 200 to 300 years before it was constructed, or this building was here pre-mud flood. In reality, this structure isn't 132 years old. This is an ancient building and is at least 2,000 years old. During this next period of time, all we get are empty cities, built out, immaculate, but clearly old structures and infrastructure all over the world, including countries like America, Canada and Australia.
Hey Chris,
During the
how you
timeline
doing,
where
man?
the narrative says all of these mud-flooded buildings were being
So yeah,
built,
I'm not
all we
actually.
ever find of their
I'm just
supposed
calling out the
construction
nonsense.
are photos
I'm
of
not
primitive
causing no
wooden
drama.
scaffolds surrounding palaces that
I'm not
shouldn't
causing no.
exist,
I'm just calling out the
being
nonsense. Now
painted
it's
by teams
how they
of
react.
painters.
Nothing to do
I've
with
even
me.
managed to find out what it says on this painter's hat.
When you get lied to and you're trying to talk to
Then all of
people in a
sudden,
chat,
boom, filled out cities.
and you're trying to talk to people in a chat, your friends that are in there, so it's just to say hello to them, and they can't see you, becomes a bit annoying. So I pulled Roger up on that. Why am I banned, Roger? Why can't no one see me in your chat, Roger? I don't know. You shouldn't be banned. You're not banned. And then he scrolls down his list, and I'm in there. So he actually lied, a barefaced lie. So you can't sit there and tell me Roger doesn't lie, because he obviously does.
And I'm not saying there wasn't immigration going on at the time, but due to the fate of them early settlers and the harsh climate during the recent Ice Age, Westerners were very apprehensive about immigrating to these new worlds. No matter how many offers and incentives to move there, like all the posters and
I was banned though. I'm in his ban list. I'm in his ban list. Chills. I'm in the ban
and
list.
offers of millions of cheap square miles of land that they wouldn't have to pay for up front. Free transport across the Atlantic and set up grants to get living the American dream.
So yeah, I was definitely. But look, to be honest with you, Chills, I don't know when he banned me. Right, I don't know when. It could have been any time. He could be saying, yeah, PJ did it when he did it, but I don't believe he did. I think it was before then. I really do, because it was happening for ages. It was happening for ages. So me calling that out and then me seeing my name in the hidden list. It was just like, well, Roger's blatantly lied to me. Why would he do that? Then I found out that he got PJ to do it. And this is the whole thing with PJ, Heron, is that I called out Vicky. I called her out for being obnoxious and toxic, right? Which she was, and she is, right? And she proved that herself when they broke up, and stuff she was saying about her ex PJ at the time was disgraceful. Come on. I was correct in that. Her being toxic, right? Absolutely 100%. And because I called that out, Roger, who's PJ's like buddy, obviously didn't like it. He didn't like that. That's not my fault. That was her actions caused that, not me. As I say, I just called out the action. You can't just keep letting these people get away with this stuff, right? Something's got to be said sometimes. And do I constantly go on about Roger? No, I do not. It's only about this topic, about this thing. And if someone lies to you blatantly, you want to know why. That's it. Just no drama on my side. The drama will come from their side when they're trying to hide it.
Will admit a more sinister recent past. Over 540,000 children were distributed to and across America alone. In the community, more
agreed, Banner. He has since accused me of saying things she said and took my wrench. Who took your wrench? Aaron.
Or was there a more sinister explanation to this? The next part is more of a question on my behalf. The incubator babies.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they're like, deplorable ilk. That's exactly what. Who took your wrench, Heron? Vicky took your wrench. You said things she said and took my wrench.
And this is where we get all of our soldiers.
Just because Vicky took your wrench, Heron.
This despicable Jew's name is.
Yeah, there you go. You can have your own wrench. There you go, Heron.
Another despicable Jew.
You can have a wrench back.
After the main repopulation of the world, Kearney, known as the incubator doctor, travelled the world.
Look, this does, listen guys, this does all boil down, this all does boil down to me calling out Vicky. It really does. This is what it all boils down to. Roger didn't like it, PJ didn't like it, none of them liked it, because I exposed her for what she was. Right, I exposed her. Everyone see it after that. What happened to her after that, after I exposed her? We all see what happened.
And looked like a potato. She couldn't even have a cup of tea without me drinking it. So what mother would give over their new or premature baby to a sack of shit like this during a time frame when every country's population had been severely reduced?
Look, I want to be talking flat Earth and stuff, right? I don't really want to be talking about Roger. Roger's the last thing I really want to be talking about. But when you get blatantly lied to, and then they try and spin it in a way that I'm in the wrong for asking the question,
these old world buildings,
or calling out the behaviour, well, no, that's not going to sit. And, you know, when you've got people like Harmon coming in, trying to disrupt the conversation between me and Roger, because me and Roger actually had it sorted out at one time. In that conversation, we was talking about Antarctica and Duffy. Then Harmon comes in and just blew it. He just blew it.
Stone palaces to help the supposed mentally ill. Bear in mind, these aren't the snowflakes that surround us today. These survivors had grit. The narrative will tell us that these lunatic asylums were more about
deplorable, but as I say, listen,
than treating them. That these prisoners were
there are
abused,
some really
tortured,
dumb flat earthers in this, and you quickly realise it. You quickly realise it.
These massive, amazing palaces.
You know, the old school flat earthers are completely different, deplorable, to the ones right today. Like
these were clearly
they really are. It's like night and day.
AI faked history.
It's like night and day. And you know, you've got to call the behaviour out. You've got to.
Asylum that I've looked at,
I know some people don't like it.
Were either a temporary
some people don't like it because they're emotionally attached. They go into the people's chats and they think they know them and all this sort of stuff, right? And they're not going to like me going, well, Roger's a liar. I'm going to show you the evidence. And people will still say, well, Roger doesn't lie, but he does. He lied to me blatantly. So take it for what you want. I mean, I showed you the evidence. I showed you it. And you know, the bank thing and all that was just like a secondary thing, really. But you know, I've been told from many people, PayPal do not take those percentages out. To go from 4,500 or 600 down to 2,900, that's crazy. I never knew PayPal. What's that? Nearly 50%? Is that nearly 50%?
People immigrating to places like America.
Damn.
Possibly housing for children coming in, or even possibly breeding facilities. Of the most bizarre and disturbing topics of this repopulation subject are the mass amounts of symbolic posters and postcards implicating growing and selling babies during the 1890s and 1920s. These are not cute vintage art. France has hundreds of great examples of these, but as you can see, they were posted.
We're all flatties, come on. Yeah, but there's some real retarded ones, boy. Boy, you're an old school flatty from back in the day, man. You can see the night and day difference. I can see it.
1907, sent to the US.
I don't much care about what people believe. It's the arrogant behaviour that I highlight. Yeah, highlight it, man.
Hurry up and order.
Highlight it. That's what I do. It's not really the arrogant behaviour. It's just people acting like twats, right?
Children's names
saying stuff that ain't true, for one. You know, blatantly lying.
The same handwriting.
And no one likes a liar. That's why I'm brutally honest. I'm brutally honest with the truth. And some of you guys out there can't handle it. I told you about Mikey Smith. You all got your knickers up in a twist.
Would you rather choose your GMO baby?
Oh, Banner, you shouldn't be showing people, letting people know about this paperwork and. Well, it's public knowledge. It's online. Mac did it all back in the day. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just telling people where it is.
In the 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the incubator. He was.
Absolute insanity.
You could literally tell me anything. I'd believe it.
I'll tell you what, though, guys. I did need this joint. I really did.
Ask yourself, what was your great-grandparents' names? Or their parents' names? Probably blank, right? These now called catacombs are under...
Don't get me started about Mikey. Well, yes, exactly. Void knows. Void knows about Mikey Smith. We all know about Mikey Smith. Everyone from back in the day know about what Mikey Smith did. The crying on lives and because of Mac. And Mac exposed him. in that paperwork because Mikey Smith gave that paperwork to Mac to go through because he wasn't savvy enough to do it. So he asked Mac to help him. Then Mac exposed it all the paperwork, right? About him being down a park with little girls. This is just. That's why I call Mikey Smith no smoke without fire, Mikey. Yes, he did he get acquitted or something? And that's why, because if Mikey didn't get acquitted, right? I did have Mikey on the show once, do you remember? And he was showing the star picture, and it was me that told him to go and get it copyrighted. I said, go and get that picture copyrighted because everyone's going to be using it and whatever. And he did. He went and got it copyrighted. So, you know, if Mikey Smith didn't have that acquittal, do you think I would have let him on? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But again, no smoke without fire. You know. I mean, go and read the paperwork yourself. If you don't believe me, it's all there. But people got short memories. They're suffering from some sort of Mandela effects. They can't remember what happened like 10 minutes ago. I've got a pretty good memory, man. I can remember right back then. I remember everything, actually. Not every single... You know what I mean. Yeah, and, you know, Mikey had quite a big following at one time. This was back in the day. And when all that paperwork hit, his subs went to almost nothing, right? He was getting 0 people in there, and he was just crying on his stream. This was Mikey Smith. Nobody else. And then he slowly built it back up, and now he's having people on his show like McToon and Creepy Blinder. I mean, what is going on? And Mossad Sam. It's telling you what's going on. I would never in a million years have McToon or any of these clowns anywhere near this channel. Absolutely not. Why would you do that? Why would you want to converse with these people? Why are flat earthers obsessed with these morons? Because I think they could be a little bit tighter than what we think, guys. It seems to be a little clicky group of flat earthers / globe glurfers, right? In this little huddled up little bunch. No, I'm not buying none of that stuff.
Validates the mass death there. All bones dated during the Little Ice Age. Coincidence, right? After the past reset, these remains were lined in old world tunnels originally built to feed the city's water supplies.
Hey, Sirius B is in the house. Welcome in, Sirius.
Demonic,
great to see you.
Disrespectful manner.
I don't think I've seen you for quite a while, actually. Mac was my neighbour. Mac was awesome.
But they admit to them.
Mac was a real one. Mac spoke his mind, and that's what I like. Right? I've always liked these type of people. I'm the same kind of person. I speak my mind.
They find this fascinating.
Some people can't handle that. I don't know why. People can't take the brutal truth.
And it won't be a coincidence that they're on.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I'm sorry.
Why they surround these
I'm not going to sit here worrying about
graves of
that.
Bodies of the dead.
Remember when Martin L bullied the young woman? Banner did a hit piece of him. I've never really liked Martin since then. If you can bully a woman, you bully a child. Yeah. Martin Likey bullied that girl. Do you remember with the money, 1,500? Right. This dude's a so-called truther. I called it out. I called it out at the time. Martin, what are you doing? Why are you bullying this lady? And you owe her 1,500 quid, and you was meant to take her here. I remember that, Suits. Yeah, I remember that. Some things, guys, need to be said. I mean, it's like the archaics thing that I went kind of into as well. He's got all these subscribers and stuff, and they're like just turning the blind eye to what he did. You're just turning away from it. How can you listen to a man, right? Doesn't matter what knowledge he's putting out there or whatever, simulation tard. How can you listen to a man that's did 30 years in prison for disgusting behaviour against women? And you can pretty guess 30 years, right? It's a long time. And then when he's released, his status is moderate. It's not even low. That says a lot. So I might joke about a bit about it, you know, but there's a lot of truth in jest, right? People need to wake up about some of these characters you're listening to, honestly. It's sad to see with some people. I mean, I get it, you know, you got your favourites and, you know, I get it, man. But, man, I could never listen to someone that's done that. I don't care if it was 100 years ago or yesterday. I don't care. The time does not matter. You've done that crime. You've done that. You've raped somebody, right? So I'm showing no time for you. Why would I show any time for you? And that goes the same with pedos and all this sort of stuff. No. Why would I listen to that? It's pretty simple for me, man. It really is.
Justify their power. If people knew all the ways they'd been exploited, they'd resist. Suppressing certain truths maintains control over populations.
Hey, Santero, what's up, man? What's up? Yeah, I will be closing down very soon, though. I've just had my cuppa and my joint. I'm going to relax for a couple of hours, I think.
Reality. Truth threatens.
What's the date? What's the date? Saturday. I might be on. I might be on tomorrow morning.
Real history is harder to control. A society that remembers lost
we call it.
Doesn't need rulers.
Should we call the Sunday morning 2 hour? We call it the Sunday roast, right? We call it the Sunday roast. Well, I'm just roasting everybody, right? That'll be.
People who understand how often we've been reset would question everything. Whole empires, lost technology, and cultural worldviews don't fit neatly into textbooks.
Have you been trap panning?
Means hidden.
Have you been trap panning? What's trap panning?
Often kept deeper knowledge for themselves. Religion and politics
I went to see.
the same thing.
I feel like anyone else who tells archaics often up buried in his backyard. Exactly.
Governments and media shape collective memory through propaganda, film, school.
And he's even got what made me. It's not a laughing matter, but I was just like, damn, archaics. Man, you've got a Buffalo Bill van. He's actually got one of those Buffalo Bill vans with the back wide doors open with a mattress. God, man. No, the mattress wasn't in there, but it was still a van that you could put someone in, right? I was like, holy smokes, man, this guy hasn't learned a thing. The last thing you would buy if you get out of prison, right, for doing that is a Buffalo Bill van. Ladies in Texas, if you see this guy pull up in a van, run and call the authorities immediately. Don't look back. Just keep running.
Even monuments. By controlling what we remember, they influence how we behave. I think that answers my questions pretty well.
When you drill a hole in your skull for fun.
And would live in harmony and abundance without being governed.
Oh, damn, I better sort some food and prep for tonight. What time, Deplorable, are you on there?
That you won't bring harm
it's about 10, is it?
To another human being. That's all we need. That covers all.
Hey, Christopher, welcome in.
But it doesn't stop the cult pushing their 70,000 statute legislations upon us. Put in place to control and collect revenue from us to feed their own greed, destruction,
don't get me started. Boys like,
Great Reset.
I can't wait to, I can't wait to get live and get the panel going, man. You can come on, man, for sure.
Of the governed.
Anyone in there, I want Santero on. Lev's gonna come on. I want Lev to come on. Just as long as Lev hasn't got a hit piece video on me.
And I've already shown you what happens after that.
Archaics is weird as fuck. Yeah, I've been telling you guys for a long time about archaics, man. In fact, it's not just me. It's not just me that's been saying it. A lot of people have been saying it about archaics. A lot of people have been saying it. But, you know, them sort of actions, mate, you just don't get a pass for that in the UK. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. You don't get a pass for it. It seems like, I don't know if it's like a state or something different in America. Once you've done your time, you've done your crime sort of thing. Yeah, that's good if you're robbing a bank. without killing anyone. If you rob a bank and get caught, you do your time, yeah. But with that, when it comes to that, no, that doesn't exist. Not in the UK, it doesn't. Once you've done that, it's done. You're tarnished for life. You've got that ability to do that. And to come out with moderate on the status, that was crazy. That was crazy. That kind of said it all for me.
And the docile, obedient non-player characters did as they were programmed to, attempted to please us. Muffled voices.
You shouldn't get a pass for it here either. I know, Chris. I know. It shouldn't. It shouldn't get a pass. But it seems like everyone in Archaics' community just... I've seen women. This is the crazy thing about Archaics' channel. There's women on there. Like, texting him and stuff. I'm just like... There was that video of him and Martin, wasn't there? Walking on the beach with those two females. And I was just thinking, what the hell am I looking at here? Smoking weed and... Martin Likey, that was probably the biggest mistake he ever made, was going to meet Archaics. Especially, he must have knew his previous crimes. He must have knew. There's no way that Martin didn't know. Again, you are the company you keep. Right? Remember that, guys. You're the company you keep. You attract it to you.
Not that they haven't pulled this scamdemic before. There's absolutely nothing new under the sun. Just tests to gather data on the next course of action needed and to fit all their infrastructure.
It's Tartarian truth, man.
All areas and subjects of the truth.
Jax, what happened to Tartarian truth? I used to play a lot of his videos. Is he still going? Does he still do his thing? I might have to go and have a look through him, actually, see if he's still doing anything. He was quite funny, wasn't he, Jax? Tartarian truth. Yeah, he broke down the Archaics thing a few times, right?
Show deceivers.
I mean, I even had memes up. I had, you know, thumbnail memes on Archaics. I went through about a month of it, kind of like what I've done with Harmon. Right? I think Harmon's month is up now. Now we're going to shift back over to Roger for another month. Then we shift over to Archaics and
non-player character truthers. Non-player characters playing conspiracy theories.
He's come back, is he?
Truth.
Okay, I'll take a look. Him and like he and CMG are into Jason too. Very sus.
Fully AI-controlled truth content creators, spouting the same shite as the non-player character truthers. It's the same issue with genuine truth journalists. It's their beliefs that hold them back. As designed,
hey Dorian, welcome in, dude.
Uncovering 100%.
Yeah, it's still going, man. I haven't been back that long. Probably been back about half an hour or something. You know, Dorian. So
on one piece
it was lovely seeing my family from Australia, man. Really, really cool. And do you know what? The rest of the family come down there as well, Dorian.
Traps them in the flock.
The rest of the family come down. Literally, my whole family packed out the garden, the pub garden. It was just full of all my family.
Where do you
pretty
think
awesome.
The ice wall and flat Earth
really good stuff. Hey, Brian. Yeah, Shem, that was it, Shem. I like Shem.
That this called brainwashers, even supposed truthers with, is their religions. By following a strong spiritual path of enlightenment and having a true understanding of what you are, only expands your mind, body, ability, and raises our frequency. We don't need their religions that close your mind.
No, the guy Matt, he had as a psychic, he's doing time as well now. No way, Jax.
To make you vibrate.
What for, Jax? Hello, Dr. E. Welcome in, man.
Season, the most so-called
someone should ask the kickboxer if he'd prefer American prison or British prison, given the choice.
A fake god that was created through rape.
Do you know what? He would choose American every single time because you wouldn't last. You wouldn't last in a UK prison. You wouldn't last. Well, who was that? A couple of famous paedophiles lately have been rinsed out in prison. One was from a famous band. I forgot his name, but he was a nasty motherfucker, man. Ian something, I think his name was, and he was doing some. Oh, mate, I'm glad they got him. I'm glad they got him. I can't remember the other dude. The other dude as well did some bad shit to kids. I think he might have been pretty famous as well. I can't remember, but he's been snuffed out as well. We don't mess about over here. When it comes to that sort of shit, and you go in prison, don't think you're safe. You're not going to be safe.
It's one of the 10 Commandments and a sin to fuck another man's wife. The backbone of the Christian cult.
Someone might know who the dude is.
Something all Christians.
Suits. Ian, Lost Prophet. Yeah, that dude, Lost Prophets. His name's Ian something. I can't remember his second name.
Your God.
But yeah, he got snuffed out, mate. They snuffed him out.
Right? And his dad, psychopathic God that massacred this
non-player truthers. I like that.
Killing every man, woman, and innocent child.
Any hotties down the pub? Yeah, there was a few down there. So
religions into
there's a few down there
to make sinners of you all. Maybe this is why the cult reset and massacre the population so often, collecting the souls of their flock.
None of them were my none of them were my family, by the way. There was other people down there.
He never turned up. If the people are that gullible and unenlightened that they can't see this clear deception, then maybe it is for the best that they sell their souls to Jesus for so-called salvation. I believe in nothing unless I can prove it.
He would be put down in the Dominican, yeah. They don't last, man. Some places
you can prove it.
Some places like prisons, mate, they just don't. They will not last. You're on a timer, mate. When your time's up there and they're ready to do it, it's going to be over for you.
They have no intention.
They don't mess about. They really don't.
Recently referred to as Antarctica.
You got any female cousins, man? Got loads. Suits, I've got loads. And you know what? They're all beautiful. They're all beautiful.
Our supposed known world in the middle, a ring of ice.
Not in a weird way for me. You know, that's just they are. They're all stunning. All of them.
The first atlas globe type maps showing ice or an ice wall pops up around.
Similar to Archaics, wasn't it? A kidnap or something?
Gleason's map.
Yeah, something crazy, man.
That all the ice.
Oh, you talking about that Ian dude?
Melting today.
Yeah, that Ian dude, man, did some nefarious stuff, man. Yeah.
And 1850.
Terrible stuff.
And later on, I'll prove that now.
Really, I mean, you'd have to look into it yourself, guys. But to be quite honest with you, put some.
The narrative of Antarctica obviously has deception, but in reality, it's fairly close to its narrative in comparison to the purposely deceitful flat Earth model. Soon after the end of the Little Ice Age, Freemason Admiral Byrd's expeditions were sent out to inspect the damage and find out what was left. A few years later, in 1961, the Antarctic Treaty was formed. The only agreement and treaty signed by all high-power nations and never broken. Now, most that have proclaimed that this treaty prevents the public from passing
south. Was it Watkins, his name? Watkins? Ian Watkins. Yeah, I think that was it.
Don't get me wrong.
I think that's it, Scotty. I think that's it, Watkins.
But number 2 of their rules.
I think that's it. I think that's his name, Ian Watkins. Yeah.
Scientific investigations. Now, by all means, apply for permission from your governors.
Yeah, man. I mean, this guy does some bad stuff, and he deserved everything he got.
And if you're granted permission, I will fully fund the expedition and take you there myself. But you will be ignored, investigated.
I don't know what it's like in the, the American prison system. I don't know the way they get treated in there. It could be a completely different thing, man. The way they're treated in there, I don't know if they get sectioned off, because a lot of them over here they get sectioned off straight away, but then you've got some nasty people on them wings, man. The 43s or whatever, is it 43s? They're sectioned off. They section you off, and 24 hour, and you're allowed, but they can still get to you, man. They will still get to you. It doesn't matter where you are, they will still get to you. In fact, I think the guy that did it was an assassin in Manchester. This guy, I think it was from Manchester or Liverpool. I forgot the dude's name, but yeah, he was going around assassinating all these gangsters, and he got caught. And I think that guy had something to do with killing that Ian Watkins. I think it could have been the other guy. I'm not too sure, but I know he was involved.
You can lie your way to permission.
I can do a resume. Suits, you wouldn't need a resume, mate. You wouldn't need one. Your resume, Suits, will be me. Your quid's in. Your quid's in. Your quid's in, Suits. Zentero, well... Right, now, listen, guys, I'm going to go to top of the hour. I'm going to go to 5 o'clock. We're 14 minutes, and then I'm going to call it a day for today.
All Antarctic stations and all ships and aircraft supplying Antarctica shall be open to inspectors from any treaty nation. But they do add number 6. The treaty applies to all land and ice shelves south of 60 degrees south, but not the seas, which quickly takes us to their fake Antarctic trips, holidays and vacations. We've got South America. Down at the bottom, we've got Cape Horn and Drake.
Oh, 6 o'clock. Yeah. Sorry.
600 miles.
The clock on this PC says 4:46, and it's an hour behind, so...
Known amongst us sailors as the most treacherous area in the world.
This clock's an hour behind.
Would want to sail through. A true test of a sailor's skill and grit.
Yeah, I've got a pretty nice tan. I've just gone a lot browner, a lot darker.
So when it comes to trips to Antarctica,
it's beautiful, man. I do love the sun. I love the sun on my skin. It's just...
Keep that in mind.
Energizes you, right?
The narrative and
get energy for it. Poor guy in the background can't get a word in. Banner comes home full of...
And you can book tickets for a couple of them for about 10 to 30,000 per person.
I'll stay away from that
sometimes
stuff,
just
man.
for a 2-day trip.
I'll stay away.
Number 1, the classic Western Peninsula voyage. Crossing the Drake's Passage by vessel. Even jokes about the unpredictable seas of death. Stopping at the Shetland Islands.
If I took cocaine, you'll be hearing this.
Half Moon Islands, none of which are Antarctica, but the flooded Caledonia of Deception Island.
That's what you'll be hearing if I took cocaine.
We'll get back onto that later. Number 2, cross the Antarctic Circle.
Basically, listen, as soon as it was mentioned, I was like, okay, yeah, that gives me the excuse to go. Yeah, I've got to go, guys. See you later.
Maybe they'll let you be the 6th, right? Crossing the Drake by vessel again. Most Antarctic cruisers don't actually cross the Antarctic Circle. Shocking, right? A couple of days on a boat around the Western Peninsula, looking from the vessel, of course.
A 10-hour show today. It's pretty crazy, right? A 10-hour show.
You've not crossed it, and you won't be. Number 3.
Ian Huntley. Yes, that was the other one. That was the other dude, right?
Again. Neither
Suits.
Falkland Islands or
Yeah,
South
it was
Georgia
Ian
Islands
Huntley
or
Suits. That was the other dude. Ian Huntley and that Ian dude.
Number
The
4,
other Ian.
the Ross Sea
Ian
from New
Watkins.
Zealand. Only a handful of ships per year head south from New Zealand. So good luck trying to book this fake Antarctic trip. But even if you did, the pristine Snare Islands,
Sentero.
the Quare Islands,
Better than your
Campbell
diarrhea
Islands,
colour.
and the Auckland Islands are not Antarctica. Number 5, the Weddell Sea and the Eastern Peninsula. Crossing the Drake Passage again. Paulet Island on the tip of the peninsula is not Antarctica. Number 6, fly to Antarctica and onto the pole. A 5-hour flight to what they call the geographic South Pole, what a joke, but they get 3 to 4 hours here. In reality, you're flown to near the peninsula.
I remember
and shown a cheap
when that
barbershop
Ian
home
Huntley
for
thing
selfie
happened,
opportunity.
there was a story going around. I don't know if you remember this, guys. There was a story going around about some army barracks over the back of where they are, and something to do with that. I heard this was very early on. I don't know if you guys remember this about the army barracks and some army dude.
Don't bother taking your compass because
It was very, very early. 'Cause I remember I was like, damn, what? That's something
7,
different.
The semi-circumnavigation. A vessel from New Zealand across a...
Oh, you do remember that, Jack? You remember that?
First Island.
Awesome, man. I didn't think no one would remember that.
Ross Sea, or Ross Island, is not Antarctica.
Yeah, something about some soldier and some army barracks over at the back.
Photos come from.
But it got squashed really, really quickly. It was just like...
Number 8, hilarious, fly over the Drake. Just a plane trick, no landing, enough said. Now, it's time to show you what your world used to look like.
That's it. They found the girls on the path where the boundary of to the army camp. That was it. That was it.
One of the largest old world maps.
Yeah, something a bit strange, and something about the soldier. Yeah. Yes, I remember that.
I have no intention.
But they squashed it. They squashed that really quickly, didn't they? They really just spent.
Remember earlier, the way I found the past Great Reset, the Little Ice Age, and the crisis of humanity was because of this very map.
Don't put my name in the same sentence as Huntley and Watkins suits.
Supposed truthers.
Please don't do that.
At this map, as you may discover hundreds of truths and hidden knowledge that I have. But even the cool has to follow the rules of this world. The truth must be there to find, hidden in plain sight. But they do love to turn your world upside down, in every way, even literally.
Yeah.
These pesky cartographers and historians that retain a soul and minds to think, proving that the currently used Mercator map is completely distorted and inaccurate compared to the slightly more but still deceptive...
Been shouting at the phone doing 70. Be careful, Chills, man. It's hot today as well.
As always,
you don't want to get a bit of glare while you're shouting and doing 70.
Our world around the globe
it's the last thing we want, Chills.
Maps. There's many good presentations and papers written on this subject. The main part overlooked concerning the Gauss-Peters projection map is that it's meant to be this way up, a reality that I'll explain later on. All genuine maps, new and old...
Was it not his two... I'm not sure. I don't think it was. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you, actually.
Charts for sea navigation. All real maps include the key to navigate safely the very map itself. If a map does not include this, it's just a pretty picture or fantasy art like this pile of shit that all the non-player character truthers shill out. In modern marine navigation, we use multiple types of technology to travel accurately and as safely as possible.
Centero has got a petrified wood obsession. I think I've made Centero into a giant tree freak.
Technology strips their human skills that their ancestors...
No, we haven't showed any petrified wood today, Centero. There's none. No video up.
Even though I have chart plotters and other tech aboard, like radar, I understand that technology is a lot of the time unreliable.
Guys. It's about that time. It's been awesome.
A simple compass or a clear view of the sun.
As I say, I could be on. I could be on tomorrow morning, right? I could. Yeah, Santero's got a giant tree fetish. I don't know.
Plus knowing all the sea shanties.
Santero's out there hugging trees. He's out there
hugging
the biggest tree he can find.
From ancient Italian to English. Now, do I believe that Monty and
Stellium was on about? Oh, right, okay. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, Stellium. Yeah, I showed Stellium stuff.
Of these lands been decimated
I showed. So yeah, we did show petrified wood Centero. You must have missed it, bro.
The people pre-reset to us. This was the edge of the known world in this time frame.
Okie dokie, right. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, gonna make some food, I think. Have a little bite to eat, and then chill out for a few hours, man. Oh.
The greatest form of control is where you think you're free when you're being fundamentally manipulated and dictated. One form of dictatorship being in a prison cell and you can see the bars and touch it. The other one is sitting in a prison cell, but you can't see the bar. You think you're free.
What the human race is suffering from, hypnosis. We are being hypnotized by people like this. Newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers.
We are in a country and in a world that is being run by unbelievable...
Trees are your enemies. Go chill, David. Have a good evening tonight, wherever you are. Essex. In the middle of Essex. Jax.
It's like we all know what's going on, but no one's saying shit. What happened to the home of the brave? These motherfuckers, they control.
No, I'm not going to go sleep. I'm not going to go sleep. I'm glad someone put down because I couldn't spell the fucking name.
But then it's too late. We need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to
everybody is slave. Some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air. That's the reason
Yeah, I love trees as well. I actually love trees. I do love trees. Just normal trees.
They just spray it proudly. George Bush, the grandson of Alistair Crowley. They want you to believe the lie that the enemy Saudi. The enemy ain't Saudi, the enemy around me. It's fluoride and...
Hey, welcome Tommy. A big shout out to everyone that come in today. Big shout out to Tommy, Santero, Suits, Matthew, VT, Heron, Jax, Scotty Dog, Chills, Jim, Samo, Chris, Christopher, the other Chris come in as well, did he just now? Simon, Brendan come in earlier, Chills, Honor probably, Graham probably, Scotty, Infinity Brian, Matthew, Rethink, good to see Matthew back in. Hope you're well, Roy, Suits, the Brian Infinity, let's check out there a little bit more. Jason, Marlene, Dr. E, Serious B, that's all I can go up. Anyone else that come in today, big shout out, Shlo and everyone else. Awesome. Sunday roast tomorrow. Yeah, Sunday roast, 8 o'clock. Or could be 7. It could be 7 or 8.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit.
Tarmo, I know you do, because you're so zesty, Tarmo. Tarmo's got so much zesty love in him. He's got that zesty love. Be careful. Be careful. Yo, Fen, I am Blackstock, South Carolina. Big shout out to Fen in the house. Hope you're well, Fen. Take care, man. Take care, Simon.
It is constantly telling us what to believe is real.
Grumpy Grandad, appreciate it, dude. Dan MC, appreciate it.
With their eyes is what there is to see. Because they'll laugh in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
Even gonna go on there. It might have got finally had enough. I think it's finally gone kaput. No. Oh yeah, it's gone kaput. Perfect timing, right? Perfect timing. Damn. Oh no, he's back. Oh, he's back. Oh, I can't play that Nirvana song. Who put that Nirvana song in there?
25 years I've been on the force. I've seen every kind of sick, depraved act known to humanity, and still...
Put it in there tomorrow. Whoever put that in there, put it in there tomorrow.
I want to vomit my gizzards right into the gutter. But why? Maybe there is no reason. Maybe there's just a big blue ball out there that's mostly covered with water, and we're just going along for the ride.
DJ Ill Will.
Oh, this is Bo jiggling balls in your mouth all day, every day. Hey, you tuned in to
Hey, you're welcome, Chills.
Where you can stick a dick in your ear and
It It's good to see everyone.
But anyway, we got your new K-Dot record. I know you in traffic. Where you at, baby?
Down Rosecrans, 87 Regal, sipping on a gold can, gun tucked like the fetal position. Top dog coalition, coexisting with the codist, whoever quoted from California district. Been a corner like David Banner, I'm the owner of the marijuana aroma. You smell it, hit a donut, yelling it's me, bitches. Who did it? I did it. Take them where they can't go. Like
Broke back banner. Wait, stop that. Stop. Santero, stop that. Broke back banner. This Santero guy, man. Honestly, Santero, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. No, all cool, bro. All cool. I love the banter. I love the back and forth banter. You know, that's what I think. I think that's what it's about. You know, you got to have a bit of fun. All right, guys. Good stuff. Let me just get rid of this. Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. Have a wonderful evening. Because I'm going to. Check out for me in the morning. I probably will be on, actually. You know, 8 till 10 or something. Just a couple of hour show or an hour and a half show or something. Yeah, we call it the Sunday roast. Hey, Charlie. Oh, was that Cammy? Come in earlier? I'll see. Oh, did I see that? Or was I tripping out? Oh, if Cammy come in, appreciate it, Cammy. I think I did see you. I'm going to make a channel named Beef Squashing. That'll probably blow up, Santero, and you'll probably get thousands and thousands of subscribers. And we call Santero the Peacemaker. He can become the Peacemaker. My first guests are going to be Banner and Roger. But Roger hasn't got a leg to stand on, though, Santero. He hasn't got. I'm not telling the lies. I'm just going to be truthful and just carry on saying what I'm saying. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. All right, guys, have a wicked evening. I will see you probably tomorrow. Till then, take care. Have a good one, guys. Oh, hang on, not yet. Hang on, I've got to take it off from here first.